is, well, of course, this is going to be quite a long stream. This is going to be a long run. We've got quite a lengthy couple of hours until we get to the countdown show. Then we got a 3-hour countdown show, and then we've got WrestleMania itself. WrestleMania looks like it's going to be about 4.5 hours. That's what it's scheduled to be at the moment. And then coming out of that, we have also got the post-show. Now, I don't know if we're sticking around for the post-show because, of course, we need to do the breakdown. We need to do the opinions video. So we've got lots that we need to get to. So we're just going to ease our way into today, right? Obviously, if you've got thoughts, theories, get them into the chats and we can get our teeth into all of that stuff. Normally, we always start with a breakdown. So I think it probably makes sense to start with a breakdown and actually get our teeth into what it is that we've got today. So let's go over to here and just do that. Go down to WrestleMania. Okay, so WrestleMania 42 coming from Las Vegas, from the Allegiant Stadium. So we're starting with The Vision and Speed taking on Usos and LA Knight. So that's going to be our first match. We could do a predictions, I suppose. I think that the babyfaces are firm favourites on this one. I do wonder if Vision, though, could get the win. Vision, obviously, are absolutely battered. I don't think it's going to serve them much purpose losing at WrestleMania. And Speed as well, like if his fans are tuning in, are we going to give him the loss at WrestleMania? I don't know. I saw the bookies had the babyfaces as firm favourites. Have to take that on board. So I suppose in a way I'm expecting the babyfaces to win, but I think there is a chance that the Vision could get a win, which would give them a bit of momentum after WrestleMania. So I really am looking at the Vision and Speed winning this one. But again, just worth knowing, the bookies have got the babyfaces as favourites. Then we got Jacob against Drew. I think he needs it more. Drew's just been champion, WWE champion. A loss here does not hurt Drew. It's only a couple of years since he won the title at WrestleMania. Granted, he was also cashed in on at the exact same time, but he did win the championship at WrestleMania against Seth Rollins. So I think a win here for Jacob would do him a lot more favours going forwards. Then we got Stephanie against Liv, big match. So Stephanie Liv match, that goes down today. So Stephanie Liv, I think that we should stick with Stephanie. I think Stephanie is a good champion. I just don't think she's had very good opponents. And so I would stick with Stephanie. I think Liv is someone that can bring a bit of fight. She's someone that I think can bring a decent match. And I'm just hoping that that thing is going to be one of the highlights of the day. Something else I'm hoping will be a highlight of the day is AJ Lee against Becky. And I'm going with AJ Lee here. I don't know what AJ Lee's going to do, though, in regards to, is she going to be around often? Or is she just going to be like part-time? Because if she's just part-time, then maybe you want the belt on Becky, so she can defend on a regular basis, or at least appear on TV on a regular basis. So I'm going to go AJ Lee, though, because this is AJ's first WrestleMania match in 11 years. Might be her first singles match, like, ever at WrestleMania. I haven't actually gone back to check that. But I know that her last match at WrestleMania 31 was a tag match. I know that at WrestleMania 30, she was in that sort of battle royal. So, yeah, AJ Lee in a singles match against Becky Lynch. It's a massive moment, this, for AJ. Again, are we going to give AJ the loss? I don't know. I feel like she should get the win here. Becky's had lots of wins at Mania. I think that AJ Lee should get the win here. Then we've got the women's tag. Obviously, we know Nikki Bella is going to be out. A replacement is going to be coming in. I don't know, man. Does that make the Bellas more likely to get the win? Or are we just going to stick with the Irresistible Forces. I'm torn between those two. I do think Bayley Lyra's got a chance. I don't think Charlotte Alexa has much of a chance. They're my outsiders, to be honest. So I think on my predictions video, I went Bayley Lyra. I do wonder if the replacement is going to just make the Bellas a bit more favourites now. Don't know. That could go to a number of teams. I think I'll just stick with Bayley Lyra. That was my pick in the predictions video. Then we got Seth Gunther. I'm confident on this that it's Gunther. I think that is pretty straightforward. I don't see why you would have Gunther lose after he just retired Cena and after he just retired AJ Styles. And then we've got Cody against Orton. This could go either way. And certainly with the news that Orton is hurting a little bit, that might change a few minds. But the favourite is Orton. My pick has always been Orton, and I think I'll just stick with Orton. I think Randy winning here makes sense because Cody's always better when he's chasing. I think as well, Randy being champion and being champion over the summer, like that could be interesting. Obviously, I don't need the Pat stuff. I'm sure many of you don't need the Pat stuff. I do think Pat will get some comeuppance tonight. And there was a paper that was signed on SmackDown, and we don't know what that was. My hope is that it's going to say that Pat's banned from ringside and that we get as much kind of just normal Cody Randy as possible. If we've got to do some Pat jelly roll nonsense, I hope it is kept to an absolute minimum. An absolute minimum, right? It doesn't serve WrestleMania, and I don't think it serves the fans to have Pat out there all the time, shenanigans, being annoying, disrupting the match. Like, that's just not beneficial for anybody. Just reduce it. I mean, if you remember last year when we had Travis Scott get involved, he only came down towards the end, and that was bad enough. But could you imagine if he'd been out there throughout the whole match, being annoying throughout the whole match? So I hope that what he's signed is that Pat has just signed he's banned from ringside or something like this, and we just keep his involvement to an absolute minimum. But I'm still going to go with Randy getting the win. So 7 matches, none of them on the Countdown show. 2 of them are going to be on ESPN2 as well as the ESPN app or wherever you're watching. So that's going to be good for people to discover WrestleMania that might not even know it's on. So we've got that. That's the card today. These are the matches we're watching today. Match that we're most excited for? Probably Seth Gunther, I think, to be honest. That one, obviously, no. This one, too many women. I think if it was just a normal tag match and it was 2 banger teams, you know, then maybe. But this is just going to be chaos. I'm sure it'll be fun, but it'll also be disposable. Yeah. So I'm fine, whatever. AJ, Becky, we've already seen it once. I hope this will be better than the last time, but I'm not sure. I mean, it'll be great to see AJ's entrance. And Becky always brings, you know, a great performance at WrestleMania. So not down on that. Certainly not down on that. That'll be a lot of fun. A lot of people might have that as their match of the day. And that, I think, is just a bit of a throwaway opener, to be honest. So Seth Gunther is the match I'm most excited for today. And yeah, you know, definitely quite a bit there that I think we can get our teeth into. So lots to talk about, lots to get our teeth into. I'm also keeping an eye on the news as bits and bobs are coming through. To be honest, I haven't been up too long. I didn't want to get up too much earlier than starting the stream. So I think there's just like reaction to last night's Hall of Fame, which we were watching. Oh yeah, that's interesting. There is that. There is, what's this with Bayley and Lyra? You might as well see what I can see. Lyra praises Bayley and felt guilty about WrestleMania last year. Okay, here, have you seen this? This Andreas Hale said, I will not be covering WrestleMania for ESPN. WWE denied my credentials and they have blocked my access. Neither I nor ESPN has been told why. You can speculate on the reasons, but if you want answers, ask WWE. Let me know what they tell you. So this person who normally covers WWE for ESPN has been blocked access. It's interesting that he says neither he nor ESPN know why. That's interesting. I don't really understand how ESPN wouldn't know why he's been blocked. The general consensus is he's been blocked because it's not a good look for ESPN to be showing WWE and then someone that works for ESPN scoring it harshly. I think he gave WrestlePalooza a C grade. And, you know, I mean, that was higher than a lot of us gave WrestlePalooza, to be honest. So he was kinder than many of us. But, yeah, I mean, that's the reason as to why it's believed he's not covering it. But when he says neither I nor ESPN know why or have been told why, that's interesting, isn't it? That's interesting. So I just saw that. That's doing the rounds. That's had over 500,000 views, that tweet, and rising. It's only been up an hour. It's at 560,000 views. Right, let's get back to the chat. Okay, so Florida Man, Anarchy Vortex, Tyler, Giovanni, Rido, Jordan, Hannah, and Alex Wings. Shout out to you guys. Appreciate the support. All becoming members over the last, I think it stores them there for like 24 hours. So appreciate it, my friends. Right. Wrestle Relic, is it? Let me go down here. Wrestle Relics, yes. Wrestle Relic said, Dave, sorry, I can't make the Wrestle Feud on April 22nd. That's no problems, but my wife has had an ultrasound that day, but I'd love to reschedule in the future. No worries. Thank you for letting me know. I can easily change that. Let me just jump on that now. Yeah, Wrestle Relics, hope everything's going well. Congratulations to you and your wife. I'm guessing that's baby related. So, no problems, my friends. Done. It's best I do it now, otherwise with everything that's going to go down today, I will definitely not remember that. There we go. Lovely. Wrestle Relics, thank you, buds. Mackenzie said, will Maxine help the Vision tonight? Well, there's maybe a chance. I think it's difficult with Maxine because we've seen her, I think, twice talking to Austin Theory in the background. So there's definitely a chance that she could get involved. But I don't know. I mean, like, how long are we going to sort of build that relationship up? So are they going to keep teasing it? Are they going to keep teasing that she's coming in? Do they want to do a few more background things first? Or are they just going to pull the trigger today? Or is it a case that, you know, we don't really see her involved today, but we know that Raw is a big deal. I mean, the Raw after WrestleMania, they definitely are going to want some stuff for that as well, because WrestleMania is a weekend. So on the Friday, you got the kickoff show, SmackDown, Hall of Fame. Then Saturday, WrestleMania. Sunday, WrestleMania. Monday, people still stick around. They don't start going home that day. They stick around. Well, some go home that day. But a lot stick around for Raw because that Raw after WrestleMania is the most anticipated Raw of the year. It's the one that everyone is so excited for because it should be call-ups. It should be shock title changes. It should be unmissable. Yeah, that is a Raw that is unmissable. Historically, it's had some incredible moments on it. Cash-ins, Paige winning the belt, of course, returns like Brock Lesnar. So, you know, historically, it was always so good. So, I don't know, maybe we actually do a little something with her and them on that Raw as well. So, I would say every match has got something to keep an eye out for where someone could get involved. And so, yes, Maxine getting involved is a possibility for the Vision match. Dean says, Days, here's my prediction. I think Maxine does interfere to help the Vision win. I think Raquel is going to turn and cause Liv to lose. And then I think we go into the summer with Raquel helping Finn. I think Ted DiBiase will return. I think Pat is a smokescreen, said Dean. Well, Dean, thank you. Again, every match has probably got something like that could go down. I don't know that we get everything or all of it. We could. I mean, it depends how bonkers they want to go, really. So, yeah, each of those things could occur. Ted DiBiase Jr., I'm personally not expecting. Just because he only got cleared from, the legal stuff not long ago. They absolutely could have reached out to him between there. I mean, it's been a couple of weeks, so they could have reached out to him. I do think they should use him at some point. The only thing is, I don't think we have conditioned the audience. You got to remember that we're hardcore fans that know our history. And there's a lot of fans out there that won't have a flipping clue who Ted DiBiase Jr. is. We haven't mentioned him in the builds. So if we'd been talking about him and actually, getting those kids that have only been watching wrestling for a year or two, used to his name, I think I'd have a bit more confidence that we would be bringing him in. But because there'd been no mention of him whatsoever, it does make me wonder if they would just bring him in cold, because there'll be a lot of who's this, which is crazy to think people were saying that. But you got to remember, he's been out a long time now, actually. He's been out of WWE a long time. So I'm not expecting him for that reason. But hey, listen, I don't know what they've got up their sleeve. You never know, do you, as to what they're going to actually be doing. I just hope that today delivers. My big hope, as you know, is that main event is going to be as painless as possible. Right? That's my big hope. If we can get through today and be like, that was all right, that was pretty good, I'll take that. If someone said that's what you'll be saying by the end of the day right now, I would take it. Because my concern is that I'll be saying, that didn't quite click. I'm not sure that result was the right result. And way too much pat at the end. My concern is that there's going to be little bits throughout that's going to just... Triple H said it, that today's going to over-deliver. I mean, he says this a lot, but he says today's going to over-deliver. Both days he thinks will over-deliver. So I feel like they must have something planned. They must have something planned. And all of this pat nonsense, it's got to have a payoff. It has to. You've absolutely battered your fan base with this pat stuff. And so you've got to give them something back. And I do think there is a chance that tonight could be that night where Pat gets a little bit of comeuppance, which we'll see. We'll see. So, Dean, thank you. I think there's possibility with a lot of what you've said there, yes. Jackal said you should name the baby days. Oh, name the baby days. Or name the baby days. Yes. The baby should be named Days. If not, then it should be called the Jackal, in honor of Jackal. I like that name, actually. The baby should definitely be called the Jackal. Have you met the Jackal? There's not enough babies that have the at the start of their names. Steven said, I've got Roman and Randy winning. It makes sense, because Roman could give you a fresh feud, and beating Roman at SummerSlam would give a superstar a huge boost. Ronnie said, Days, I've been worried for months about this show. I hope that WWE doesn't think that a bunch of 4-star matches are going to satisfy us. We've put up with a lot of beep, and WWE owe us S tier. Show your boy Cody cooked. I think that it's hard to give you an S tier, because a lot of it is to do with the wrestlers. You can sort of set the table. I mean, these wrestlers have got a hell of responsibility on their shoulders, because it's all well and good saying, it's creative that have messed up the builds and all that stuff, and I get that. But by the time the match starts, it's on the wrestler, right? It's on the wrestler then. It's on the wrestlers, and it's on the whoever produced the match. Because I do think, certainly on SmackDown, and I think it's so hard to explain why SmackDown's in-ring has fallen completely off a cliff. I would love someone to ask that question, right? I mean, I don't know that they would get a good answer from the wrestlers, but if someone could just ask some of those SmackDown stars, why is it that the SmackDown matches have just seemingly fallen off a cliff? I can look on Cage Match. I can look at the community scores. I can look at comments being made on social media. The consensus is the same. Wherever I look, SmackDown's match quality has fallen off a cliff. Like, it's just completely fallen off a cliff. And I've said before, we can sit here and say it's a lack of house shows, but I don't feel like the Raw match quality is as bad. And I saw something like Bayley versus Flammer from AAA, and there's no way they've had time to work anything out right in advance. Bayley versus Flammer. Bayley answered Flammer's open challenge a few weeks ago at the Raider Reyes, and it was a fantastic match. I mean, it was over 4 stars, like 4.25, maybe 4.5. I mean, it really was a fantastic match. And there's no way they've been doing any matches with each other or working anything out in advance. But they were still able to go in there and perform. So I suppose my concern is we're watching SmackDown at the moment, and their matches are like good 85% or something, right? Rather than great. And this is WrestleMania. I mean, this is where you perform, and we haven't really been seeing it on the shows leading to WrestleMania. So are we going to see it tonight? Are they going to pull out the stops tonight? Have they been rehearsing for these matches and planning for these matches? And this is where the injuries, the card changes, the fact that some people didn't know who their opponent was going to be until, you know, I mean, think about Gunther, Seth. I mean, they haven't had long to put a match together. I don't think they were even facing each other until a couple of weeks ago. So, you know, there's been a lot of disruption on the builds, mainly due to injuries and changing of plans. That can't have helped the prep for these matches. I think the general quality on a weekly basis seems to be at a real low at the moment. And so I am looking at the card, just thinking the same as you, really. We do need to get a bit out of this funk. I feel like we're in a bit of a funk at the moment, right? We need to get out of it. And one of the ways we can get out of it is by putting on a really solid, really strong WrestleMania. And the way that you do that is by putting on great matches. Great matches, really dramatic, making people just really engrossed and engaged. And I don't know if we're going to get that. I just don't know. I mean, if you look at where we are, if you look at like how WrestlePalooza was received, Survivor Series was received, Royal Rumble was received, there's a lot of under-delivering there, a lot of underperformance. I want to be optimistic and I want to be positive, and we're going to try and do all of that. But yeah, I think it is worth, just for a second, just kind of pointing out this is not all on creative. It's not all about them, right? When that bell rings, the wrestlers have to take responsibility here. And so it's going to be very interesting. Something else I'll be looking out for. Who does that? Who does that today? They're getting paid a lot of money. And I think it's very easy to let the wrestlers off the hook, because I think it's very easy to just go, oh, creative sucks, creative sucks, creative sucks. Well, not everything's creative. At some point, the bell rings and you got to perform. And I'll be looking out for that on this show. Because, you know, when the bell rings, really, it's largely down to the wrestlers and whoever produced the match to give us, like, you know, a banger, to give us, like, something worthy of the WrestleMania stage. So, yeah, this is why it's so hard. Even Triple H can't guarantee an S-tier WrestleMania. There's way too many moving parts, way too many people involved. You can set the table, but you know, they've got to actually deliver. So let's keep our fingers crossed, shall we? What do we think of Jericho turning WWE down to return to AEW, says Ben. I've not heard the ins and outs of it, to be honest. I can't really comment. Obviously, it's disappointing that he didn't come in. I'm not one of these fans that's going to now try and make out, oh, I didn't want him anyway. I did want him because I know that he's not going to give you a great match at this stage in his career, or I wouldn't expect that. But he's a legend. He's got a lot of connections with wrestlers that I think we could dig into. You know, he could do the highlight reel talk show, and I think that'd be a great use for him. He, of course, would wrestle at a WrestleMania or a SummerSlam, but I would keep his matches to a minimum. Obviously, we build towards like a bit of a retirement run, maybe next year. If you keep his matches to a minimum, perhaps you could get like 3 years or something out of him. And over that time period, he wrestles 4 times a year or something like that, right? But really, I just wanted him to be around, really. I mean, he is a connection to the Attitude Era. He is someone that the fans know and love and respect. And even if he's done some rubbish stuff in AEW, which I don't know, I haven't followed him that closely over the past few years, he's still Jericho, right? He's still, you just made the list, right? And people love that. So, and, you know, all the other things he's done over his career. He was always really good at, you know, having a gimmick and doing, you know, he's been like, obviously, the learning tree, which I don't know what people thought of that. I know he was the wizard for a time in AEW as well. He had the Jericho Appreciation Society. Little bit of bubbly. Do you remember when he was doing that, when he was their champion? And he won the belt, and he did the whole little bit of bubbly thing, and that caught on for a minute. He's very good at that. He's very good. Do you remember Mitch the Plant when he was in that feud with Dean Ambrose as well? And he just randomly got this plant over called Mitch. He's very, very clever at stuff like that. So I think to have had him in WWE would have been good in that regard. But yeah, I was never expecting great matches out of him. I think he could have had a stable of wrestlers. I could totally see the Vanity Project being with him. I could totally see, like, you know, a group of young NXT talent being with him. And I think that's what they've probably tried to do with the learning tree thing in AEW. So why he turned it down, I'm not sure. I don't know if it was more money. I don't know if he just doesn't fancy taking orders from Triple H. I don't know if he was just more excited by the flexibility that AEW allows. There could be a plethora of reasons. I haven't heard the reason. But, yeah, disappointing. I mean, it's not one that I'm dwelling on. But, yeah, I think we were all excited if he was going to be in the Rumble or if he was going to be in that crate or whatever. So the fact that it's not gone that way, yeah. Tony K, Big Tony K, Days, my friend from the other side, if my sources are correct, then the ending of the main event will have you infuriated. But let's see what happens. Well, I don't think I will be, actually. And I've kind of said this. I mean, I don't think I'm going to be the best person to watch that main event with, because I'm just going to be pretty numb to it. I mean, we'll talk about it, but I don't think it's going to really get an emotional reaction out of me, because for me, this story is pretty ruined. I just have no interest in anything related to Pat. And the only way I can imagine that this will satisfy or would be received well is if Pat has signed something to say that he's banned from ringside and we just don't see him. Then I might be able to sit down and enjoy Cody and Randy have the match that I want to see them have. But the thing is, I expect Pat to get involved. I mean, I expect that. I think you expect that as well. So I'm not going into that match expecting it to be what I want it to be. I don't see how it can be what I want it to be. And so as a result, I'm prepared. I'm over it. I know it's not going to be what I want. And that's okay. You know, sometimes you don't get what you want. And so, you know, this one is just not going to be for me. I'm fortunate in the sense of, you know, I was angry about it and I'm still angry about it, but there's an acceptance there now. And I think the fact that so many other people were appalled by it as well is comforting, because it sort of, makes it a little easier, because at least I'm not on my own. For a little while there, I was fighting the fight about Pat being involved kind of on my own, but I mean, now there's flipping everywhere I turn, people are going off on him. So I don't know, we'll have to see what they've got planned. I think Triple H will do something to try and please people, put a smile on faces. I think there's been too many frowns, too much sadness, too much negativity, and I think WWE owe the fans a smile, and so I think they will try and do something tonight. I really do expect that. I do expect them to do something to Pat as a comeuppance. But, well, we'll see. I'm pretty chilled about it. I'm just focused really on the rest of the cards, and then whatever that main event will be, that will be. Que sera, sera. The Real Rebel, shout out to you, said, my prediction is that Cody will go heel tonight. The interview he did with ESPN seemed heelish to me, not to mention wearing all black for the Hall of Fame. Well, I mean, certainly after yesterday, I think they're running out of road. I was a big believer in keeping Cody face. I still believe it was the right thing to do, but the truth is still the truth, and that is, unless you change Cody's character, you are going to get the same results. So I didn't know, actually, and I understand, why they might have thought this was going to happen, but they put Pat with Randy, and so you made Randy slightly less desirable, right? All of a sudden, Randy and Pat together does not make Randy as cool, right? And so Pat's been getting boos, and so by extension, I could understand WWE thinking Randy now is getting boos. Just because you have kind of lowered the interest in that person, it doesn't always automatically mean that the interest in that person goes up. Cody has not changed. We haven't seen anything out of Cody that suggests this is a version any different to the person that we had 2 months ago, 3 months ago, 6 months ago, 12 months ago. Like, he's exactly the same. So if you didn't like Cody, I can't imagine that you have started liking him now. It's just that now, like, you just don't maybe like Randy as much as you did, or you like Randy but you just can't stand Pat, right? But I mean, that crowd last night, they made it very clear where they stand. I saw loads of clips of people going, this is one of the saddest woes I've ever heard. When Cody came out and did his music and he does the whoa, like, it is so somber, it is so sad. And so people were like, this is one of the saddest woes that I've ever actually heard. And it was quiet. It was sad. I think they're running out of time. They're running out of road. I don't know now if they were to change Cody and give him a bit more of an edge and change that character and evolve it a little bit. I don't know how the fans would react to it. It could be lost. It could be gone. I don't know. That would be a very, very interesting conversation at creative. I mean, we're at the point now where it's like, do you try and change Cody's character a little bit and see how the fans react to it? So keep it babyface, but just evolve it, right? Evolve it so he's not as, get rid of the what you want to talk about, and maybe even get rid of the suits and, give that character a bit more fire. I think, to be honest, Cody naturally is obviously a very emotional, very lovely person. You sort of need him to... Well, he's played a heel before, so I mean, he can obviously be a heel, but without turning him full-blown heel, because there's a lot of kids that like him, there's a lot of guys that like him as well. It's the IWC that have an issue with him. Do you explore that, or do you just pull the trigger and turn him heel? People are split on that. I think most would turn him heel by this point. Certainly, as we keep hearing those kind of reactions that we heard yesterday. You do have to remember, though, this is a WrestleMania crowds. This is largely going to be the IWC. So, that is going to have a big effect, isn't it? So this isn't a normal crowd, but it's not worked. This is still going to be your WrestleMania crowd. I think whatever you heard yesterday, that in reaction-wise, is what you'll hear tonight. Because, there was 10,000, 15,000 people at SmackDown. There's 45,000 at WrestleMania, so it's not that much more. I think there's a big enough sample size to know that the reaction is not going to be completely different tonight. It's going to largely be the same as what we got last night. So, yeah, could he be turning heel? It's certainly an option. Certainly, it's an option that's on the table. I think there are other options as well, though. I wouldn't be surprised if, Stone Cold comes down tonight and that's the moment instead. Because don't forget, there is the rumor at Backlash that we've got Randy and Pat taking on Cody and Jelly Roll. So if you turn him tonight, does that mean you would have to turn Randy face in order to get to the Backlash match? Or is the Backlash match just not happening and, we're going in a different direction? So I'd say it's an option. I don't know that it's what's going to happen. I think I'm probably more expecting for tonight, like a Stone Cold to come down and try and, deal with Pat. I could see Pat getting stunned or something like that. And then maybe Randy still gets the win. Then we go to Backlash and we do that tag match. But at some point, the heel turn is going to have to be looked at or spoken about. It's probably already been spoken about. But at some point, we're going to have to get to it. Certainly if those reactions are going to be like what we saw last night. So, Real Rebel, shout out to you, buds. Jackal said, we went from Drew beating Cody for the title in 3 stages of hell on SmackDown to Pat being involved with Randy in just a few short months. We did. Santino Louise said, WrestleMania 41 Night 2 only saw 87 minutes of wrestling. That's the lowest ever. Could Night 2 this year be less? Brock Ober going 5, maybe Rhea Jade going 8. It could. I don't keep tabs of that, to be honest. I'm not really too worried by that. I think that you see that sometimes with people with like Raw and SmackDown. For me, wrestling obviously is a very important part of WrestleMania and of a wrestling show. But equally overall, I'm not just looking for that. I'm looking for, character development and storylines. And, if those are going to develop in segments backstage or they're going to develop in promos or whatever it might be, I am looking for that as well. So, when it comes to like how much wrestling did we get, perhaps it's because I watch on a Monday, a Tuesday, I watch Evolve on a Wednesday. These are all just WWE, by the way. I don't even watch AEW and TNA and all of that. Just WWE, Raw, NXT, Evolve, SmackDown, premium live events, Saturday night's main events whenever they happen. I feel like I watch so much in-ring action throughout a week that I don't feel a need to grab a stop clock and keep tabs of how much wrestling we're getting, right? I just hope that the wrestling we do get is of a high quality, because it would bother me a lot more if I had a small amount of wrestling and it sucked. And that is what we've been getting on SmackDown, actually, is we've been getting, I don't know if it's a small amount of wrestling, but it's certainly wrestling that has not been satisfying. So if tonight or tomorrow was going to be 80-something minutes of wrestling, as long as it's like really good wrestling that we enjoyed, that felt like it was, fitted the story and it was like, engrossing and engaging, that wouldn't bother me. I really wouldn't be worried by that. It's more important that, all the parts deliver. The entrances are good I mean, do you remember Roman's entrance from last year? It might be my favourite entrance ever, actually. Roman's entrance with those blocks kind of coming down behind him, showing his family on those screens. I thought that was so impressive. It's funny, but like entrances, a lot of them are just people walking to the ring, right? Not really fussed by those. But that you do get, certainly for the main events or bigger matches, you do get some entrances that are true spectacles. You know, and I'd point to that Roman one in particular, or the emotion of Heyman and Punk when they came out. I wouldn't want to lose those things or dial them down just so I can get a few more minutes of wrestling instead. The thing is, with WWE, we have a lot of video packages, of course. There's a lot of time in between when that match ends and this match begins, because we have to show all these sponsors and we have to show all these video packages. Those are annoying, and that's something that you can sort of blame TKO for. But then saying that, tonight we're looking at a potential 4.5 hour show. So I don't know. I mean, have they just extended the show and, you know, tried to make the wrestling longer? I mean, last year I think night 1 was 3 hours 18. Night 2 I think was like 3:50 something. The scheduled time for tonight's main show, WrestleMania, is 4.5 hours. So if this does go 4.5 hours today, that will be an hour and a quarter longer than last year Saturday. And if it goes 4.5 hours tomorrow, there is an extra half an hour there that we didn't have. And actually, I don't even know how many matches we had last year. I'm not sure. I don't know if it was 6 or 7. We've only got 6 at the moment. Of course, they could always spring a surprise match on us. But at the moment, there's 7 matches tonight, 6 tomorrow. And there's a 4.5 hour chunk that's been allocated for it. So, yeah, as I said, I'm not worried. For me, I'm more interested in what we do get wrestling-wise. Is it good? Is it satisfying? If we're just going to get a load of 2-minute squash matches, we'll be amongst the first to complain. But I'm hoping that what we get is going to, you know, satisfy. So, Santino Luis, shout out to you, my friends. We'll be keeping an eye on that. Tony said, are we caffeinated and hydrated? Happy Mania days. Happy Mania, Tony. I am... I've done this so many times. I sort of just know what I'm doing now. This to me is just a marathon. So there's no point coming out of the gates, like just bouncing off the walls. Like we still need to be here in like 9 hours time. We did a near 10-hour stream yesterday. And so, you know, today we're just kind of going through the process, you know. So we've still got 1 hour and 15 minutes until the countdown show begins. That's going to be a 3-hour countdown show. That countdown show is not going to have any matches. It's just going to be a lot of punditry, maybe the odd interview, and it's just going to be a lot of just video packages. So that's fine. We'll have it on in the background and we'll just keep talking. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on it because you never know what else might pop up. Yeah, I think it was on one of those countdown shows they announced AAA had been purchased by WWE. So that was a big deal. But whether we get something like that this year, I really don't know. So yeah, you're right. It's stay hydrated, stay caffeinated. It is definitely going to be a marathon, not a sprint. And it is worth remembering that so that people aren't flagging later. So, Tony, shout out to you. Phantom, thank you, my friends. I did notice the whole chat just kind of moving really quickly. And I was like, oh, what's going on? I did see. But I didn't see who it was. But it was Phantom6715 firing in some gifted memberships. I really do appreciate that, buds. I really do appreciate that. And we do member streams every weekday. And we will next week as well. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Different stream each day for about half an hour. We do watch-alongs, we do quizzes, we do chats. We're trying to get a championship game started as well. Like, there's loads of different things that we're trying to do on the member side. So, yeah, come and join us. It's not just that your name goes green. There are other perks as well. So, yeah, Phantom, I really appreciate that, bud. So, Phantom6715, very, very kind. Very, very generous. And I hope that people have said thank you, because I saw so many people benefiting from that. So, very kind. Russell said, I didn't manage to get a free membership. I think you have to have it turned on, don't you? You have to have it turned on. You have to have like accept free membership thing turned on. Someone said, I don't know how you do it, but Miss Clown said, I'm flagging right now. You'll be all right. Car, hello. Do we think someone from AAA will attack Dominic and help Finn win? I wouldn't do that personally, only because I don't think I don't think Finn the Demon should need help. I think, like, you know, it's been 3 years since we saw the Demon, and I think that as much as we kind of like to hate Dominic, you know, Dominic's like this heel. I think the WrestleMania fans in particular will be cheering Dom. You know, Dom is someone that puts a lot of work in. He's someone that's got the Mysterio name, doing work in AAA. He's fun on his promos. He's been pretty fun with Liv and fun in Judgment Day. People like Dominic. But he's a heel and people enjoy booing him. And I think that for him to lose at Mania is no problems against the Demon. I don't know that we need to sort of protect Dominic. I don't feel like he's someone that needs that protection. And I feel like the Demon is actually a character that deserves a win clean. You know, the Demon shouldn't really need help in order to get the victory. So, and certainly because we messed around with the Demon. Do you remember the top rope breaking and the Demon falling into the ring and Roman Reigns beating him? I mean, it was such a bad look for the Demon. I just sort of feel like, why have the Demon character go up against Roman if that's how you was going to treat him, if that's how you was going to book him? So, yeah, frustrating. This feels a bit of a reset for Finn. He's been in Judgment Day for so long that now he's coming out of it. I think, yeah, let's put the rocket on him. Let's give him momentum. Let's give him wins. Let's make them clean. I don't really feel a need or see a need for him to, you know, have to win because of shenanigans. So I'm not going to say it's impossible. I think that every match has got potential to have people interfering, but I think we should try and keep it to a minimum, because obviously if we have people interfering in every match, then of course everything will just be sort of just, I don't know, it'll just become like shenanigan mania. Like, it's better if we just kind of keep it the competitors, and then when someone does interfere, it'll have a bit more impact because it won't have been happening in every match. So, I don't know, I'd just pick a couple of matches. I mean, I really think, for example, do we need to protect Dominic, or is it better to protect Seth Rollins? Because for me, Seth versus Gunther, I could see Gunther winning because he's just retired Cena, he's retired AJ Styles, he's retired Goldberg, and now here he is at WrestleMania taking on Seth Rollins. I think he's got to win. I think Gunther's got to win. It doesn't make any sense him losing at WrestleMania again after tapping out to Jay last year. So he's got to win. But do we want Seth to just lose clean to Gunther? I feel like this is where Bron Breakker could come in and cost Seth. So Gunther wins, Seth loses, Gunther can brag about beating Seth. Seth obviously has got his Bron Breakker issue, and we know they were going to be facing, but Bron Breakker got injured. So to me, that makes more sense that we have interference there. Rather than, you know, should we have Maxine get involved? Should we have a AAA person get involved? Should we have Raquel get involved? Like, should we have Stone Cold get involved? Jelly Roll get involved? Like, I don't know that we can have all this interference in all of these matches. We got to just be very selective. So it's all possible, though. I mean, I can't sit here and say they're not going to do it or not going to do that, but I would just say that if I was booking this show, Don't mind a couple of matches having a couple of interference, but I would not be doing it for any more than that. Netforce said, if you turn on accept gifted membership by hitting the join button, then hit the 3 dots in the right corner and go to gift settings, says Netforce. Netforce, thank you. I genuinely don't know. I've never done it myself, so I don't know where you go for that. John Wesley Hardin, Bob Dylan album. I'm guessing the membership isn't too different from other channels. You watch member-only streams, get your name shown in a different colour. We do 5 streams. I don't know how it works on other channels, but on a Monday, we do half-hour chat with just the members where they can ask questions, and I try and work through all of their thoughts. So obviously, certainly on a stream like this where there's a lot of people coming and going and joining us, I don't get a chance to get to everyone's thoughts. But on a Monday, I sit down and I try and get through all the members' ones. On a Tuesday, we do a Sporkle quiz. That's where it'll be like, name every Intercontinental champion. People are shouting out names and I'm putting them in and we're trying to answer the quizzes. It's quite good, actually. I think it's quite useful for just improving a bit of knowledge. You know, you can, go back and learn some stuff or remember some stuff. So I think it's quite fun and people enjoy those streams. On a Wednesday, we do... What do we do on a Wednesday? Wrestle Feuds. That's where I bring a couple of members onto the stream and we actually do a quiz with them called Wrestle Feuds. The members seem to like that. On a Thursday, we do a watch along. We watch a match each week, and so we do a watch along. And then on a Friday, we're trying to get a championship game thing going. Again, it's like a quiz thing, and you put your answers into a Google form, and then we rank everyone. We can see how everyone did on the form. So we're trying to get that going. It's a little bit tricky because we're trying to get it right. And so it's, once we've cracked it, it'll be great. But it's just trying to get the balance right at the moment, because we're trying to get it so that people have got time to write down the answers, but we don't want to give people too long where they're Googling the answers and having time to search for answers. So we're trying to find that balance of how long do people need to write answers down, and how long is too long. It's really just, if we can get the timings right, then I think we will have cracked it. So we do something on a Monday, a Tuesday, a Wednesday, a Thursday, and a Friday. So we're pretty busy, to be honest. So I'm not sure how others run theirs, but that's what we do over here. Omni said, I've got my fingers crossed that there's a big twist tonight, because they always seem to let me down. Okay, well, I hope not. I hope they don't let you down tonight. WWE Jobbers said the Wyatts are a glorified job squads. Wow, geez Louise. Do you know, I was thinking about this because it was one of the things I was thinking about after seeing SmackDown. I think that, and I'm sure that Wyatt 6 fans know this now, but basically Nightbird was too good. I mean, Nightbird was incredible. It was Rob Fee who just absolutely cooked. It was him, it was Bo, it was them sat down, just having time to plan this campaign out. They absolutely nailed it. People absolutely loved it, resonated with it. We covered it, and it was so good, and it was so much fun, and really enjoyed it. And then, of course, the group debut, Rob Fee, I believe, then just goes off to work with other people. He's not like the personal writer for the Wyatts. And they just then become a group. They just then are here, and it's time to hand them over to the WWE creative department. And that's where it goes wrong, isn't it? If ever, WWE's creative department take over your booking, that's where it goes wrong. So the truth is that Nightbirds sold us a dream that was never a reality. Nightbird was so interesting with QR codes, character depth, going to different locations, mysteries, and, having to go to the WhatsApp, having to go to their Twitch accounts, having to put pieces and clues together. having like, you know, URLs and journals and journal entries and this just wealth of stuff, which was just so captivating and was so interesting that, you know, it just sold you a dream, a bill of goods that just was never, you know, never happening. It was never there. You know, the truth was that was a fantastic campaign, but really the group that has followed has just been a group that's it, that just come down to the ring, wrestle, and that's it. There is nothing more to them than that. And I think we've seen long enough now. They've had long enough. We could make excuses when it wasn't working at first. We could easily make excuses. But the truth is that this is the group. This is it. This is it. I don't think it's ever going to get better than this. It can get better than this if someone competent was to get a hold of this group. Someone that cared was to get hold of this group and actually steer their creative. You know, just tell me the TV time they've got and I will, you know, sort it out. Whether we just don't have the resource for that. I mean, the creative team are having to look after loads of different people. There's not going to be just one person that's given the job of sorting out the Wyatt 6 creative. That person is going to have loads of other things to worry about as well, right? So, yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Seeing them lose to the MFTs in what is probably the end of that feuds is just rock bottom. Is that where we are? A feud where we bicker and argue over a lantern that was not made important before it got stolen, by the way. It never was explained what that lantern was. It was just a connection back to Bray. I understand it had sentimental value, but they were trying to tell us a story that, like, Solo was changing by having that lantern. You know, this lantern is changing you. I mean, it was so... I feel like they had an idea, but they never fully committed to it. And then we just ended up abandoning it. And in the end, Tama Tonga just gave the lantern back. And how many times did Howdy have it only for it to be snatched back again? I mean, it was so bad. It was so cheesy. And, you know, we build up to this final blow-off. We're all like, please, just let this be the end. And just when you think, oh, well, it can't be any worse, they actually have the babyface team lose to the MFTs. And, yeah, I mean, to be honest, I've not seen loads of outrage about it because I think a lot of people have just given up on the Wyatt 6. At various points, I think they've just given up. At various points, I think they're just like, this is not and is never going to be what Nightbird promised us. And so people have just been like, forget this. So, you know, I haven't even seen tons of conversation around it, honestly. They're in a bad place. They're in a bad place. And I think they must know they're in a bad place as well. How you fix that group now, I'm not sure. Because you can try and start doing all the cool stuff and hope that's going to work. But the truth is, a lot of people might just be like, I'm not interested anymore, you know? It's bad. It's really bad. Let's go to the bit over here. Bang. Netforce Technologies LLC. Shout out to you. Russell, shout out to you. And Ben, shout out to you as well. Appreciate the support, my friends. Hello to everyone that's joining us. We're almost done with hour one. And yeah, I'm here to get stuck into whatever we want to talk about. Forever said, you put the jacket back on. You mean business? Oh, I'm cold, actually. Do you know what? I've really ruined my sort of internal body clock temperature because, like, for years I would just sit here without a jacket on, and then it was so cold over the winter I started wearing a jacket. It was really cold in the UK over this winter, and I just found myself really cold, so I wore a jacket. Now every time I take it off I can really feel the difference. So I've just completely destroyed my body temperature. So yeah, I took it off for a little bit and I was starting to feel it. Tyler said, I got a lot of snacks for tonight. The excitement is really starting to come. Goods. I got some Haribos. Look at these milkshakes. Look at them. They've I don't know if they're new or if they've only just started selling them, but they're quite nice. They are deliciously smooth, creamy, and flavorful. Banana, vanilla, and strawberry. Yeah, available now. Haribo milkshakes. So my milkshakes bring all the boys to the yard, so that's why I have them. John said, can someone with more wrestling knowledge or better memory tell me, last night at the Hall of Fame, was that the first time that WWE played a Wolfpack theme on air? Whoa. I honestly couldn't tell you. I don't know. I mean, I know that NWO have gone in. Whether they played Wolfpack as part of that, though, I'd have to go back and, watch again. Defcon said, my first time judging a boxing card tonight because of you. Defcon, shout out to you. What do you mean, buds? Are you going to a boxing event or what's give me the deets? What's the shenanigans? LA Joey said, Days, if you was given creative control of the Wyatts, what would you do to save them? I'd get them off TV. I'd do another Nightbirds. But this time I would follow through with it going into their stories. So I think what they did was they had, say, a 2-month campaign planned. Well, I would try and have something that's 5 months, 6 months planned so that I can not only do a Nightbird campaign, but I would have the QR codes and all of that going into, when their characters actually kind of debut. I think I'd be more tempted to actually have them come in individually as well, because I think as a group, they're very difficult to book. I think I'd be more interested in maybe doing Nikki coming in and going after someone, using that campaign to dig into her backstory. Then when she has come in and gone after someone, show me where she lives. Show me, her mindset. Tell me a bit about her character. Drop a little bit of mystery in there so that the fans can speculate about some stuff. And, get her up and running. Then do exactly the same with Loomis and Gacy. I'd keep them as a tag team, but I'd drop them in. Again, similar. And they can then go off. And then I'd do the same with Rowan and Howdy. They can come in. Bit of a solo, Howdy kind of going after single stuff with Rowan with him. I would do them individually because I think that as a group, we don't have many opponents for them as a group. I also think that I'd like that Avengers moment further down the road where I bring them all back together again when there is a group. Because there will be a group, be it Judgment Day or someone that they've not faced. And it's time for them to unite. And the fans will get excited if, Nikki Cross is being attacked by Liv and she needs a bit of backup. And can you imagine if, lights go out and then in the stands is Howdy? Over the other side is Gacy. Over the other side is Loomis. And all of a sudden the Wyatt Six are reuniting. And, you've got Judgment Day in the ring as the Wyatt Six are coming down. I can imagine the crowd going, holy... You know what I mean? This is sick. Off we go. And the thing is that you will have built out all the characters much better because you would have been focused on them individually. And it wouldn't be... It's a bit like when you've got a tidier room. You look at the room, you're like, I just don't fancy this. But if you break it down into little bits, it's a lot easier. You do a little bit a day, then it's a lot easier. I'll sort out the wardrobe today. I'll do the chest of drawers tomorrow. I'll sort underneath the bed the next day. And you can break it down. And I think if you do that with these characters, it'll be a lot easier to manage. Then you can have your Avengers moment where you bring them together. And hopefully, you will have really got people invested in the characters. I mean, part of the problem is that you've got Nikki playing Abby the Witch, right? It's meant to be Sister Abigail, Abby the Witch. It's meant to be the puppet sort of brought to life. But it's not really brought to life. It's more just... she's adopted the persona, right? Well, what has she adopted? What is her... where does Nikki end? And where does Abby begin? And what does she believe she's adopted? Can Nikki tell me who Abby is? Does Abby take control of Nikki in any way? And I'm not talking in a supernatural manner. I'm talking in a split personality manner. You know, does that even happen? I don't know. I mean, the Nikki Cross that we see now, is it just Nikki Cross pretending to be Abby? Or is that Abby? I don't know. I have no idea. Because we don't explore it. And I think there's a lot to get your teeth into there. Where do they live? You know, I mean, we saw these wooden shacks, which was kind of interesting. And we never went back and explored any of that, right? There was the whole bride thing, right? Because Nikki at the time was wearing this longer kind of, she looked like a bride. And like we never explored why she was wearing that, because what she wears now is nowhere near as big, or she doesn't have a veil like she did in those vignettes. So why was she wearing that bigger dress and that veil? And why did we move away from that? Why was she wearing that? I just think like there's all this stuff, like the journal entries have stopped. Why did they stop? I mean, you had this journal that was really interesting. You could use that to tease some big things that are coming up. Where do you want to start? I mean, honestly, where do you want to start? I mean, if you look at how satisfying Nightbird was, how big of a campaign it was, and then, like, even if you didn't see it, just imagine none of that now happening, right? We're getting none of that. That's the difference of where we were and where we are. It's night and day. Absolutely night and day. So it just needs, I mean, it would be in WWE's benefit for them to just pay someone, right? Not much money, but just pay someone to just focus on the Wyatt Six. Because I think there is so much you can get out of that group, but it just seems like no one's got the time to do it. I don't think anyone in WWE Creative has got the time to just focus on the Wyatt Six. You don't need to pay someone $200,000 a year or whatever, right? Just pay them, I don't know, $50,000 a year or whatever it is, right? To WWE, that's nothing. That is $50,000 a year. They wouldn't even notice that it's gone, right? But if the end result is that you've got someone that is just focused on the Wyatts, creating QR codes, looking into the lore, making sure that everything lines up and that there is a story and there is continuity, working with Bo, working with the group, making sure they all know what their backstories are, and, you know, just keeping everything in order and making sure when it's time to do vignettes, the vignettes are executed and they're all within, you know, the story and the story development, and we know where we're going. And, you know, if Bo's got any of Bray's books that he's been working on or any, you know, material, let's have a look at it. What can we take from it? Where were certain things going? What were Bray's plans? I think the reason people were excited is because we thought we might be able to dig more into Bray's mind, right? Because maybe he left some stuff before he passed. But we just haven't moved these characters on. We have literally, this is a tribute act. That's what this is. This group is here in tribute to Bray Wyatt. It's not here to expand upon his worlds. And I don't see why we can't do that. If you are too nervous to expand on Bray's worlds, don't do it. Don't do it. There's not really much point in the group being here if you're not going to take that work and build upon it and expand upon it. You know, Bray will always be the creator of this world. I don't agree that we just don't touch it, you know. Just seems to have stopped. It's very frustrating. So meets CFC, shout out to you, said Days, hope you well. It's just about to have my pre-Mania nap. I'm too old to do an all-nighter now. I hope it'll be a good Mania. All the best, pal. And to you, buds. And to you. I hope that you have a good nap. A good nap before WrestleMania. I can definitely vibe with that. So yeah, have a good one, buds. Metal Mama said, I think when they moved to SmackDown, they focused creative on the Horror Nights house, and they just lost the original creative team. I don't know. It feels like Rob isn't a part of it. No, well, he's not. Because Rob, I know, has been working on WWE Club WWE. So I know he's been doing that. Plus also, I've seen him in pictures with other superstars. Rob's role is to be director of character development, but that's not Wyatt's. That's everyone. So where characters need to develop, I mean, we need to kick him over to Cody's direction, to be honest. So, you know, it's a good role, actually. Someone there that you've got a bit of a problem with the characters, you need to evolve them. You've got someone that's a director of that. So, you know, vignettes. I mean, I would imagine he probably did some stuff with Royce Keys recently. I really wouldn't be shocked if that great Royce Keys vignette was kind of Rob Fee, right? So, yeah, they gave Rob this massive campaign of Nightbirds, but once that was done, yeah, he was around. But, well, he was off doing other stuff. You know, it was time for him to do other vignettes and work on other things. So, yeah, he's not their personal writer. And that's part of the problem, isn't it? Because he was amazing with what he did for them with Nightbird. Like, amazing. But the group just couldn't follow that up. But, you know, how were they ever going to? If you was going to take away all those QR codes and all that backstory and not give them much TV time and have them fighting over some lantern that you haven't even, you know, really explained, I mean, they're dead on arrival. There's not much they can do. All they can do is walk to the ring and have a match. I mean, Nikki doesn't even get a match. Nikki doesn't even get to go into the ring. I think I saw her do a crossbody in the match SmackDown. It might have been the only thing she's done this year. So I feel for him. Steve said they need someone that does that type of work all round for both main rosters. This would help with the storytelling and the characters and the continuity. Do we need more people like Rob Fee? Well, yeah, I mean, Rob Fee did Nightbirds. Nightbirds was really well received. So you go, good. Okay, you can't do that exact type campaign all the time, but any of that sort of work for characters is going to be well received. Having people, I mean, maybe it just feels like it's too light. I don't get the impression that there's people in those creative teams standing around not doing anything. I mean, actually, the vibe I get is that they're probably very overworked and they're probably, you know, like got a lot on their plate. And now this has changed. We got to change the plans. And now this is happening. And do you know what I mean? Like, I don't get the impression there's people standing around not knowing what to do. Like, because if that's the case, why the hell have we got such problems? Because why are we not seeing better character development? I mean, I thought what they did with Royce Keys and his vignette was fantastic. I mean, that made me feel a connection to Royce Keys that I'd not felt before, because there he was going back to his house. Here was us finding out about his mother passing away. Here was images of his mother. Here was him getting upset, talking about how he wishes his mom could see him wrestle. And I mean, like, it was probably the best part of SmackDown. I mean, as a vignette, it was absolutely incredible. And that shows you the power of vignettes. I mean, it shows you just how constructive they can be, right, when you use them correctly. And we just don't get that many of those, certainly not that go into that kind of depth. I mean, you might have someone sat backstage just saying a few lines, but yeah, I thought what they did with Royce Keys was fantastic. So yeah, if we had a few more people around and we had a few people looking at character development, perhaps, you know, we could actually get somewhere. So I wish that we got a glimpse into that world. I wish that rather than having to speculate, we could actually talk from a place of, this is the problem, you know. I wish that, like, people would be honest and would, like, give us honest answers, because there's clearly problems and we're having to speculate about things that we don't have answers to because we don't have the information. So yes, I feel like more Rob Fees would be great because the work he does is fantastic. So if we had more of him, that would hopefully result in more fantastic work. But there's problems, and, you know, you speak to wrestlers, and they largely are just, we're trying our best. Triple H, people think that creative's easy. It's not that easy. And it's just, political answers, really. A politician's answer. I wish creative was as easy as people think it is. But we never really get into the weeds with anything. I know injuries have hurt. I know that. But, it doesn't explain why SmackDown has been as bad as what it is. SmackDown is historically bad in 2026. Certainly this past month. It's been amongst... I think it might be, the worst month of shows I can ever remember for a WWE product. It's been that bad. So, they've got to do something. I saw people online saying that SmackDown needs a hard reset after WrestleMania. And I agree. I think whatever that creative team is, it's wrong. Whatever the setup is, it's wrong. Whatever the roster is, it's wrong. Whatever you need to do, you've got to change it. Just scrap it all. Put it all in the bin. And just flip and start again. Because if you start again, it cannot get worse. They had a 0.8 out of 10 on Cage Match 2 or 3 weeks ago. Then it was 1.2 out of 10. And I think yesterday's, I don't actually know what it's at, but when I looked last night, it had, I think it was 10 ratings. It was at about a 3.4. And I looked at that and went, oh, okay, that's better. Okay, well, it's actually 4.3 now. It's had 36 votes and it's at 4.3. And I think it was a better show. I would say, the Battle Royal and the Royce Keys moment, less Pat involvement, it managed to get it to a 4.3. Last week it was a 1.2. Week before it was a 0.8. We can't even get to 5 out of 10 on SmackDown at the moment. And that's not just a bad week. That's a bad month. And even if you go into February, it was in the 5s. So, even that's not something to really celebrate, is it? That's not something to throw babies in the air over. So, yeah, more Rob fees I would take, to be honest. I can't say that that's going to fix everything, but his work is very, very good. Any time that... there's something that has a vignette or something that has satisfied. Normally turns out Rob Fee was behind it. So I think he's been great. So more of him must hopefully lead to better shows. Right. Metal Mama said, I agree. It doesn't feel fluent. It feels like someone just writes one week and then another person does the next. And then they go back and it's just all over the place. It's not consistent. And it can be a bit hard to follow, says Metal Mama. Do we think Road Dogg left since he knew what was coming down the pipeline, said Venom. Well, I don't know. The one thing that I don't agree with is that he is the answer. Because, as we said, the shows have been bad for a while. And I think that he was getting a lot of heat online. And what's weird now is that because the shows have gotten worse, people are saying justice for Road Dogg. But he was there and the shows were bad. So to me, he's not the solution, right? So I can say that the problems are bigger than Road Dogg. But what I can also say is if you bring Road Dogg back, history tells us the shows are not going to be magically better, right? They're not going to magically start being 7, 8 out of 10. So there's clearly bigger problems than just one person, right? Unless that person is a Triple H or is, I don't know who the head writer for SmackDown is, right? But I think that with Road Dogg in the mix, it still was not a great show. It better than it was when we had, Pat waffling away. But did he leave because of that? I don't know. Again, that would just be speculation, wouldn't it? I think, don't forget, he didn't come across great in WWE Unreal. And I think it was that show on Netflix that people saw and were like, no, this guy needs to go. And then you saw a vocal group online like being very anti-Road Dogg. And part of me wonders, timing-wise, it's very interesting. That show drops. The reaction to it is Road Dogg needs to go, because there's a couple of moments of him in the creative room where he's just, should we put the belt back onto Chelsea? And Triple H is like, okay, well, if we do that, who's she going to feud with? And Road Dogg's like, I don't know. And you can just, like, it's a really bad look, because it's not like a really well thought out story or process. It's like, I don't know, should we just put it back on her? And Triple H is like, well, if we do that, who's she going to fight? We know she's fought everyone that there is to fight. And Road Dogg's like, I don't know. And that was in Unreal. And the reaction to that was like, this guy needs to go, man. If this is what the creative meetings are like, this ain't it. And I just thought it was interesting, timing-wise. It wasn't long after that came out that he decided to step away. And I wonder if it was the backlash to that show. I wonder if it was that. That was always my impression, was that it was something along those lines. But maybe you're right. Perhaps he knew what was coming down the line. Perhaps he knew that this Pat thing was coming. He was like, I don't want my name associated with that. I don't know. All I know is it's bad. It's been bad for a while. And the reason we're talking about this so much is because if you haven't been watching WWE, this is where the conversation is at the moment. The shows, especially SmackDown, Raw's been okay, actually. But SmackDown in particular is a chore to watch. Like, it is a challenge to get through. It's 3 hours and it feels like an endurance test. And honestly, I mean, it's bad. And with the Pat stuff as well, it's really bad. And can we shake that off this weekend? We are all in the same boat in that we are passionate WWE fans. We love the company. We want it to succeed and we want to be entertained by it. Simple, right? Everyone has got to be pulling in the same direction in that company to make that work. The wrestlers, the producers, the creative team, the runners, the ring crew, everyone's got to be pulling in the same direction, right? And at the moment, I'm not saying that they're not, but it just feels like it's a little bit chaotic. It just feels like, I don't know, it's like Tottenham Hotspurs. I mean, if you look at Tottenham at the moment, they're a football team in the UK. They've got great players. They shouldn't be in the mess that they're in, but they're in the relegation zone with like 6 games to go. And they've tried several different managers this year, and they just cannot turn this around. And that, to me, feels very similar to SmackDown, where we've got great talent. I mean, no one's looking at that roster saying that there's not great talent there. We've got great talent. But show after show, just like with Tottenham, match after match, they're L's. They are L's. They are losses. That we are not winning. And so we've got to turn it around. We need that spark to turn it around. And that Tottenham can't find it. SmackDown can't find it. And at the moment, both are getting relegated. So the hope is that spark might be this weekend. Tottenham play today. They're going to be hoping that they can get a win today, and that'll be the spark that saves their season. WrestleMania goes down this weekend. We're hoping that'll be the spark that can really, you know, get a bit of positivity in the camp and see SmackDown moving and kicking forward, you know. Because if this is a success and there's some momentum coming out of this show, that can breathe life into Raw and into SmackDown, and it could just get the wheels going again, you know? It's weird. I think it's actually not a bad analogy. They do feel like they are mirroring each other at the moment, Tottenham and SmackDown, so... Big Tony K said, after seeing heel Stephanie return last night, I think we need heel Days to return for a stream. Well, people would say that I'm nothing but heel. So there'll be people out there hoping that Babyface Days returns. No, not one has a favourite Mania moment to me. So weird. Not one has a favourite Mania moment. Favourite Mania moment. Okay, first that comes to mind is Hogan Andre. Then I think about Rock Hogan face to face. Then I think about, I think about my favorite match, which is Shawn and Undertaker. And I think about the finishing sequence to that, or even the entrances where Shawn's coming down from the heavens, Undertaker rises up from the ground. I think about the near fall with Shawn about to count the 3 in the Hell in a Cell at 28. I think about I'm Sorry, I Love You with Shawn and Rick. I think about Miss Elizabeth run into the ring as Macho Man is in the ring after just managing to battle the Warrior and lose, which means that he's out of the WWE at WrestleMania 7. Sensational Sherry is livid, and so she attacks Macho, who she had been, kind of snuggling up with. Macho King and Sensational Queen Sherry. She turns on him, and then out the crowd, Miss Elizabeth, who we haven't seen for a little while, comes bolting down, grabs Sherry by the hair, chucks her. Oh, so good. That's that famous moment where you got the person in the crowd with the glasses, like crying, celebrating the fact that Macho Man and Miss Elizabeth are reunited. That's low-key, like, such an amazing moment. I flipping love that moment. Well, I'll tell you one of my funny favourite moments no one ever talks about. WrestleMania 2. They had this old woman at ringside, right? And I didn't know who she was. But Mean Gene introduces her. And they throw over to the woman. And I swear to God, she's got this microphone, right? And she's about to talk. She goes, where's... And when she says the rest of whatever her catchphrase was, for some reason, she must do that as part of her catchphrase. Well, she whipped the microphone away. So she goes, where... And she carries on talking, but the microphone's up here. Then as soon as she's done that, right, she kind of looks... like, yes, I did it, right? And we go back to Mean Gene, and that was it. So basically, there is about 5 seconds of official WrestleMania lore, which is some random old woman swiping a microphone away from her mouth, saying a catchphrase that we can't hear because the microphone's not there, and then we just cut back to Mean Gene straight... You tell me that's not a great WrestleMania moment. That's why I tune into WrestleMania. I tune in for them moments. Old, confused people. Yeah. Apparently she was the Where's the Beef woman, which is something to do with Wendy's or something. Some sort of massive ad campaign. They had her at WrestleMania too. And her catchphrase was, Where's the Beef? Why we needed her at WrestleMania, I have absolutely no idea whatsoever, right? I don't know why we felt like we needed that woman to make an appearance, but it must have been so big as a campaign. It must have been like, no way, they've got the Where's the Beef woman, right? There's obviously not an ad campaign here in the UK, but if ever you get to see it, WrestleMania 2, she just wafts the microphone away. You don't even hear. She was there to do one job, say the line, and she failed. It's a great It's a lost, great WrestleMania moment. You had one job, old lady. One flipping job. To say one line, and you failed. And then, of course, Shane with Snoop Dogg. Flipping love that. Him coming down. We didn't know who was going to come down, and then it's Shane, and everyone's like, Shane... Like, people weren't that excited, were they, a few years ago? He comes down to the ring, gets into a match with The Miz, does both of his quads during the match. The match is only like a few seconds in. Gets injured. And then we have Snoop Dogg who's like... It's brilliant as well. That whole thing, I could do like a whole essay on that segment. With like the referee having to go over and say people's elbow. So he does this people's elbow, which I don't know if he had planned anyway. But yeah, Jessica Carr has to go up to him and go people's elbow. You can see the cameraman on the outside to Snoop Dogg like doing this. He's saying to Snoop Dogg, punch the Miz. I know you're not planning on doing it, but we've got a man down here and WrestleMania's live and we got to do something. So you've got Snoop Dogg, who's in the ring, and you've got this cameraman going, punch him, punch the Miz, punch the Miz. And so he goes over, wallops the Miz. The Miz is like, he goes down. Jess Carr's like, people's elbow, people. And she's so loud, you can clearly hear her saying to Snoop Dogg, people's elbow. People's elbow, people's elbow. And then he does it, and he does it really well. You know what I mean? Like, the armband cut, he isn't even wearing an arm pad, but that comes off, does the thing, hits the crowd, goes crazy. I mean, the moment is absolutely saved. It becomes a better moment than it would have been if it was just Shane versus The Miz. With the fact that this chaotic thing has happened and Snoop Dogg saves the day. It's one of my favorite ever WrestleMania moments. It's absolutely fantastic. That was I want to say 39, going back about 2-3 years for that one. Last year as well, with Stone Cold driving his bike into the barricade. Goated, and that woman who she kind of acted like she got hit, but I mean, it didn't touch her. She just sort of fell over from I think like she was standing, and when the four-wheeler hits the barricade in front, obviously she's startled. And it seems like because she's startled, it throws her off balance and she ends up falling down. But it's a bit of a delayed reaction. Some people were like, she's done that on purpose. But I don't know if she did or didn't. She probably did get like caught off balance. But at first we thought it had flipping hit the barricade and that had hit her. But I don't think it did. I think she was just like, did that and sort of flopped down. But yeah, Stone Cold trying to drive around the ring and going straight into that flipping barricade. Good job that barricade is as strong as what it is. Could you imagine if that thing had been knocked into the crowds or some of the damage that actually could have been done? But yeah. Oh, God, there's loads. And when you start actually going through it, there's flipping loads. I feel like we could sit here for hours talking about WrestleMania moments. Hello, Higgy. Hope you're well. Stuart, hello. I think titles will change hands tonight. I can't wait to see AJ tap out Becky for the 4th time. I'm enjoying your WrestleMania 42 night. Shout out to you, buds. Yeah, I mean, we're just going wherever the conversation goes, to be honest. We're just chatting away. And I'm just looking forward to getting our teeth into the show. Choco Latte, shout out to you, my friends. Lavender said, what about Roman CM Punk? Yeah, that's tomorrow. And I think it's really hard to know which way that's going to go, because I think that there are reasons to go either direction. I think you can go Roman because he's the biggest star. We've had a little bit of a bloodline reunion tease, but the business was so good when he was champion. And, there's lots of people that want to get onto that ride again, They want to get onto that bloodline ride. They want to have a bloodline summer. And, they're just really, they're Roman fans. I mean, Roman's enjoys such loyalty. You hear OTC chants all the time. He's one of their top merch sellers. He always will be. He is this generation's John Cena. I mean, he is like, the guy that has just dominated the main events of WrestleMania. Going back to WrestleMania 31, I mean, we've had like really 10 years of Roman being on top. And obviously we've had Cody in more recent times. But that's where Roman has actually gone to a more part-time schedule. It's where Cody has then come in and been like that full-time champion, that sort of replacement on a full-time basis. But as we've seen, there's a rejection to Cody from that IWC fan base. But Roman definitely is popular. A lot of people are hoping he gets the dub. But then equally, I think the thing with Punk is he's a fantastic promo. He is a full-timer, so he's here week in, week out. This is not his run, because that 400-odd day run is the one I think he's remembered for the most. This, though, could be a very significant run for CM Punk. This actually could end up being the run that he does get remembered for the most, because this is a run that I don't know when it ends, but it could feature him winning the Night 2 WrestleMania main event. I don't know if this run takes him to SummerSlam. It could give us a Summer of Punk. It could be a very important title run, this, for CM Punk. I mean, don't forget, he won it last year. So the reign is already, a good chunk in. I wanted to have a look, actually. World Championship, WWE. I don't know what the exact days are, like how long he's had it. He's had it 168 days. He won it on November 1st. So, you know what I mean? Like, that is a lengthy run. 168 is goods. 168 is very good. So, he's my pick. I think I'd like for this run to continue. I think I'd like to see this run go to SummerSlam and maybe end the run at SummerSlam. I think that I would like to do that because I feel like Roman has had the run he'll be remembered for. That was a few years ago with the Bloodline. I feel like Roman has won a lot of WrestleMania Night 2 main events. I think this would just be another one for him. This means more to Punk. Punk has never been in the Night 2 WrestleMania main event. He's never been in a WrestleMania main event in a singles match. This is him going in as champion and him hoping that he can leave as champion and having to go up against the guy of this generation. This is this generation's Bruno, this generation's Hogan, this generation's Cena. And so a win against Roman in the Night 2 main event of WrestleMania is a big deal. It's a big deal. It's still a big deal, even though Roman was not successful last year and obviously lost to Cody at WrestleMania 40. It's still a big deal to get a win over Roman at WrestleMania. So I understand the Roman fans. They're like, yeah, but he's already lost the last two. I don't want him to lose another one. I hear you. I understand. I don't really look at it that way. I just look at it as like, would this mean more to Punk or would it mean more to Roman? I think it means more to Punk. I think it's hard to make an argument. This means more to Roman. I think it means more to Punk. This is Punk's first Night 2 main event. And I don't know that he ever gets here again. History would say to us Roman will get here again. History will say to us that Roman will get to this Night 2 main event in the future because he's done it most years. But, I don't know that CM Punk's going to be in this position next year. In fact, he probably won't. Rumours are it's going to be Roman Rock next year. So, rumours are that Roman, and I would have Roman win that. I think Roman beats The Rock. I wouldn't have The Rock win over Roman. I'd have Roman beat The Rock. So, Punk wins here. Roman beats Rock next year. But if they are building to Rock Roman, there is every chance they have Roman win because they want the casuals to know that Roman is the man. You know, if you're going to do Roman Rock, then you need to make sure everyone's on the same page that Roman is the man. And the other thing is that at WrestleMania 31, we had Triple H against Sting. Sting should have won, but Triple H won because the plan was at WrestleMania 32, we were going to do Triple H versus The Rock. That's what we were doing at 32. So at 31, we had Triple H win. So there is history of them having people win at the WrestleMania the year before so that they can build them up for the following year. So the point I'm making, if Rock Roman is the plan for next year, then I think there's a good chance Roman wins because I think they will want to build him up ready for next year. So this is why it's hard because there's loads of Roman fans that want Roman. There's good reasons to have Roman win. But then there's a load of Punk fans that want Punk and there are good reasons as to why Punk should win. OP says Roman wins. Punk takes it back eventually. Punk gets his revenge on The Rock at some point. Punk has taken several shots at The Rock since WrestleMania 40. What about Punk Rock, says Crom. But the truth is that I think it's very difficult to get The Rock in the ring. The Rock is very, very busy with Hollywood. Really, his wrestling career is done. The Rock has had a 7-second match at WrestleMania 32, which, was a nothing match against Rowan. Really, that was just an appearance. I mean, that match he has with Rowan, there's no rehearsing. It's a rock bottom and a 1, 2, 3, right? So, I mean, there was no rehearsing that was done for that. And so before that, I'm not sure. Before that, his last match would have been WrestleMania 29 against Cena. So WrestleMania 28, WrestleMania 29, that would have been 2012, 2013. And then after that, we get to WrestleMania 32, 7-second thing I think you can dismiss. And then you have to get to WrestleMania 40. When he comes back and has that match, right? So, looking at his history of competing at WrestleMania, you can see that it is very sparse. And it's just hard to see The Rock having, as he's getting older, lots of matches. I mean, I don't see The Rock having matches for the sake of it, right? I think The Rock, if he's going to have matches at this stage in his life, he's doing it at WrestleMania, and he's doing it to sell tickets, right? Because he's part of the TKO board. Now, he obviously doesn't have a match this year. Next year, it's believed they've offered him a ton of money for him to be in Saudi and to take on Roman. And that makes sense because it's family. Rock Roman, yeah? They're in the same family. Who's the real tribal chief? All this kind of stuff. I mean, it just writes itself, doesn't it? But are we going to get any other matches out of The Rock, or could that be it? Could next year be The Rock's final match? I genuinely don't know. I really don't know, because I just don't. He does not get time for matches, and it has to be a big, big show. I mean, maybe you could do some at SummerSlam, but there's never been any chatter or any word about that happening. So. Yeah, I mean, CM Punk's there's an option, but I can't say that match is going to happen over Rock Roman. I think Rock Roman is the top match they want to do. And I would make the argument the second one would be him against Cody, given their recent history with what happened at WrestleMania 40 and with The Rock wanting to turn Cody heel. That to me would be the second match I would do. And then, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe Punk would be the third, but can we have confidence that we're going to get to all of those? I don't think so. I don't feel confident that we're going to get all of those matches. I don't think Nikki will compete tonight, said Shan. It was an angle and story for Paige to fill in. Katie said, what about Randy versus Cody? Cody, that's tonight, yeah. And Randy versus Cody, and that match to me is, well, it's hard to get excited for, to be honest with you. It's hard to get excited because of the Pat involvement. I think they'll largely keep it Randy Cody. I think that the match hopefully will deliver and will be as fun as possible. There is a report that we've got Randy hurting. So Randy hurting is an issue because I don't know that we're going to see the best of Randy tonight. Might be a bit of work for Cody to do. There might also be shenanigans from Pat to try and cover up if Randy is hurting. To give Randy a breather, they might have Pat do shenanigans. I think it's a tough match to get excited for. I think it's definitely a match that has been the most controversial and one of the most controversial builds. In regards to who wins, I think it goes Randy, because I think Randy being champion, winning number 15, and us then going into a summer of Randy and Pat. I mean, I'm sorry, I just don't think he's going away. I can see that happening. I mean, Pat's got to go back to football, but football doesn't start for a while. I mean, football's not on in the summer. I believe, does it start September time? I think it starts around September, does it not? So I think we might have to suffer Randy in the summer, him being a heel champion and Pat being around. And this is, part of the concern because, you know, the awful stuff that we've had to suffer for 2 weeks just might be a glimpse of what the summer is going to look like. So, yeah, the favorite is Randy. I picked Randy, and I don't see a reason as to why they go a different direction. I think it will be Randy that gets the job done. The only thing will be if that injury is serious enough where he's going to have time away. Him going into Mania hurting, that's the only sort of doubt that I've got in my mind, to be honest. How bad is that? Paranormal Presence said, Days, knowledge of cleaning rooms for experience. Days, knowledge of cleaning rooms for experience. I feel like that was part of a conversation that I now cannot remember. But Paranormal Presence, shout out to you. I hope you are having a good time. We are just 15 minutes away, and we'll be starting the countdown show. That starts 15 minutes. Defcon says, the old boxing live streams made me a fan. I still watch. Now in 2026, the local gym needed judges. I trained and am now a boxing judge for MCKO Boxing in Florida. Wow, that's amazing. Defcon, shout out to you. That's amazing. Congrats. God only knows where that could lead. What kind of opportunities and doors can open up with that. So, yeah, that's amazing. Very cool. You have to hit up TKO. See, because they've got Zuffa Boxing, haven't they? I don't know where they get their judges from, but that would be quite the journey, wouldn't it? To get to that kind of level. Very cool. JP said, Days, it's been a while. Is WrestleMania even full this year? Well, technically, yes, because what they do is they tops off a load of areas and they set up the seating for whatever they need. So they'll set up the stadium. So, okay, we're going to sell tickets for this sections, and that's going to be 35,000 people. So if they sell 35,000 tickets, they can say they sold out, right? Truth is, if you take all the top away, then there's another 30,000 seats they could sell, right? I've heard that they've got to 45, and apparently there's been a late surge. And you do see this. This is not unusual. If you look at the graph last year, there was a uptick in the days before. I heard that they have managed to get to around 50. Still going to be down, you know, but apparently there was a late surge. So I don't know if it's today they've managed to get to 50,000 or if it is for tomorrow. WrestleTix might have that info. But I heard there was a late surge. Let's go WrestleTix and see what they're saying. WrestleMania Saturday, tickets distributed. This was 18 minutes ago. So they have managed to get to 50,000. So afternoon update, they've sold another 1,000 tickets since this morning. So this is people going to WrestleMania, going to Vegas and getting the tickets last minute. The thing about this WrestleMania is it has not been sold out. They know that tickets are available. If you go to Vegas, you know you can get into this stadium. So there's been a late surge. So the Saturday, I mean, they've shifted a fair few tickets today, actually. They've done well there because that was at like 43,000 and a half, 44,000. I think we looked at this yesterday and it's had that late surge. Again, it's only what happened last year. There was a graph of last year that showed ticket sales like that. And then there is like this spike that kind of really goes up on the final few days. So that's still only got to 50. This was 62,000 last year. So we are down, right? We're still going to be down. But there has been a boost there. So that's where we are. So that you can see that it is set up for 51,000. I think there is. It tells you here the number of seats. If you count up every seat on this map, it is 68,700. Here, look, last year's WrestleMania, 60,000. So it can do 68. Last year they did 60. As of 18 minutes ago, they were at 50. They ain't going to do 10,000 like in the next 3 hours. Maybe it gets to 52 or something like that. But yeah, it's going to be down. But then we know that the ticket prices are higher this year. I mean, they are on track for this to be, I think, the highest grossing show ever, which is crazy because obviously, you know, we're dealing with lower numbers, but how much they've been charging for tickets has been higher. So that's where we are with today. I don't think we've got tomorrow information, but if there's been a surge on today, there'll be a surge on tomorrow. Oh, we do have tomorrow. Tomorrow, 49,000 at the moment. They'll see a surge on that tomorrow, maybe. So I mean, that's going to end up being about the same. So yeah, it would be end up being the same. So it is full for what they've got it set up for, but the truth is they can always open up more segments. So it's not a complete sellout. Elliot said, I think Punk turns heel tomorrow. I think he'll join with Pat. Elliot, thank you. Doc said, I think what is needed is we need to get Celebrity Deathmatch back on TV. The only time I'm chill with celebrities being in the ring. Happy WrestleMania weekend, all. Yeah, do you remember that? That was MTV, was that? The plasticine celebrities fighting each other. Good times. That I want to say that was like Attitude Era times. That was like, you know, late 90s going into the 2000s. It was good. I mean, you look at it now and it'll be super dated. I mean, could you imagine the kind of thing they could do now with AI and how good they could make it all look? So it'd be fun, actually, if they brought that back. I wonder if there would be an appetite for that now. Huddle Talk says, Happy Mania. I just want to say thank you. God bless. Huddle Talk, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the kind words. And yeah, man, WrestleMania is here. The time for kind of worrying and everything is over. Now we just entertain and we just look forward to the show. And, you know, I think that there's obviously a lot of time that we spend talking about wrestling and talking about the builds. And so, yeah, we're kind of at the point now where that's pretty much done. Now it's not so much about what do we think about this, what do we think about that, where do we think this is going, where do we think that's going. We're getting to the point now where it's like, okay, what have they done? Like, I'm really looking forward to just getting this done, actually. I'm looking forward to just getting there and watching it. And I really hope it delivers. I really do. There are reasons to have concerns, but, you know, I think the card looks pretty solid. There's really not much that I'm like, I don't need that. You know, I think like the main event tonight obviously has got some concerns and maybe that women's tag, but we know about a mystery person that should be coming in that is going to make that women's tag a moment, a true moment. So that is going to be exciting, actually. So even the women's tag's going to have, you know, plenty of star power, but also a true moment as someone returns. So yes, plenty to look forward to. And there should be plenty of John. He's going to be the host. John Cena's the host. Danhausen is going to entertain. I mean, there'll be plenty of people that haven't seen Danhausen yet. I mean, there's a lot of people that only tune into WrestleMania. So, you know, they won't have seen Danhausen. So that will be quite a treat for them. So, yeah, let's see. Let's see what they've got up their sleeve. T-Bone said, Days, Cena is not wearing a suit in The Undertaker's podcast. He's in jorts on WWE YouTube. Oh, interesting. We'll have to see if that's what he wears when it's time to host. I would be expecting him in a suit. To be honest, he did say that he was going to be done with that, so yeah, I'd be expecting him in a suit. Ooh, what the hell is that? WWE has released a new shirt for Sami Zayn. Why have they done that? Is that a Sammy shirt or is that a Trick shirt? Like, what is that? Who's buying that as well? Like, is that meant to be making fun of Sammy? I mean, I suppose it is. So that must be a Trick Williams shirt, is it? Yeah, I mean, look at this. No one's buying that. What? Is it me or are WWE using a lot of AI for the shirts? What the is this? So it's been very well received. Very well received. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what the thought process is with that. If that's a Trick Williams shirt, then yeah. But again, who's wearing it? Maybe you'd wear it once if you went to a show and you like didn't like Sammy or something. I don't know. It's a bit weird, isn't it? Interesting. Right. Let's go down. We got 5 minutes to go until the countdown show. As we said, no matches on that. It'll just be obviously worth having on in the background. Let's press that. Lovely. Days, I feel like the waffling gene is prevalent in the McMahon-Levesque family, but it's not as strong as the one in the Days household. Are there any surprises that we expect for WrestleMania, says Tony? I think that Bron Breakker appearing, there's a good chance. I think Stone Cold is rumoured to be there, so of course, you know, if you've got him backstage, why would you not have him come out? I do think Pat will get some comeuppance tonight. Whether that will be good enough to counter what has been happening, we'll have to see. Obviously, the women's tag, we know of a moment there. Danhausen and John Cena. And honestly, I think that would be it. I mean, like, I don't think we should expect Summer in every match. And, you know, 10 different things. I mean, history would tell us that just doesn't happen. So, you know, I think WWE, they like to give you a little something, but, you know, they want those things to mean something when they happen. So if you just go, here's this, it becomes a bit too, you know, OTT. So, yeah, that's what I would go in expecting. I would go in expecting there to be, obviously, the partner with Brie Bella, Bron Breakker, getting involved in Gunther Seth. Someone's going to give Pat his comeuppance. I would lean Stone Cold, and I don't know if I'd expect anything else. Danhausen and John Cena and their moments. I think that's what I'll expect. If we get anything more than that, well, cool. Let's see what we get. Yeah. I mean, there are chances of Maxine and of Raquel or Roxanne turning. I mean, there's other things that can be done, but I'm not going in with, you know, 5, 6, 7 expectations. So somewhere like along those lines. It's Kaz said that shirt is awful. Okay, we've got 2 minutes. The countdown starts. It's on WWE's social media. I am watching on YouTube. So I'm watching on YouTube. Okay, 3 more minutes. The most dangerous letters in all of sports entertainment are KO, said Leo. The countdown starts at 3. Yes. Mark said, I hope tonight's main event, nothing like last year, with Travis Scott coming down and ruining it. You hope it's nothing like that. Same. I agree. I hope it's nothing like that. Radiated Zombie said, Days, I'm excited for tonight. Even though I am tired, the SmackDown and Hall of Fame, them work. It really takes it out of you, but I can't wait for this show. Yeah, same here, buds. Shout out to you. I'm also looking forward to this one tonight. I just hope that it's obviously delivers. We're all looking for just a really entertaining, solid show. I'm just hoping that, you know, this clicks tonight. I think there's a lot of reasons to be concerned, but hopefully WWE have got a good plan in place. They certainly seem happy with it. I mean, they doubled down on the Pat stuff. So, I mean, they've got to be happy with the direction that they're going. So, let's see what's up their sleeve. The Beach Kevin said, are we going to see Sheamus or Kevin Owens this weekend? I don't think so. I'm not expecting to see either of those. I think there's a chance for Kevin, although he did get removed from WWE Worlds. He was meant to be at WWE Worlds, and they took him out. And what I heard was that it was not anything sinister. It was just it needed to be done. So I don't know what that means, right? But he was taken out of WWE World. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing for him being involved at WrestleMania. I mean, some people might say they did it to throw you off the scent, and he's going to be, but then equally that could just be people overthinking, and it could be that, you know, there's a family emergency and he wasn't able to attend. So I can't say I'm expecting him, but yeah, obviously someone people will be keeping an eye out for. In regards to Sheamus, I don't think so. I mean, Sheamus is a decent sized star, but he's not like this. I don't know, in 2026, I can't say that he's like this big star that is worthy of like a Mania run-in or anything. Like, I don't know. I mean, he could go after Drew, and it could set up a Drew Sheamus thing. That would give Jacob the win. Drew then has to move on to a Sheamus feud, but I don't know. Do people want to go back to Drew Sheamus? Maybe not. That might not be something people want to do. We've seen that feud and match quite a few times in the past. So I don't know. I think you've someone like Sheamus, I could see him coming back on Raw. You know, I could see that. I think Raw is definitely going to have some moments and surprises. I could see a Sheamus return making a bit more sense there than maybe doing something at WrestleMania. Here we've got Speed backstage. So we have got the countdown on, and we're just seeing these stars backstage arriving. Usos, I believe they're going to be opening up the show. There's Stephanie as well. What is Shane McMahon? What if he's in Cody's corner and then also CM Punk's corner, said Madison. No word on Shane. Nether says, I'm still waiting for him to be a Grand Slam champion. There's Cody's bus. Cody Rhodes has got his bus. He was having a bad time with the crowds. Talking to the crowds, there they are. The fans are out in the sunshine. And we're just seeing them outside Allegiant Stadium, queuing to get inside. So people are already queuing. I don't know if they've opened the doors yet, but there's people around, people queuing. We got Joe talking, Joe Tessitore, and here is this WrestleMania video. March 31st, 1985, Madison Square Garden. So there we go. We've got great scenes of WrestleMania 1. We've seen this a few times. Okay. Is this over the movies? New in some ways. Is this over the movies? Lonzy, I'm not sure on your question there, but is this over the movies? I don't know what we're saying. I don't know. Can you reword that for me? I will happily answer whatever. Mark said, I'd love some fire in that Jacob Drew fight, like when Mick Foley took on Edge. Oh, yeah, that'd be good. A flaming table and all of that. Morning, next afternoon, Las Vegas time. Uji, shout out to you, buds. That stadium depresses me, said King Yeti. Does it? Why? Because it's all black. Is that why? I think it's a nice stadium. Will Salkin said burger after burger after burger. He got in good shape after that. People did troll him about that when he came back, and he had a little bit of summer, a little bit of timber. But he managed to shake that off. I mean, gods, he's got that Celtic workout channel, hasn't he? So if anyone is like really, you know, putting in the work fitness-wise, it's him. He just, you know, had a few too many milkshakes whilst he was off. Kevin Owens versus Stone Cold, said Leo. Yeah, we had that a couple of years ago. Crazy to think, isn't it? Days Fun Fact Green Shirt Guy has appeared at more shows than Roman has the last 2 years. Oh, there we go. True tribal chief. Mr. Full D said, I might be in the minority, but I really want Cody to turn heel. Oh, I don't think you're in the minority. There's people that have wanted that for a long time. I don't know where the percentage is. Obviously, you'll get one answer if you ask the IWC. You'd get a different answer if you used to ask kids and all the casuals and everything. And so I don't know. I mean, it's hard to put a percentage on. He normally gets good reactions, but obviously this is a very IWC heavy crowd, and this crowd are in no doubt whatsoever that they are not fans. So I don't know. I don't know what the future's going to hold for him. What I know is that I just keep watching WWE. Well, not do anything really. I mean, that's the truth. They have not changed this character since he arrived. This version of Cody that is going to walk out tonight at WrestleMania 42 is the exact same Cody Rhodes that came walking down the ramp at WrestleMania 38. And over that time period, the first 2 years was about finishing the story. And then the most recent 2 years have been about trying to give him the title run that he deserves. I think they did well with the first 2 years. I think they botched the last 2 years. And so we're at the point now where the question is, what do you do with Cody going forwards? Cody has said himself that he is more open now to a heel turn. I think he is probably reading the room and looking at the options and, is like, yeah. It's crazy to me, though, because I still don't feel like we've tried anything. I just still feel like we've just been doing the exact same thing with him. And then for some reason, WWE are like, this is crazy. This is crazy. They're not cheering Cody. It's like, oh, okay, well, what have you changed? I'll write it all down. You tell me, what have you changed about Cody? You've done what, sorry? Nothing. You've changed nothing. Right, I'll write that down. You've done absolutely nothing. Yeah, no, it is a surprise. It is a surprise, isn't it? I'm surprised. So, I don't know, man. WWE Creative. Doc Holliday said, don't forget to listen to Trouble before the national anthem. That way it can level up the Joe Jonas performance. Yeah, I've heard rumors that actually America are looking at making that song their new national anthem. I don't know how true that is, but apparently the Star Spangled Banner, it's a bit old, quite hard to sing, quite high in some of the registers. And so apparently, yeah, that might be out, and Liv Morgan's Trouble might be in as the new. And apparently, you lot are going to have to, at the sports games and all of that. So I don't know. I don't know how true that is. I think it's very exciting for America if that is the direction you go in. You're going to have Def Rebelled your national anthem. So, yeah, you should hear it tonight. It is her entrance music. So, if you've not heard the absolute billboard banger that is Trouble by Liv Morgan, it's very powerful. Very reminiscent of My Heart Will Go On by Celine Dion, or the Bodyguard one from Whitney Houston. Yeah, you know that one. Very powerful. Bobby, shout out to you, says, I've got a topic idea, let's go. And that is, what wrestler is S potential arch enemy of others? Like Braun's arch enemy is Roman or Omos. Omos got his own arch enemy, his brother Obafemi. Hang on, you've lost me. What wrestler is S potential arch enemy? I don't know if there's just a letter missing. Is that like Braun arch enemy is Roman or Omos? Omos got his own arch enemy. Are we talking about like who's the biggest rivals? Like Bray's was Randy type situation. I mean, I don't know what wrestler in particular you wanted to talk about there, but I mean, like, there are people that have, I mean, like, when I think John Cena, I think Randy Orton, you know? When I think Hulk Hogan, when I think Hulk Hogan, I think Roddy Piper, actually. But, I mean, it could be Andre. It could be himself. I wonder if Hulk Hogan's arch enemy was himself. I don't know. It's difficult, isn't it? Because, I mean, like, so many of them have such long careers that they end up facing so many different people. That, but then saying that, you know, you think about, as I said, Cena, and I think his is probably Randy. Or Bray, I don't have much doubt that his is Randy as well. Most of them is Randy. When it comes to Roman, though, I mean, who would you say for Roman? I mean, I think he faced Brock Lesnar quite a few times. Obviously, he had a couple of WrestleManias against Cody. I think his might be Seth. I think his might be Seth, if we're looking at Roman. But I think, you know, there's no way we can sort of do that for every wrestler that's ever existed. So if there's any specifics, feel free to put them in the chat. I think the chat could have a bit of fun kind of answering those. Please refrain from using all caps. With all caps, they get deleted. No spamming will be tolerated, says Wes. Message to the chat. Please try English, said Shining Wizards. Do we know the ways I'm saying this could be questioned or not then? No, in ways I'm saying all this could be questioned or not. Are we talking about kayfabe? Are we talking about, is this predetermined? Is that where the conversation is? In ways I'm saying all this could be questioned or not. All this could be questioned. I'm getting kayfabe vibes from that question. So I'm thinking, are you saying, is this fake? Is that the question? Because, I mean, the answer to that is this is predetermined. WWE don't even hide that or even try to hide that. And I think when it comes to like casual fans struggling with that, it's a conversation we've had many times. You will meet a lot of people that don't get it, don't understand. But of course, a lot of wrestling fans will respond by saying, well, you know, look at films, look at TV. They're all scripted. People don't mind watching The Sopranos or watching Breaking Bad. Imagine that, but just being performed live in front of an audience like a play. And imagine there being this kind of sporting aspect to it with characters and stories. I suppose in a way it is weird that people struggle so much with understanding why people like this. I don't really know why people struggle with that. I think like whenever people ask me about that, I always think it's a reflection of them than me. Do you know what I mean? If you've got someone going, you like wrestling, I don't feel bad for liking wrestling. I feel bad for you that you don't get it. And I don't really understand why people struggle with it so much, or why there's that sort of stigma around it. I don't really get that. I've never really understood that. I think part of it might be because a lot of people watch it when they're kids and then maybe stop watching. And so maybe it's got this reputation for being more aimed at children. But actually, you know, if you look at CM Punk, or you look at, like, you know, some of the blood that we get and all of that, there's definitely things that go on here that I would say are not aimed specifically at kids. I mean, I would say this is family friendly. Kids are welcome to watch. And, you know, we should encourage them to watch because a lot of us get into this when we're kids. But that doesn't mean that you have to get out of it. I mean, if you look at the crowd behind, it's just adults, isn't it? I mean, look at all the adults. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm sure there's some kids there as well, but I mean, this is going to be 50-odd thousand largely adults that are going to be in attendance tonight. So, I don't know. I don't know if you want a conversation about kayfabe or any of that sort of stuff, but historically, wrestling fans will say, you know, movies, TV shows, blah, blah, blah. If you watch those, how is this any different? There's WWE signing Jack Swagger. Well, I don't think so. Not heard that. He's doing Power Slap, isn't he? He won a Power Slap thing the other day. So he was actually, he is now a professional slapper. So, he actually was doing power slap and won his debut fight, if they're called fights or slaps. I don't know what they're called. Don said, Days, they don't see it in the way that we do. They think it's fake fighting, and we see it as so much more. Yeah, I mean, you're right. They do see it as fake fighting. But, I mean, it's funny, but, like, people like that will get excited for, you know, a Bruce Lee movie. And, like, that was obviously not real. That was, like, you know, people fighting and doing moves, but they weren't actually, like, hurting. They weren't actually, like, trying to kill each other. So, like, with martial arts films or stuff like that, you know, that's all filmed. But people, like watch that and think that's, like, amazing. Or they'll watch Tarantino films and think that it's, like, really cool. And it is cool. I like martial arts films and I like Tarantino films, but I don't know why it is that, like, WWE has that sort of stigma to it. Yeah, I don't know. For me, I don't really worry about it. I mean, to me, as I said, if someone ever asks me about that and it's one of those, you like wrestling type things, it's not me that's got the problem, right? Because I can appreciate what this is. Like, I think this is a great art form. I think this is a fantastic, highly skilled form of entertainment. I mean, not only have you got to be a good character like you do in a movie or a TV show, but a bell's going to ring, and then you've got to start actually competing in a ring and telling a story in a completely different way. If you're a trained wrestler, you've got to be a storyteller, not only verbally, but with your body language and also within your movements within a wrestling match. You know, you've got to be so well-rounded as a performer that it is really highly trained, very specialist. I don't think wrestling helps itself, to be honest, because I think there are things that wrestling does that I think, you know, it's quite easy to roll your eyes at. But by and large, pro wrestling as an art form is very special, and we can appreciate it. And if there's people out there that can't, well, they can't, you know. I think what's interesting, though, is sometimes people say it and they just genuinely don't get it. I've had people going, you like wrestling? And they're not saying it in a judgmental way. It's just, it's never been part of their life. They don't understand why people like it. And they just think it's for kids. And they don't know any different. So, you know, sometimes you have people judging, but sometimes you have people that are, tell me about this. What is this? You know, maybe I'll like this. I don't know. So I don't know. Sometimes people are being douches. Sometimes people just genuinely don't know. They've never experienced it. I mean, I was fortunate when I grew up. My cousin introduced me to it. If he hadn't, I don't know when I would have found it. I don't know when I would have got into it. I don't know. So to me, like, I'm very fortunate that my cousin introduced me at a young age, but I could believe getting, you know, older in age, having not found wrestling, and then wondering what the hell is this, you know? So I don't know. I'm sure you've encountered these people. David said anyone that's got a problem with wrestling are probably fans of The Rock or Cena or Batista, and they don't even know where their careers started. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So Miranda said, what's up, Days? Hello, buds. How's the stream going? Yeah, well, we're being careful. We know this is a marathon, yeah? I mean, this is a 3-hour countdown show, and then after that, we got a 4.5-hour WrestleMania, and then after that, there's a post show as well. So we're taking our time. We're not, you know, getting overexcited or anything. We're working our way through. So yeah, we're just kind of chatting away, really getting ready for the show. We're happy to answer whatever and get stuck into whatever conversation people want to have. I'm keeping an eye on the news as it kind of comes through, and there's not much happening. Really, everyone's just talking about the John Cena chat that's happening with Undertaker. So that's just like a live Undertaker podcast at WWE Worlds. Fans were chanting one more match, and John Cena said, I'm a host now. So there's just little bits like that happening. Not really much, though. It's certainly not much on the Countdown show. They're just looking at Randy's career history. And yeah, we're just keeping an eye on stuff. Flamefist said, my mom showed me WWE when I was 11. She said that she was always scared if I had tried one of the moves at home and hurt myself. I think most parents are. If you're a kid, there's no way you're not trying this stuff at home. Every kid does that gets into it. So, you know, it's one of those. I get the concern. Even Linda told a story of how Shane apparently picked up Stephanie when he was young, chucked Stephanie onto the sofa. She went over the sofa into these French glass doors and bang, smashed into them and collapsed down. And apparently he went over and it was like, I didn't hurt you. Like this, right? And then he said, don't tell Dad. And Linda told us that story last night. So even a young Shane, Stephanie were wrestling. Not that I think Stephanie had much choice. She just got picked up and yeeted. But yeah, it was a fun little story that. It was quite good, the Hall of Fame, actually. It was well worth a watch. Wayne said, Taker's talking to Cena at WWE World. Cena said he called out Taker at 34 because he didn't have an opponent. Taker had just retired and had had hip surgery. So NXT star call Cena out, ? No, I think Cena's done, but I think Cena's definitely done. And actually, you know, we saw the Last Ride documentary. We know that Undertaker Cena was planned. Undertaker was obviously backstage. He was hoping actually to have longer with Cena than what they had. So that whole thing was obviously, you know, planned. Cena might say that he was calling out Undertaker because there was no other opponent, whatever, but it was planned that way. And Undertaker was ready to go longer. The Last Ride documentary gives us all of that insight. So I don't expect John to have another match. He spent all last year saying, this is it, I'm done. I'm a man of my word and all of that. I think he's... I could see him doing an AA. Him doing a move like an AA or something like that. Maybe, yeah. I wouldn't be shocked if he did that, but a spontaneous match, no, I don't see it. They did a massive thing out of Gunther being the one that retired Cena. I don't think they'd want to go off that. I don't think they'd want to move away from that. Gunther is the one that retired Cena. He got a lot of heat for it. They haven't really capitalized on that heat yet. Gunther hasn't won like a world... he's won world title, but he hasn't won the WWE Championship. Feels like they're trying to build Gunther still. I think part of that is that he retired Cena. He tapped out Cena. So, yeah, I can't see it being a case that we actually get him coming back and competing. The Jitterman said, WrestleMania, baby. What match are we expecting to have the wow factor tonight, if any? And are we expecting tomorrow to be better? Jitterman, thank you. I am expecting tomorrow to be better. I think the match everyone is looking forward to is Obafemi against Brock Lesnar. We haven't even spoken about that yet, but that match goes down tomorrow. We are at commercial break for the countdown, by the way. So that match goes down tomorrow. It's in, I think it's the first match, actually. That's the one everyone's waiting for. In regards to today, I think there's lots of matches that look solid, 3.75 to 4 stars. If you're asking me if I see a 5-star match, I would say maybe Gunther Seth, but I don't know that Seth's going to be able to do it because he's been out of action for months. He's coming back a little bit early. I think he said his shoulder is 80 to 90%, but he said that's good enough to have a match. So I don't think we're dealing with a 100% Seth. What does an 80, 90% Seth against Gunther, what does that match look like? Well, we're going to find out today. Is it fair to put an expectation on that it's going to be 5 stars? No, I don't think it is fair. I don't think it would be right to do that. So in my mind, I'm thinking this will be good. I think it'll be in the 4-star summit range. I don't know that I can put the expectation that it's going to be 5 stars. I can't put that onto the main event because I think we're going to get shenanigans. I think there will be Pat involvement, of course. And that's just going to affect the match, innit? It just is. I mean, if you had some, doofus getting involved in Undertaker versus Shawn, it would affect our love of Undertaker versus Shawn. If you had some doofus celebrity getting involved in Bret Hart Stone Cold at WrestleMania 13, it would affect our enjoyment of that match as well. So I can't see how that match is not going to get hurt by, having celebrity involvement. So I don't know. I struggle a bit with the main event. I am looking at Gunther against Seth as being the match that I think could deliver the best results. I think Liv against Stephanie has got a shout. I think both of them are great workers. Both of them, as far as I know, are healthy, apart from Liv, who's got a bit of a banged up face. But I don't know that that's going to stop her delivering a great match. I think that thing should be good. Bangers, though. I think we're struggling to find bangers. I think Jacob Drew has got a great shout and a great chance. I think they're just going to brawl. How much they can make us care. Because the thing is, if they're just punching and fighting in the crowd, we've sort of seen that. That's been the build, really. We've seen them fighting all over arenas on SmackDowns as they've been building towards this. So what can they do in that match that's going to grab our attention, that's going to feel different, that's going to really be WrestleMania worthy? I think going in the crowd and just brawling, it's fine, but you got to do something. It's got to lead to something, I don't know what. This is WrestleMania, though, yeah? This is where you pull out all the stops. It's hard to know what they're going to do that's going to be WrestleMania worthy. If they can do something, and it was mentioned earlier, how amazing Edge against Mick Foley was. I think that was, WrestleMania 22. If we can take a leaf out of that book, yes, let's go. So there's potential tonight. Definitely potential. Green 666 said, what is for dinner? I got Haribo milkshakes just for a little bit of a boost, and I got another plate of sandwiches that's got chicken and mayo on that I think I've only had one of so far. So food wise, I'm not very good, honestly. I'm not great when it comes to food. I mean, ideally, I'd have dinner before and I'd just go through and then eat after. But I didn't really get a chance to have dinner before. I just wanted to make sure I was ready for this, so I stayed in bed, really. Just made sure I got a good 7 hours, which I did, and feel fine. But yeah, dinner-wise, not in a great place. Food-wise, not in a great place. I hope you lot have had some good snacks. Right now on the countdown, we're just looking at how we got to LA Knight, Speed, and all of that. We're just seeing Speed being chucked around his room. There's Logan, Speed, Usos, Vision. That's going to be, I think, our opening match tonight. Steven said, some news, JC is expected to be involved on Raw after WrestleMania. Punk Rhea expected to take some time off after WrestleMania. WWE are discussing a sequel between Brock and Ober. Oh, really? Days, if you pay attention to the upper crowd of last night's show, I think they are fake. There was no movements. Well, I don't know that they would be fake. They might not be there. I don't know. I don't know. What do you mean by fake? I don't think they're AIing people in. So, I don't know. I don't know what we mean by fake. Days, Brock Lesnar needs to bring back the shooting star press, said Sean. Matt Jason said, can I get you a pizza? No. No need for that, buds. I wouldn't have time to order it or eat it anyway. I mean, we're here straight the way through. So we're all good. I appreciate it, though. Casey, hello. Hope you're doing well. King Yeti said, no mayo on sandwiches that's been sitting out for 6 hours. Yeah, it's probably not a wise move, to be honest. But I don't even know if I'm going to get to them, so. Do we think that the Tribal Chief is going to beat CM Punk? I think there's a good chance of it. I think it's a 50-50. I think that you could go either way. There's arguments for both. So one's part-time, one's full-time. I think that's a tick for CM Punk. One is the biggest star that we've had in this generation. The other is one of the biggest stars, but undeniably Roman is bigger. If you look at merch sales, if you look at video views, if you look at Google searches, Roman Reigns is the biggest star, right? And I think that's obviously a tick for Roman, right? So it really depends. The truth is, it depends what they want to do after WrestleMania. It depends what they want to do. If they've got plans to reform the bloodline and go big with Roman, then you put the belt on Roman. If Roman's going to go away like he usually does, I would keep the belt on CM Punk. I really would. I'd keep the belt on Punk. I don't mind who gets it. For me personally, I think I would like Punk to have it. That's what I would like. I would like Punk to get it. I think that just keep going with this title run. Just want to show. Let's go over here because I know that sometimes I say stuff and people are like, I'm not sure that's true or whatever. But this is Google Trends. So what you can do is you can search who's been searching the web for Roman Reigns and CM Punk worldwide for the past 5 years, right? It's a great tool. And it just gives you a glimpse, right? So Roman is the red line, CM Punk is the blue line. So when we're talking about who is the biggest star, here's worldwide searches for the past 5 years. And granted, we know that CM Punk only came back in, what was it, 2023? So, I mean, you can ignore, like, this bit here if you want to, okay? Take that stuff away. That's probably when he comes back. That spike there. So, I mean, you can dismiss that because he wasn't in WWE at that point. But even after CM Punk comes back in WWE, that is the web searches for Punk. That is the web searches for Roman Reigns. So over 5 years, and again, you know, it's not an exact science because you probably need to remove all of this. So it's probably closer if you take away this bit. It won't let me search the past 3 years. I can do the past year. Oh, I could do custom. Let's do custom. Let's go January of 2014. Because Punk was in by then. And let's go, I don't know if I do, I've absolutely ballsed that up, haven't I? Let's go January of 2014. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. And let's go today's dates, which is the apply. Okay, well, it dropped it a touch. Not much. But there we go. That's from the 1st of January 2024. Punk was in. Going all the way through to today. Roman's average interest. What? Let's click on this. What's this mean? The average search interest for each search term for a specific... It doesn't really answer. I don't know what 37 means. All I know is that Roman's 37. Punk is 18. Roman is considerably ahead of Punk when it comes to web searches over since January 1st worldwide. You can change it to different places. I could change it United States. I was just going to all regions. What does that do? There you go. If you just go America, it's closer. So if you take out worldwide and just focus on America, it's closer. But Roman's still ahead. And again, by this point, you know, CM Punk's in. Obviously a big spike there because this could be, what, WrestleMania 40. So maybe if you take that out, it gets even closer. But again, you know, for me, Roman's still ahead of CM Punk. And this is just United States. Go global. He's even further ahead. So for me, it's undeniable that Roman is the bigger star, generates more interest, and, there's a lot of fans that want to see Roman do it. And he could. I mean, that's a big tick, isn't it? That's a big tick for Roman to have that kind of firepower behind you. So, yeah, Roman is the favourite. I think CM Punk has got a great chance. I think there are reasons to go with Punk. I think it's going to be a very interesting match. Both of them are, I think, as healthy as you could hope. So I'm really hoping that match delivers tomorrow night. I would do a poll on it, but really that poll should be for tomorrow, shouldn't it? So should we do a poll for the main event and see who you lot think is going to win the main event tonight? Is it going to be Cody Rhodes? Or is it going to be Randy Orton? Who wins tonight? Okay, at the moment, they're just chatting with AJ Lee. Will Powers. Shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support. We've got a giggling lemon. I don't even know what that means, but appreciate it, buds. We're going back to the kickoff panel. Report, there was one pitch for WrestleMania where all the champs were going to be on the losing ends. So it was going to be and new champions crowned, said Steve. Dort Knight says, I've never heard that. What's everyone's favourite Ben and Jerry's? Will said, I hope this show's Mania is loaded with swerves from the actual match card as a big gotcha. Shining Wizard said Danhausen's finisher was a drive-by. We should see Danhausen tonight. Rumours of a blimp. Well, more than rumours. He's actually stood in front of it. So there is a Goodyear blimp that is somehow connected to Danhausen. Don said, I think Liv Morgan is winning tonight. She's going to be the new world champion. What if I said Night 2 had leaked, said Tribal Nightmare. I would say that I struggle to believe that. That's what I would say. I would only tend to believe stuff that's coming from reputable sources. So if it is from a Meltzer, and even that makes you go, a Sean Ross Sapp, a Fightful of Wrestle votes, maybe a PW Insider as well. I mean, they've got a lot of stuff that's they've got a lot of stuff that they've got right. This is interesting. Oh, this is interesting. Road Dogg stepped away from SmackDown Creative in March following frustration with his performance review. He's now addressing it directly. Speaking on Busted Open Radio, Road Dogg pointed to WWE's Unreal as something that may have already hinted at what was going on behind the scenes. Despite the circumstances surrounding his departure, he made it clear that his leaving, he is not bitter. So he said, I do have gripes. It sounds shiz to say, like, oh, you're going to gripe about stuff. Like, why? I feel like I was done a little wrong. I feel like I was receiving a paycheck, but I didn't have a purpose. Lack of creative input ultimately pushed him towards a decision that prioritizing impact over income at this stage of his life. I was making $1, but I wasn't making decisions. I think I can make a difference somewhere. I might not make as many dollars, but in this phase of my life, that's what I'm thinking about. Right? Interesting. So actually, it seems like he was frustrated that he doesn't feel like his ideas were being listened to. And that's where his frustration was coming from. So there we go. That's it. That is interesting because that came up earlier. People talking about why did he leave and should he come back and all of that. I don't think he should come back. I mean, to be honest, if they weren't listening to his ideas, there might have been a good reason for it, you know. But that's interesting. That just coming through. That was on Busted Open. Right, we've got Triple H. Looks like he's going to be talking. Maybe in some sort of sit-down interview. There's a Roman interview as well coming up. Okay, in how many minutes is he going to start, said Patrick. Oh, WrestleMania doesn't start for like 2 hours 20. There's a 3-hour countdown show. So 2 hours 20 will be underway with WrestleMania. Okay, Days, does Randy punt anyone today? I think he could go for it. Yeah, I mean, Randy, that's his most vicious move. He RKOs everyone, but the punt, I mean, that's a choice. He doesn't have to kick you in the head. So I think that he will show just how far he has kind of fallen by, looking to punt his friend or ex-friend. He still says he loves him, actually. He said in an interview this week he loves Cody. He'll always love Cody. So, that's what he was saying. So I could see him going for it. Yeah, whether he connects with it, actually delivers it, we'll find out tonight. Mr. Valdi said Triple H on Obafemi. If he's not a rocket ship to being one of the biggest things the industry has ever seen, then I am way off. That's worrying. Your thoughts? If he's not on a rocket ship to being one of the biggest things the industry has seen, then I am way off. That's worrying. That's worrying. Why does that worry you? He's saying that he thinks Oba will go on to be one of the biggest things that the industry has ever seen. I'm not worried by that. In fact, Roman got asked in an interview the other day, who on the card would you like to face in the future? And he said Obafemi. So, Paul Heyman's talking about the excitement around him. Roman's talking about him. That's actually a comment I would expect the fans to sort of resonate with. The idea that Oba is the future of the industry. I think that's something fans are on board with. You can talk about, is it right they're moving as quick with him as they are? But I think the fans are kind of demanding it. I mean, the fans were chanting for Oba Brock. So, they wanted Oba Brock. So, the fans weren't really willing to wait for Oba to face Brock like further down the road. They wanted it now. And listen, if you talk to the fans, are you okay with Oba losing? Are you okay with Oba losing to Brock? You'll get a lot of people going, absolutely no way. So the fans are demanding Brock be facing Oba. They're demanding that Oba gets the win. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, they are really... They want him. They want Oba. Oba is the chosen one. The walk and all of that. If you've not seen Obafemi, I mean, how is he not the future of the industry? So, I don't know. That doesn't worry me. Unless I've sort of read it wrong and got the wrong meaning of it. Triple H is talking because his wife hogged all the effing screen time last night, said Shining Wizards. David said, will the date for WrestleMania 43 be announced tonight or tomorrow? I don't know. Has it not already been announced? We know that we're in Saudi Arabia. Have they not announced it already? I was under the impression we knew the date. Do we not know the date? Let's look. WrestleMania 43. No, we don't. I don't know why. I thought we knew the date of it. Maybe they will. I mean, there is a stall that is... It's weird because there is a stall at WWE World promoting WrestleMania 43. So what if you go over to them and go, oh, I'm really interested in being at WrestleMania? Surely they've got to know the date. Surely they've got to know when it's happening. I would imagine they would ideally like it to be early April. I think this mid-April, they could probably shave a couple of weeks off. I think they would like Royal Rumble at the end of January. You've then got February to build to the Chamber. And then you've got March to build to WrestleMania. I don't think they really want much more time than that. I think actually this extra couple of weeks where we have in April, they'd probably like to get rid of that. So I would imagine like that first weekend in April, like, I don't know if it's the 7th and 8th or whatever. I think they'd ideally like it to be around there. But yeah, we'll see. I'm Miss Mania being on Peacock, said Ray. If Oba loses to Brock, they could have a rubber match where Oba could retire Rock, said Wayne. Yeah, they could. The belief is, though, that Gunther is going to want a favour from Paul Heyman, and a lot of people are thinking that favour is going to be that he wants to face Brock Lesnar. So it might not go that way. It could go that way. We're going to have to, again, wait and see. But I think a lot of people are expecting it to be a case that it'll be a win for... it'll be Gunther that faces Brock and wins and retires. Because they've got that career killer moniker, haven't they, for Brock? So if you're about to have... for Gunther. So if Brock's about to go, I think Gunther's in that driving seat. So, right, let's go down. Days, do we think WWE and the producers should give wrestlers more leeway because Vegas is a tough crowd? If we're doing rest holds and choke holds and slow pace, the crowd is going to die because Vegas is shiz. I think everyone should know that anyway. I don't know who's going to necessarily produce a match that's going to have lots of rest holds and all of that stuff. We sort of had a bit of that last year in the main event, and I think a part of that was because John was not ready. I think if you look at the work that John did later in the year compared to what he delivered in that WrestleMania match, I think there was ring rust, and I think that there was probably a need to sort of keep the pace a little slower. So I don't think that was really a choice. I don't think you would choose a match that slow in pace by design. I think there might have been some other factors at play. But equally, if you look last year, we had some bangers. Night one was really well received. The opening match with the women was well received. I think, was it Damian and Drew was well received. There was a few matches last year that were well received. Sadly, there was a lot that just was very average. And of course, everyone remembers how bad the main event was. So I think they're going to know that this needs to be a show that's going to grab attention. I think they know slowing down the pace, it's fine to do for a short periods. I actually think matches that have changes of pace normally are more satisfying, certainly than just matches that are go from start to finish, right? You sort of need the ebb and the flow, but the trick is to not slow it down to a snail's pace and then keep it there for a prolonged period of time. Like, you've just got to have those ebbs and flows throughout the match. But I mean, listen, these producers have produced hundreds, if not thousands of matches. They know what works, what doesn't work. I'm not too worried about that side of it. I do think there is a problem at the moment, but I am actually looking at the talent more. I'm not blaming creative. I mean, I think once the bell rings, it's not really creative that get involved. It comes down to the talent, and it comes down to the producers. So, I mean, yeah, there's so many moving parts. There's so much stuff that can go wrong. We all want this to be a banger of a WrestleMania. Everything's got to be hitting and working. I mean, all the stars have got to align for this to obviously be the WrestleMania that we're hoping for. They can do it. They can do it. I think let's see how it goes, and then we can do the kind of breakdown afterwards. But I don't know that anyone needs more freedom or anything along those lines. I just think that everyone's got to be on their game. And if they are, we'll get the WrestleMania that we're hoping for. Mr. Full D said, are they not moving the location for next year's Mania with what's going on right now? Even if things calm down, would the talents feel comfortable? Well, they're getting 100 million doing Mania in Saudi. That is incredible. I think the money they're getting for this year is about 7 or 8 million. So next year, Saudi are giving them over 10 times, right? 11 times, 12 times what they're getting this year. So you can understand they do not want to let that go, right? They absolutely do not want to let that go. So they will kick this can down the road as far as they can until it's just obvious that they can't do it. If WrestleMania was going on in Saudi this year, it would not happen. If it was in a month's time, it would probably not happen, right? But because we're talking like in a year's time, it's plenty of time. They don't really need to worry about it. I would imagine their mindset has been, we're not even going to think about it until we get this year's WrestleMania out the way, right? And to be honest, we might not even worry about it till we're past SummerSlam. At some point, though, they're going to have to make a decision this year, because you've obviously got a lot of planning. You got to start selling the tickets. You got to start building a stage. Like, the logistics of doing a WrestleMania in Saudi means you've got to figure out, what are you doing for the Hall of Fame? What are you doing for WWE Worlds? How much are the ticket prices going to be? What kind of flights are we looking at for people to be getting over there? I mean, you can't just say, hey, we're going to Saudi Arabia. Good luck, right? You've got to provide information of, like, this is the first time that, like, fans are going to have to travel to a different country outside of North America to go to a WrestleMania. It's very, very unique. And so there's going to have to be some extra thought given to it. The thing is, you can't leave it last second. It's not like you can have a month left and just go, right, shall we move it now? You know, those tickets tend to go on sale. I don't know the exact dates, but they tend to go on sale like at the end of the year. They'll be on sale by the end of this year, of course. So, I mean, they have to know where we're going. So they definitely want to get past this Mania. I wouldn't be shocked if they want to even get past SummerSlam. I think the belief is, you know, we keep hearing from Donald Trump that this Iran situation is going to be ending soon. I know he does keep saying that, but I think even he knows that the petrol prices can't stay this high, and you know, that's got to come down. It's a messy situation at the moment. I think the hope is it will get sorted, and then, you know, once it's sorted, there shouldn't really be any reason for any issues. You know, the Saudis are not a problem. In fact, no one around there is a problem. It's Iran, obviously, that are chucking missiles around. But if there's no conflict, there's no reason for them to be chucking missiles around. So, no, the truth is WWE will go ahead with this. They will still do this, and they will leave it as late as they possibly can. And then, you know, from there we'll see kind of where we end up. So, but there's obviously going to be a lot of people against it, of course. Wayne said, I'm not that excited for a Paige return. Why not give that spot to like an NXT superstar? We know that Sol Ruka is getting called up after Mania. I think Paige is someone that enjoys a lot of affection. A lot of people remember and have fond memories of Paige. She was actually a really big star when she kind of first came up. She was, I think, the way I remember that period, that sort of period of women's wrestling before we got to the women's evolution, I remember it being very total divas. I remember there being some people that didn't really like that, like AJ Lee and Tamina. You know, those two were not very into that. They, you know, Tamina comes from a proud wrestling family, and AJ Lee has never been really a diva. So, you know, to them, they wanted the division where it is now. You know, they wanted to be competing in this kind of a women's division. And back then, it was still very total divas, and it was still, you know, not where it should have been. And so Paige, there was a lot of hope with her because she was that anti-diva. You know, this is why she was good friends with AJ Lee, because they both kind of recognized in each other a rebellion against total divas and the Bellas and that kind of presentation. And so Paige was this anti-diva that was a bit of a goth girl, and people took to her because she was different. There wasn't really anyone like her in the company at that time, and so she stood out, and she was young, and she was attractive. And, you know, there was a lot of people very hopeful that she was going to kick on and, I suppose, in a way, become what Rhea Ripley has become. Because I think Rhea Ripley is the leveled up version of Paige. Paige is that anti-diva, someone that's here to, you know, really compete. And actually what we've got now is like a super Paige, and that is Rhea Ripley, who is also that kind of goth chick, but she's bigger, stronger, you know. And my worry is that this division has just evolved past Paige. I think Paige was a big star in her time, and I think that she was the right girl for the right time, but I think that time was 10 years ago. And I think where we are now is we have got Rhea Ripley's, and we have got Io Sky's, and Bianca Belair's, and Stephanie Vickers, and we've got Julia's, who we haven't even got going with yet. We've got Roxanne Perez, who we haven't really got going with yet. You know, we've got Liv Morgan and her sassy, bratty attitude. And we're in such a different place. You know, we've got Becky Lynch's. I mean, Becky was in NXT when Paige was on the main roster. I mean, we wouldn't get Becky and Charlotte and Sasha until 2015, the summer of 2015. When Paige got called up, that was the Raw after WrestleMania in 2014. So I feel like I share your concern. I think, though, for tonight it'll work because there's so much excitement around her return. I mean, if you look online, there's people just, yes, she's home, you know? I think there's a lot of affection for Paige. I think there's a lot of goodwill towards Paige. There's a lot of nostalgia for Paige. And, you know, that's going to work for today. It's going to work for when we see her next time. I do worry that when she is just in the system and that all starts to fade, I do worry that then, you know, what we're left with is going to be someone that's not of the same standard as where we are now. Because I do just worry that, you know, the wrestling world has kept going. How quick the women's wrestling has evolved is stunning, actually. I mean, where we were to where we are now, it's just kept moving forward, pushing. They're getting quicker, more athletic, you know. I mean, what Io Sky is bringing to the women's division is really not like anything we've seen from women previous. And, you know, you look at like a Kendall Gray that's coming through. You look at a Callie Armstrong that's coming through. I mean, the women are they're just getting to new heights all the time. I think it's because they were held back for so long that now that we're like, go on, you know, here's a Rumble. Here's a War Games. Here's a Money in the Bank. You can main event WrestleMania if the story's good enough. Like, go on, it's yours. And, of course, you know, I still think they're being held back a touch. But the evolution of women's wrestling has just been incredible to see. Yeah, it really has just... So, I think it will work for today. In the long term, I'm not so sure. I don't know. Hopefully, she can find a character, a presentation that works. Hopefully, her in-ring has kicked on. I've got a feeling, though, that a lot of the time that she's been away from wrestling, she's been away from wrestling. I don't know that she's been putting those that work in the gym, you know. I feel like she kind of stepped away from wrestling altogether. Hey, I just don't know that you can afford to do that. So, yeah, I hear you. I think it's going to be a great reaction for her tonight, though. Robbie said, before people start getting aghast and call Paige old, Paige is only 33. She's around the same age as Stephanie and Julia, only a few years older than Rhea, who is 29. Corbin said, where is WrestleMania next year? It's in Saudi. Eric said, Paige will prove any doubters wrong. Jamie said, what kind of surprises will we see tonight? I think you could get a Stone Cold. I mean, he is backstage, and if you've got him backstage, I don't know why you wouldn't use him. So I think there's a good chance that you get a Stone Cold Steve Austin. I think he could come down and, you know, give Pat a stunner or something. How people will feel about that, whether people will care. I mean, casual fans will.
I think hardcore fans will like it, but, you know, I don't know. For me, the main event, obviously, is where you're going to want your biggest moments. And the main event tonight is one people are going in with a little bit of concern about. I feel the same. Paige has missed that boat, says Wayne. If she takes on being a manager, or maybe she could be a backup character. Yeah, I like Paige. I mean, it's not about not liking her or anything like that. It's just about being honest. In that, I think that she was very good in her time, but her time was 10 years ago when her skill set and character was at its most impactful. Where we are now is everything has just moved forward so drastically. It's a very different landscape. For her to have the same impact on a roster that also contains Rhea Ripley is going to be very challenging. And it's not just Rhea, is it? You know, you've got Bianca, you've got, you know, Jade Cargill. I mean, Jade looks amazing. She might not be able to wrestle. I mean, Paige is a decent wrestler. But again, you know, she's not Io Sky. She's not as big and as strong as Rhea. She's not as good in ring as Io. And if you go back 10 years ago, I think you would have said Paige was one of the best females that we had. But now, this, you know what I mean? It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. I think she'll get a nice pop tonight. There'll be a nice nostalgia feel. But I do just worry about when that fades and she's just another girl on the roster, can she hold her own? And that's going to be her challenge. That's going to be what she needs to try and figure out. And she needs to think about it now. She needs to be figuring it out now because she has to know that she's not going to be the biggest. She's not going to be the strongest. She's not going to be the fastest. She's not going to be the gothiest. She's not going to be the best in-ring performer, right? So where's her niche? How does she stand out? What is it that she is going to bring that's going to be a bit different? She was different back in the day. Didn't have anyone like Paige. So I hope she's giving that some thought. I don't know how long they've been in talks with her for. I don't know how long this has been in the works for. I mean, if they were talking to her last year and she's had a few months and they've had a few months to kind of really think about it, then hopefully they've got something good lined up. My concern would be they just bring her back as she was and we don't get any character evolution, which would fit because no one gets character evolution. We bring her back pretty much as she was and that's it. Do you know what I mean? Like, she's just... here's Paige. You like Paige? Here's Paige. And then, you know, it is what it is. So, yeah, little bit of concern there. But I'm rooting for her. As I said, I like her. I think it's wise to just sort of point out some potential icebergs that could be ahead. Steve said, I saw a video of the stage earlier. VIPs were walking down the stage and the ramp. It looked like it was a lot more room on the stage and behind the seats than those first images made it seem. But that's interesting. We're not going to really know the stage until you can always give your thoughts on first impressions, but until you actually see that stage in action. A lesson learnt for me was WrestleMania 39 when I saw that cinema one, and my first impression was, oh, I'm not sure. I mean, it looks good, but it looks low. It looked low. It didn't look like it was like grand enough. And then the stage just turned out to be so much bigger than I thought. Like, the wrestlers, when they were standing on it, were like little specks of dust. And I couldn't believe how big the stage actually was. So sometimes they're not brilliant when it comes to these stage reveals of you actually getting the full effect of the stage. And, yeah, you know, we'll see. We'll see what it looks like when it's in action. I think genuinely people will warm to it. I could see it being one of those where people are like, do you know what? I didn't like it at first, but after seeing it, it actually really grew on me. I could believe that. But it's totally fine for you to have had a negative first impression. Your first impression is still valid. So, but you might feel different once you've seen it tonight. We're just seeing now, as we are into the second hour of the countdown show, we are just seeing inside the stadium, the doors are open. And as a result, we are seeing people filing their way in. WrestleMania is getting ever closer. Brody said, could you say the same about AJ Lee? You could. You could say the same about AJ Lee. I think the difference with AJ Lee is that she's obviously in a relationship with CM Punk. And I think that she is someone actually that can do something a little bit different. AJ Lee, for me, was never the best wrestler. She was never the best promo. She was never the biggest. So you can absolutely say the same. But there was one thing that she did that I don't think I can really compare to anyone. Maybe Liv. Maybe. But what I always liked about AJ, what made her stand out to me, was her craziness. She was the crazy chick. She was the chick that, and the storyline sticks in my mind so vividly. Caitlyn getting love letters and a secret admirer, and Caitlyn like not being interested at first, but the more she got them and read what was being said, the more she started to feel for this person. And the more that like it got built up, and it got to a show where her secret admirer was about to be revealed, and Caitlyn's in the ring waiting patiently to find out who is it, who on the roster has been sending her these love letters for weeks and months. And she's in the ring waiting, and it's AJ Lee that comes out. And AJ Lee comes down and's like, I'm the one that's been sending you these things. Do you really think anyone would find you attractive? And that kind of mind games, that kind of psychotic work, the mental side of stuff, that to me. And if you think about when AJ was getting with all the different guys, like she was in a relationship with Daniel Bryan, she got into a relationship with John Cena, she would betray them as well. I mean, to me, that's where she shined. I would say since she came back, I mean, we just haven't even really got going with AJ. I mean, she's done a couple of promos, and that's it. I mean, she really hasn't felt that present. She was at WrestlePalooza in a mixed tag match. She did a little thing at Survivor Series War Games. She wasn't in the Rumble. She did compete at Elimination Chamber in a singles match with Becky. And now here we are at WrestleMania. So I don't really feel like we've had loads of AJ. But you are right. AJ is someone that was never the biggest, never the best wrestler, never the best promo. But I always enjoyed her character work. I always enjoyed that mental side. If she can bring that back, if we can get into some stories where she can be manipulative and play those kinds of mind games, that to me is where AJ shines. So I do think there is a place for AJ in the current product. And there's a place for Paige in the current product. Let's say there isn't. There absolutely is. I don't know how high of a place for Paige. And I think for AJ, because she is someone that is very entertaining as a character, because she's in a relationship with CM Punk, she's always going to be okay. She's always going to be around titles and around the conversation, So, I think it's fair to say that AJ has got those similar concerns. But I think there are a few slight differences as well. What do we think of Powerhouse Hobbs winning the Andre Battle Royal? Everyone who wins that is cursed, said Orton Khan. I like it. I think the Andre Battle Royal, it doesn't mean a great deal, but what it does mean is that the company are interested in you. If you win the Andre Battle Royal, then you are someone that the company wants a spotlight on. So when it comes to like a low level achievement on the main roster, that's probably as low as you can get. It's probably along the lines of winning the 24/7 championship, right? This is probably a little better because it only happens once a year. And last year it was Carmelo. Now, obviously, here we are at WrestleMania. Carmelo's not even on the card. But I think we can agree he just had a fantastic run with those open challenges. He is over with the crowd. The crowd are hating on Sammy because they want Carmelo. And so we're in a situation where Carmelo's in a good spot. He's not on the cards, but he's in a good spot. The fans want him, and Sammy's feeling the heat because of that. So I think Royce Keys winning the Andre Battle Royal is their way of saying to you, we like this guy. This is someone that's on our radar, and he should be on your radar as well. We like the look of this guy. So that's positive. I think that it's obviously a good thing for him to have achieved. It's something he can use as going forwards, you know. He is going to be, for the next 12 months, the Andre the Giant winner for this year. Not that it means a great deal, but it means something. It's better than nothing. So I wasn't down on it, honestly. I really don't mind. I think it's the company's way of saying we're interested in this person. Whether it works out and actually leads anywhere, we're going to have to wait and see, aren't we? As you said, there's many times historically in the past where people have won that and then not kicked on. So, you know, you can't take anything as a given. But, yeah, no, I wasn't down on it. It was one of the, I thought, better parts of SmackDown. Metal Mama says, injuries and early retirement could have been the end of her story, but it wasn't. She's been through a lot. She stepped away. She rebuilt herself. She's grown up and bettered herself. She's worked hard, and she has been in ring. So, Metal Mama, shout out to you. Metal Mama, I know, very excited for Paige's return. And I think one thing that we can all agree on is we're all hoping that this works out. I want it to work out for her. I just know that there's going to be those problems, that the landscape she was in when she was here before is not the landscape now. And so she's going to have to navigate this new landscape. But there's going to be a lot of goodwill for her, certainly at first, at the very least. And hopefully she can use that to her advantage. And, yeah, hopefully she can show and fulfill that potential that she had when she was around the first time, you know? Because I don't feel like we really capitalized on it. I feel like when she was in NXT, there was so much excitement. And then she got to the main roster, and I feel like we did a few things, like when she won that title from AJ on the first night of coming up. And, you know, she had some decent matches with AJ, some decent matches with Nikki. There was the WrestleMania 31 tag match. But there's not loads of memories that I have of Paige, really, on the main roster, kind of as we get further into 2015. And then, of course, you know, she gets injured, doesn't she? I thought she did great as a GM. I mean, I thought her GM work was very, very strong. I thought it was very, very good. So, here's Shawn. Shawn Michaels is coming on the kickoff panel. So, yeah, hoping it's working out. Hope it all works out. Shawn has come out. Right, Command and... Let's have a look. Let's go down, go to channel. Command and Console. Shout out to you, buds. Days, thanks for the great content this year. Do you remember a few years ago when the WrestleMania sign caught fire and started melting? Yes. I don't believe that was at Mania, was it? I think that might have been at the Rumble or something. You know, where it was one of those signs people point at. I think what they did is they had some pyro shoot out of the back of it as kind of like a, you know, but it actually set the sign on fire, and the sign started to melt and had to evacuate the people underneath. Yeah, well remembered, but well remembered. That is crazy. I wonder if they've stopped putting little pyro things in the signs after that, you know? I wonder if that was enough for them to go, yeah, we're not going to do that anymore. A few years ago, that now. Will said, I wanted more for Matt Cardona, not Mid Cardona. Oh, Mid Cardona. Very good. Very good. Mid Cardona. It was at the point in, I think it was like a Raw or a Rumble, said Flame Fist. SM said, hopefully Pat does get a stunner and a tombstone from the Legends as an introduction to the old school. Brody said, do we think WrestleMania is more about giving fans what they want or creating moments they didn't know they wanted until it happened? Both. I think that there are examples of moments that have happened that we didn't know that we wanted, that went down. And I think there are moments that we wanted, like, say, Cody finishing his story, and that happens. Like, I'm trying to think of a moment that happened that we didn't know we wanted. In my head, all I've got is flipping Snoop Dogg. Because I love that moment. That Snoop Dogg moment. What about, like, for example, Rock, Hogan, Stone Cold, all being in the ring at the same time? I don't know that anyone tuned into WrestleMania 30 knowing that was going to happen. We just tuned in and Hogan came out at the start to open the show. And as he was talking, Stone Cold's glass breaks and he comes down and we have Stone Cold and Hogan in the ring at the same time. I mean, that as a visual, you go, wow, look at this. Stone Cold and Hogan in the ring at the same time. I mean, that alone is special, because you've got the guy from the 80s, and you could argue the 90s with WCW, being in the ring with the guy of the late 90s into the 2000s with Stone Cold. I mean, if you could have got Bruno Sammartino in there as well, you could have got John Cena in the ring at that. I mean, wow. I actually think they could have gone further. They could have put Ric Flair in there, because they had Hogan in there. They had the Rocket. They had Stone Cold in there. And just as you're like, this is amazing. This is so special. Flipping, if you smell. And then the Rock comes down. Oh, my God, it's so good. I mean, that's a moment that I don't think anyone thought they necessarily needed or even thought about, but we had that at WrestleMania 30. Or do you remember the Rock 31, Rock going and getting Ronda? I flipping love that moment. Ronda in the front row, and the Rock has got Stephanie and Triple H saying, get out of the ring. You're not wanted round here. And the Rock kind of gets out the ring and he kind of walks around. It's one of my favourite moments, actually. And he looks in the ring and he looks over at, like, Triple H and Stephanie, and he just turns like that. And the crowd pop, right? But only a little bit, because a lot of people are watching on screens in the stadium. And the camera just pans over to show you what he's looking at. And with a face like thunder, with a face that looks like she's about to murk everyone in the crowd, you've got Ronda Rousey standing there. And you got The Rock, he's staring at her. He then looks back in the ring over at Triple H and Stephanie, turns back to Ronda, grabs her hand, brings her over the back. The crowd are just losing it, man. Crowd are losing it at this point. All of a sudden, Rock's going to the ring with Ronda Rousey. And in there is Stephanie and Triple H. Oh, what a moment. Flipping love that moment. So good. So those would be moments that, I never expected to see that. Never expected to see Rock, Stone Cold, Hogan in a ring at the same time. Those are moments that we got that were unexpected, that were great. But then, Daniel winning the belt at 30 or Cody winning the belt at 40, those are fantastic moments that people hope for, that they got and delivered. So it's a mixed bag. I don't think it is a one answer sort of, fits all situation. I think it's a mixture of giving people moments they are hoping for and giving them moments they didn't even know they wanted. Corey said, I've got Disney Plus today. My son and I could watch a good movie. I went ahead and got the full bundle. I'm going to have to miss some of tonight's WrestleMania. I'll just catch up with it, though, says Corey. Well, Corey, have fun, buds. Doing whatever it is you decide to do. I hope you have fun, whatever. Michael said, we have got to get Bianca tomorrow, don't we? Well, I think there's a chance. I mean, it really depends where she is with her recovery. So I definitely think there's a chance. But, yeah, she's got to obviously be able to move her finger and all of that sort of stuff. So apparently Paige was doing a photo op at WrestleCon today, and that has been cancelled. Dennis Rodman is doing photo ops today. He had quite the speech last night. It was okay. We got through it, but there was a couple of moments where it felt like it was going to go. Might have gone off the tracks, but we got there. We got there. Michael, thank you, my friend. Firing in some memberships. Really appreciate the support. So, Michael, shout out to you, buds. I can see more people joining us on the members side. It's great to see new people joining. We do member streams on a Monday, a Tuesday, a Wednesday, a Thursday, a Friday. We do member streams every day of the week. Here's AJ Styles. He went into the Hall of Fame last night, gave quite a short speech. He said, I think I might break a record here. I was a bit worried it was going to be a record for the longest speech. Turned out it might have been a record for the shortest from one of the headliners. And he kept it short, just thanked who he needed to thank, said some lovely words for his family, said that he doesn't miss wrestling because he gets to go back to his family and he gets to not miss any of their moments now. And there he is with that new Hall of Fame. It's a nice Hall of Fame ring, actually. It's like loads of gems, and it's got the WWE logo. It's pretty straightforward, but it looks good, looks classy. So AJ Styles arrives. It was good. Yeah, it was nice seeing Demolition go in as well. Right. Days, love the content. Reese, shout out to you, bud. Jay said, missing Bianca, would be good to see her back. Linda's speech felt like the longest, said Dizzledog. Yeah, that was crazy. We had all three of Stephanie's daughters do a speech. And then Linda came out and started doing a speech. So we had 4 speeches before we got to Stephanie's speech. It was crazy. The whole thing took an hour to get Stephanie in. I think it was like 50 minutes, really, but... Dennis Rodman gets more time than Sid. That was insulting, said Wayne. Yeah. I heard that the legacy inductees were not going to get a speech. I heard that. So I must admit, I wasn't really expecting them to get... And obviously both are no longer with us. I think that is a shame. And I tell you, there'll be a flipping riot. If they put Bray Wyatt in via legacy... and we don't get a Bray Wyatt, we just get a Bray Wyatt video package. We don't get any speech. Can you imagine that? Because Sid's no longer with us. Bad News Brown is no longer with us. Obviously, Bray is not with us. So could you imagine if they put him in the Hall of Fame through legacy? Ugh. Adam, hello, my friend. Shout out to you. Days, how are you? It's always a pleasure to tune into these streams. So thank you, my friends. Yeah, we're just reading what people are saying. We're keeping an eye on the news that's coming through. I'm keeping an eye on the countdown. We're just juggling a few things at the moment, but it's good. We're getting closer. We're getting ready. Apparently, Travis Scott has been spotted in Vegas today. There we go. Travis Scott spotted in Vegas. There we go. WrestleMania is saved. WWE Times, thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. Rapture said, do we think it's crazy that we didn't get Io Asuka? We thought they were waiting to see if Nikki would be cleared. And then we just get a different wrestler. Well, to be honest, it makes me think that that initial report is probably not correct. It makes me think that they weren't waiting on Nikki. Rumors are that Paige was rehearsing and was in place since earlier this week. So I don't know if it's just an incorrect report. It never made any sense because even if the Bellas are out, just run with 3 teams or put Roxanne and Raquel in instead. Like, there is absolutely no reason why it had to be the Kabuki Warriors that would go into that women's tag match. So irrelevant of Paige, irrelevant of anything. There was never a reason as to why that match had to affect that match. The 2 matches do not need to be connected. So I always struggled with it, to be honest. I never understood it. If anyone said, why is this? I could never give you an answer. It did not make any sense. So I don't know. I don't know if it was an incorrect report. I don't know if there was some truth to it and they were looking at moving the Kabuki Warriors, and then somehow someone suggested Paige and Paige just came, onto the equation. I don't know. I'm sure one day we will find out the answer. But yeah, it's crazy. Why is night 2 just 6 matches? I mean, maybe there's an injury that we don't know about. Maybe Asuka's got a niggle. Maybe Io's got a niggle. I don't think Io has. I mean, they've been using her in matches on TV. They haven't really been using Asuka, though. So I don't know if Asuka's dealing with anything. But yeah, frustrating. I'm sure I'm not alone. I'm sure many of you are frustrated at the fact that Io is missing out. And Carmelo and Ilya Dragunov. I mean, seeing him getting dumped out of the Andre Battle Royal, I mean, that was kind of heartbreaking last night. But, I mean, the truth is, there's more talented wrestlers than I think spots for them. You know, people are always going to miss out. I mean, you know, Bron Breakker should be on this card. Bianca Belair should be on this card. I think Bronson Reed would have made this card somewhere. As well as that, of course, you've got Ilya, as we said, that's missing out. You've got Royce Keys hasn't made the cards. Not that I think that massively matters, but there's a good amount of people that, like Carmelo, like Io Sky. In fact, someone did a list. I saw a list online of like all the good, credible names that are not on this card. Like Asuka, like Io, blah blah blah. It's a good list. The truth is, though, I think that you don't want to stuff WrestleMania. Like, I'm not looking for 12 matches across both days. Like, you know, 24 matches in total. You want to allow each match to have time and good entrances and let things breathe. And you don't want WrestleMania going 5 hours. So I think 7 matches on each day feels right. I think we could get another match tomorrow, right? But the truth is, someone will always miss out. Someone will always miss out. People have always missed out. So I think we have to accept that not everyone's going to make it. But I don't know. Is it right that Io misses out? You know, there's some people that you go, no, they really shouldn't. I mean, Io is one of the best in-ring performers we have. This WrestleMania is better with her on the card. It doesn't even matter who she's fighting. This WrestleMania is better with her on the card. She's that good. She's one of the best women's wrestlers we've got. How does she not make this card? I don't know. It's a head scratcher, but... Rapture said, I wouldn't be surprised if Night 2 has 6 matches, because maybe that main event is going to take a long time. Well, maybe, but, you know, I would imagine tonight's main event will get quite a bit of time as well. And so, I don't know, I just sort of feel like we should be able to get 7 matches. Well, I don't know, let's see. I mean, perhaps tonight's main event will be shorter. We'll have to see. I mean, they've got 4.5 hours set aside. I wouldn't give it that long. I wouldn't give it that much time. 4.5 hours. But, yeah, there is a balance. Someone's always going to miss out. I'm so excited for Cody. Randy said new tomorrow. The match and the storyline telling. No, TKO, Triple H will finally be what we wanted. The storyline telling. No. Oh, right. You're just happy for the match. You're excited to see what they deliver in the actual match. The only down is that at some point you're going to have Pat get involved, aren't you? Pat's going to get involved at some point. So I think as long as you kind of know that that's going to happen and you're ready for that. I mean, I'm going to watch that match, that main event tonight. I'm going to watch it and get as much out of it as I can. But I know towards the end or even throughout the match, there's going to be Pat involvement. And there's going to be shenanigans. And honestly, it's a shame. If you told me right now, Randy Orton, Cody, they're going to go 20 minutes. It's going to be clean. And, you know, they're just going to put on a match. I would be thrilled. I would be really excited. I'm not anticipating that. Phoenix said, what sucks about Mello is he wasn't in the Rumble either. I wouldn't be surprised Night 2 has... Okay, we read that one. Speed needs to come out to his World Cup song, said Sean. I think a betrayal is going to happen, said Zap. Wrestlers have to earn their spot for WrestleMania. No spots for all, said Reese. Please no Stone Cold on a 4-wheeler, said Mr. Lucius. Would Days ever want to do a meetup, said Reese. I've done a couple in the UK at like Wrestling Shop Live. I've always loved them. Always loved them. The problem we have is that we got a great community. It's quite a big community, obviously. There's a lot of similar names that join us, familiar names that join us. But we're a very spaced out community. We got people in like all different states in America, Canada, people joining from different parts of the UK, some people in different bits of Europe and Australia. So we're really, really spaced out. There is no, or not that I've ever found, like a meeting point that would work for most people, you know? So it's difficult, honestly. I mean, of course, it's a pleasure to speak to you this way. It'd be a pleasure to speak to you in person. And I'm a man of my word because I've done Wrestling Shop Live about 4 times where I've just gone to London and been like, listen, I'm here for the weekend. If you want to come down and have a word, I'm here. And it's been great to actually meet a lot of you that way. Hey, look, we got Danhausen in a blimp. Here we go. Danhausen in a Blimphausen. Yeah. Love that, Danhausen. You are cursed. There we go, Danhausen in the blimp. Okay, he didn't really do anything there. I don't know if we're going to get more of Danhausen and the blimp. I'd imagine we will. But there we go, Danhausen in the blimp. So the Goodyear blimp. Nice. Okay. Chances of Danhausen cursing Natty and giving her a farting gimmick back, said not JPEG. Well, I hope not for her sake, to be honest, buds. Joe, hello, my friends. Yeah, Joe said I made my mark yesterday. So, oh, you did. And it was so appreciated. Joe being so generous. And I saw like the community really responding to that as well. Amazing. As I said, it all goes back into the channel. The chair is going to get purchased. I might even get some new headphones as well, because these ones definitely have seen better days on the ears and everything. So it'll end up going back into the channel. But yeah, the focus today very much on WrestleMania. So Joe, appreciate it, my friends. Okay, we are starting to get pretty serious now. We are into just an hour and a half. WWE Times, shout out to you, buds. Hope you're doing well. Mr. Full D said the real question, will celebrities be involved? Well, that's guaranteed. It's, will WWE protect the core wrestling stories whilst they do it? Who Review says, I am lucky that I am watching Mania as I am off work ill. Oh, congratulations on being ill, buds. Congratulations. It's a great day to be ill. Jake said Dayshausen. Shout out to you, Jake Hausen. Wayne said still not Danhausen on the Schiffer. Well, he is going to be on the show. Rumors are he's going to have several segments. So we should be seeing some with Danhausen on the show, yes. Tony said, you can keep complaining about celebrities or embrace it. After all, you are a celebrity in your own right. I think the celebs should stick together. Which celebrity is tolerable? I like celebrities at WrestleMania. I don't have a problem with celebrities at WrestleMania. For me, the line gets crossed when they step into the ring. And if you're going to do like you've done with Pat and just shoehorn him into a story that doesn't need him. I think people wanted Cody and Randy to be about their history. And, you know, it feels actually like this is, you know, Cody versus Pat in many ways. That's how involved he has been. And so I think that's obviously caused a lot of disappointment. I think in regards to a lot of wrestlers, I think having them around WrestleMania is good. I think it's really good that wrestlers, that celebrities want to sort of endorse wrestling. You know, they want to be there and they want to be seen with it and everything. So I think like any celebrity that's willing to make themselves look a bit stupid for wrestling will get a lot of respect from me. So I've had a lot of praise for Speed, actually. I think, though, it's a bit of a shame he's now going to be in a match. But what he did at the Royal Rumble last year, and it was very clever, actually, where I think, was it Akira Tozawa was coming down to the ring and he got murked. And then that meant that we went backstage and Triple H is like, I need someone to take this spot. Speed, you'll have to go. And Speed was like, what? And so Speed goes out. And of course, does he get into the ring and start eliminating people and looking like the man? No, he does not, right? He gets absolutely smashed by Bron Breakker and yeeted out the ring. And that, to me, is a celebrity that is using their star power to actually put wrestlers over and make wrestlers look like badasses. I mean, that clip of Bron Breakker spearing Speeds has got to be one of the most viral wrestling-related clips we've had, maybe ever. I mean, we've all seen that moment. And so for Speed to be willing to, you know, look a bit foolish, but, you know, he's clever, that kid, because he knows that it's just good it's just like people will laugh at it and go, oh, God, Speeds, you got wrecked there, mate. And he's like, I know, man. I didn't even know I was in the Rumble. If I'd known, I would have been ready. You know? So, I mean, he can have a bit of fun with it. It made Bron Breakker look like a real badass. And, like, to me, like, that's just win-win-win. Everyone's winning there. Bron Breakker won. Speed won. Speed's fans had fun with it. The clip went viral. I mean, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. There's nothing bad I can say about that. I thought it was done so well. So, yeah, I think there are ways of having celebrities in wrestling. There's ways of using them. We're never going to not use celebrities because, as people keep saying, we've always used celebrities. But if you want to see a real bad way of using celebrities, the Pat example this year is exactly that. You know, Pat being dropped into this story that did not need him actually was one of the stories I think people were most interested in. Digging into that background, and you know, we just shove in Pat, and Pat becomes one of the big focuses. I feel like we've spoke about Pat about as much as we have Cody or Randy or Roman or Punk. It's mental, absolutely mental. So yeah, it is what it is. We've definitely covered that conversation. What do we think about the 2027 Hall of Fame class of it being, say, Batista, Chyna, Michael Cole, Victoria, the Brainbusters, Cyndi Lauper, Legacy could be Bundy, Jim Crockett Sr., Giant Baba. I think Chyna going in would make sense. She is obviously not there, not with us, so... if she goes in via Legacy, the family wouldn't speak. And actually, that might be a way of getting her in, mightn't it? I think WWE's concern is that Chyna, it felt like she was pushed out of the company by Stephanie. I mean, some might not know, but like Triple H and Chyna were a thing. And then when Triple H got with Stephanie, it sort of felt like Chyna was marginalized. And then, of course, she ends up leaving WWE, and there's a whole sort of controversy that's there. And then, of course, she left to do, like, adult films as well. And that was, I mean, anyone that searches for Chyna, WWE aren't going to want kids doing that and then seeing porn. So that's an understandable issue. And so there's been these problems with the history with Triple H, the history with her going off and doing adult films. And so they put her in as part of DX. So technically she's in, but people are now saying she needs to go in on her own. I think if they put her in, they'll probably want to avoid any sort of controversy, and they'll just put her in Legacy. And so that way she gets the Sid kind of, well done, you're in. She gets the Bad News Brown, well done, you're in, but it's a video package and an applause, You could absolutely do that in Saudi. Yeah. Michael Cole, you could do that in Saudi as well. I wouldn't have a problem with Michael going in. I don't know if Michael would be bothered by going in Saudi Arabia, but you could definitely do that. Batista, I don't know if you'd want to go in Saudi. It's an option. You can say, shall we put you in? If he agrees to it, you can always do it. That actually sorts a problem out because we've already announced him, but we've not put him in. So that would solve a problem. He would have to agree to it, though, wouldn't he? 'Cause they might say, we want to put you in now next year. And he might be like, I don't want to go in Saudi Arabia. So he might turn it down. Victoria, fine. I ain't got no problems with that. Brainbusters as well. No problems with that. Great tag team. Cyndi Lauper absolutely needs to go in. Would she want to go in Saudi? Don't know. I don't think the Brainbusters would mind. I don't know about Victoria. Cyndi Lauper, no idea if she'd want to go in Saudi or not. In regards to Bundy, is he not in? Is Bundy not in? He's got to go in. He could go Legacy. Jim Crockett, senior promoter, he can go in. Giant Baba, he can go in. Is Baba not in? He was the lead guy for All Japan. Antonio Inoki was the top person for New Japan. And Giant Baba was the top booker. I think was he the owner and everything as well for All Japan. There was a rivalry, New Japan versus All Japan. Baba, obviously a giant of a man, and worked a lot with American wrestlers that he would bring over. And I mean, he absolutely deserves to go in. I'm shocked he's not in already, actually. So I think there's some great names there. I suppose the big stumbling block is, would they agree to go in Saudi Arabia? Suzanne said, I wouldn't. Des, how many of them did Playboy? China was not the only one, says Rays. I think it's different though, isn't it? Like posing naked for a magazine as opposed to actually being in a porn film, like an actual adult film. And she did a couple of those. So, yes, even WWE were showing breasts on their TV like the cat. And, leaving very little to the imagination. So, there was women that did Playboy. But I don't think anyone's going to make the argument that doing Playboy is the same as being in an adult film. I mean, one of them is meant to be shot in a classy, artistic way, and the other is a porn film. So WWE have always seen that as a real barrier. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think this version of WWE would even be that crazy about women that have been doing Playboy and stuff. I mean, WWE has gone from where it was in the Attitude Era to now being a PG product. And the truth is the truth, if people want to accept it or not. WWE are not crazy about putting people into the Hall of Fame that kids can Google and then having all this adult content come back in the results. I can understand that. I'm not saying that she shouldn't go in because of it, but I'm just saying that I can understand that as a concern. So they put her in with DX. That obviously wasn't good enough for everyone, and people wanted to go in on her own. I understand. But this is where the hesitation is. This is where the problem is. And of course, you've got the history with Triple H and Steph, and I could see them putting her in via Legacy and it being that she goes in that way, and it's not this big deal that gets made, So she's in. It ticks the box. WWE just get her in, and that's that. They might end up doing the same with. They might end up doing the same with Vince. I mean, Vince could end up going in after he's passed away, and it might be that he goes in via Legacy in the future. Right. I just caught Joe said it's 30 years since Shawn Michaels, Bret Hart, and their Iron Man match. Wow, time flies, doesn't it? Eh? Time flies. There is a lot of them that did Playboy, says Reyes. Val Venus was a Pete Stark character. Yeah, that was the Attitude Era. So we wouldn't have that now, would we? That's the exact point that I just made. Back in the Attitude Era, we had like a TV-14 rating. We had women showing their breasts. The company was in a very different place. Do you think you would have Val Venus now, a porn star now, in this environment? No way. So, where the company has gone to now with the PG product is completely different. So you can't compare back then because the company was completely different. You know, we had bra and panty matches and things like that. We won't be doing any of that stuff now. So we're in a very, very different place now. I can, as I said, understand that being a concern. Not JPEG said, are the rumors true about Rock and Stone Cold at WrestleMania? I don't know about The Rock. He was in Vegas the other day for Moana live action thing, but he said he was going back to be with his daughter. In regards to Stone Cold, he's there. He was actually at Bloodsport the other day, and he is believed to be backstage. No one seems to know if he's actually going to be doing anything, though. But, yeah, he is going to be backstage. I would not be shocked to see him. My fear with Vince is that he is going to make an AI clone of himself before he dies, says Eric. When I was a kid, Edge and Lita had a live celebration in the ring. They did. Days, how are you managing to look younger? Oh, watching SmackDown. It keeps me young. That's the secret to long-lasting life. Mr. 4D said, Days, AJ's last Mania was against Logan Paul. That's not phenomenal at all. Oh, yeah. Yeah, not great. Don said, Los Garza seem to be hinting at their departure from WWE on X. Keep an eye out, since remember last year, around this time, people like Shotzi started making those same tweets. Interesting. Dean said, what was the worst match type ever? Worst match type. The dog kennel from Hell thing comes to mind. That's where we had like a Hell in a Cell, and around the outside of the ring were dogs. I remember Al Snow being in that. I think we only did it once, and the dogs were meant to be these vicious dogs on the outsides, barking away, and like, you know, they were needed handlers, and they were the tamest dogs in the world. Like, they were just lovely. And they were peeing and pooping and just on the outside. I mean, like, the wrestlers could go out and the dogs were no bother whatsoever. It's meant to be this vicious attack dogs, handlers holding them back, you know? I mean, it's kind of like the equivalent of having a ring surrounded by a moat with sharks in. It was just couldn't have been further away from that at all. So that's kind of seen as an epic disaster. I think the pitch black match as well is seen as an epic disaster, which is a real shame because, of course, it was Bray Wyatt's last match. They're just having a look at AJ's ring. I personally didn't mind it. I thought the pitch black match was not bad. I thought it was an interesting concept. I don't know quite why we did it. I don't know the purpose of it. I suppose it just made the Bray's character look a bit more badass as it like glowed in the dark. So I'm not really too sure as to why they wanted to do that match. I think to be honest with you, I think this was an early example of them embracing sponsorship, because if memory serves me right, didn't Mountain Dew have a glow-in-the-dark bottle or something? It was sponsored by Mountain Dew, and I think they might have even had a drink that was called Pitch Black, that I think had a glow-in-the-dark bottle. So I think, to be honest, it was basically a match built around a sponsor. And that was Bray's last match. So, you know, that's been regarded as very underwhelming. And I can agree with it, honestly. I mean, you know, if that was the reason for it, then I can totally agree. But I thought the match itself, I mean, with the lights out, and the Bray character sort of glowing, and then they tried a few other things. Remember, they went through that commentary table, all these coloured balls just sort of exploded out. I don't know why they exploded out, but again, it was like this burst of colour. To be honest, with wrestling, like, sometimes you do see some very different things in presentation. I'm kind of glad that I got to see something like that. It was interesting. I don't think there's much of a future to it, and the reviews of it were very, very, very poor. But yeah, if you talk about worst gimmick matches, I think that would have to be in the running. Harmon said, Days, why is Bray not in the Hall of Fame yet? I think that, to be honest with you, he passed away, didn't he, a few years ago? And the very next year after he had passed away, they did the documentary. A lot of people wanted him to go into the Hall of Fame that year. I was okay with him not, because I felt like we'd ticked the Bray box. I feel like it's kind of nice at this time of year to have a reminder of Bray. And so we sort of ticked the Bray box by having the documentary. And so that was all about Bray and, you know, his life and whatever. And then the next year, Triple H got surprised as being the headliner and going in, right? So I don't know if Triple H had a plan to put Bray in, but instead he got surprised, you're going in. And he didn't know about it, right? So Triple H goes in as the headliner, and then they fill out the rest of the class. Now, you could make an argument that Bray could have gone in that year and just not been the headliner, because I don't know if Bray's going to be a headliner or not. I don't think he will. I really don't think he will, only because he's not with us. And I don't know if they want a headliner that's not with us anymore. So could they have put Bray in the year that Triple H went in? I think they could have, but Triple H went in, they filled out the class. And then, of course, because Triple H went in this year, he's put his wife in. So Stephanie's gone in, and they've decided to go with AJ. So I suppose the point I'm making is that I don't think it's necessarily a diss to Bray. I think it just might be things have happened and we've ended up with the classes we've ended up with. There's maybe a chance Bray goes in next year. I don't know how people would feel about that, him going in Saudi Arabia. But there's maybe a chance that he goes in next year. He's not with us. So, you know, he can go in and we don't have to obviously worry about him getting there. Of course, his family would like to be there. But there's maybe a chance that Bo will be there anyway with the Wyatts. So, I don't know. I mean, can his dad travel? If his dad can't really travel next year that far, then maybe they won't do it. So, he might not go in next year because of it being in Saudi. So, I don't think there's any disrespect or anything like that. I think he goes in. It's just, like most things, it's a question of timing. It's never the most deserving people go in first. There's not like a list. I mean, it's stunning to think that like Giant Baba's not in or King Kong Bundy's not in. I mean, King Kong Bundy was in the main event of WrestleMania 2. So it's kind of crazy to think that, you know, those kind of names aren't in. I mean, we only just put Demolition in last night. So it's not like there's not an order of like when people go in. So I don't really worry about it, to be honest. I just know that he will go in eventually. Harmon said, Days, sorry, since December 24th, I think Triple H has dropped the Wyatt 6. Since December 24th. I don't know. I agree with you. Wyatt 6 are dead in the water. We had a good conversation about them earlier. A lot of frustration around the Wyatt 6. Horrible result for them on SmackDown this week. Days, are you doing Grimmermania? He has got the most world title reigns in wrestling with 92 reigns. Let's wish Grim the best in producing his event. Definitely wishing Grim all the best. Days Hebner. I am a fan of Grim, so definitely hoping his event goes well. Keegan says, volleyball is done for me. My last game today. Are you focused on WrestleMania now then, Keegan? It is coming up in just over an hour. We got just over an hour to go. Mr. Fool said, Days, what's worse? Knowing in advance that Pat is involved in the main event or seeing it happen in real time like last year with Travis? I think... That's a great question, you know. My reaction is that this is worse because I've had to deal with him in the build. So I've had to deal with him ruining SmackDown, and I've had to deal with conversations about him for weeks. And, you know, if he had just popped up, I wouldn't even know he was coming. And then bang, there he is. Okay, it immediately ruins the main event, but at least I would have had a better build, you know? I mean, I suppose this way, not only is he going to be involved in the main event, so he's going to ruin it anyway, but I've also had to put up with him in the builds. So I think this is worse. More of him is worse. So, yeah, I think I would have took the Travis Scott approach. I would have took the Pat just coming down during the match. And then, of course, you know, it would be ruined for me, but at least I would have had the builds and I would have been excited going into the main event and I would have watched the match and then it gets ruined rather than now just not even caring if the match happens or not. That's where I am with our main event tonight. You could cancel it and I wouldn't be bothered. Keep the Dream Alive said, where do we see the Wyatts over the next 6 months? Not anywhere good. Not anywhere good. I think that they will probably try and go after the tag belts again. I think they'll try and do something with Nikki. They might try and do something with Howdy, but I'm not sure. I think they'll just maybe focus on tag belts and Nikki. I think it'll be more of the same. There's absolutely no reason to think that they're going to start doing anything creative because other than Nightbird, they haven't done anything creative. I mean, Harmon said December 2024, the Final Testament feud. But to be honest, even that feud wasn't very good. I mean, we kidnapped The Miz. So we kidnapped The Miz. The Miz then kind of spoke his way out of it and then immediately turned on the Wyatts. So that, to me, made the Wyatts look really stupid. Like, you had an issue with The Miz because of how he had treated Bo back in the day. You let him go because he convinced you that he had changed, and then he immediately made you look stupid by turning on you and aligning with Final Testament. So, to me, okay, that got us into that feud, but it was not a great way of getting in the feud. And then I didn't think the feud itself was very good either. I'm to be honest with you, I don't think outside of their debut where they wreck the gorilla position, and maybe the kidnapping of The Miz that moment, I don't know that the Wyatt Six have really done anything. They've got a nice entrance. Some people might have been excited when they won the tag belts. I personally wasn't bothered. I think other than wrecking Gorilla and kidnapping The Miz, there's nothing, is there? So there's not really much of a reason to believe that they're going to start doing anything exciting in the summer. So I think when it comes to the Wyatt Six, my approach, and it probably should be yours as well, is just wait and see where it goes. If it starts to get interesting, then we're back. We're eating goods. But until I start to see that happening, my expectations are going to be kept in check. I'm going to keep my expectations low because until they give me a reason to start getting excited and believing in them, there's just nothing there, is there? It's very disappointing. Not JPEG said, the model Rick Martel, will he ever be inducted? Well, he's starting to come back around to wrestling. I mean, I heard that he sort of walked away from wrestling and he was sort of like done with it. He just wanted to close the door on it. I mean, he's not been popping up on Raws and things along those lines. He doesn't do Saturday night's main events. He doesn't, I don't think he's at fan conventions. I've never seen him advertise for one over here in the UK, for example. So it was one of those where I had to double check if he was still alive. But I'm starting to see like some figures popping up for him now. And I think he's like doing some stuff with the major figure bros, you know, Matt Cardona. So I think you might start to see a bit more of him being active. And they haven't done Mattel figures of him for a long time. So, yeah, I could see him getting a Legends deal, coming back, starting to, you know. And if he signs a Legends deal, that's a key indicator he'll go in the Hall of Fame. Because Demolition signed deals last year, Legends deals. And as soon as they signed those Legends deals, people were like, they're going in the Hall of Fame because they hadn't been under a WWE contract for quite a long time. So now that you've got them under a Legends deal and you can start making merch and figures and this is a group that's not in the Hall of Fame, it doesn't take too much to put 2 and 2 together and go, they're going to go in. So they got announced and they've gone in. So if Rick the Model Martel signs any kind of Legends deal with WWE, he is such a legend that, yes, I would be like, when does he go in? It's going to happen. It's just when. But until he actually signs some sort of deal, I don't think so. I think they would want to get him under some sort of deal first. WWE Times said, do we think they'll bring back the Hardcore Championship in a new season? I don't think so, but they tried it with the 24/7 belt. It was kind of a bit more of a PG version. And I think they just sort of ran out of stuff to do with it. I think it becomes a bit of a weight, because obviously it can be defended at any point, 24 hours a day. So, you know, you kind of have a few fun bits. I mean, we saw it defended on a plane. We saw it defended on house shows. We saw it defended backstage. We saw it defended on TV shows during interviews, pre-shows. Saw it on a golf course. I think we saw it on a runway as like they were about to board a plane. Loads of different, in a restaurant. We saw it being defended. So, you know, we saw it being defended in lots of different places. And I suppose, like, after a while, you've done a load of stuff and you're just like, I don't know what to do now. I mean, that thing was around for a few years. And it just sort of felt like a bit of an anchor, really. So I don't think so. I don't think they're looking to bring it back, because I think they kind of scratched that itch with the 24/7 championship not too long ago. And so there'll probably be a break from it. And they'll probably bring it back in some form in the future. But 5 years, 10 years, something along those lines. I don't think there's really an appetite for it. Which is a shame, because I think it works well with social media and everything in this day and age. But yeah, again, once you've done a few things, it's kind of diminishing returns, really. Do you know what I mean? Once you've seen it kind of change hands in a restaurant or at an airport or on a TV chat show, you can't really do any of those things again because it's been done. So, and then you start to and then it changes hands at multiple live events. Well, if it changes hands at a live event again, people are like, oh, yeah, they did that last week. So it's hard to kind of keep it exciting and relevant when it's being defended all the time. So for that reason, I think they'll probably just want to break from it. Right. I live in Wales, but I can't get results. Did Cardiff win promotion, says Daryl. Daryl, I will look. Cardiff City. Well, they won. Cardiff Saver promotion. They did. Yes. Cardiff did get promoted. Well done to them. Well done, Cardiff heads. Man United are playing at the moment against Chelsea as well. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on that. Getting into the final 10 minutes on that one. It's hard for the creative team to write normal TV, let alone for a hardcore title, said Eric. My winner predictions: Cody, Liv, Punk, Brock, Jacob, Finn, Seth, AJ, Bailey, Lyra, Usos, LA, Rhea, Trick, Penta. Up the Bluebirds, yeah! Owen needs to go into the Hall of Fame. Can Nick repair the relationship to get Owen in 1 year, said Hugh Review. Not whilst Martha's around. His wife, she's just said, why would I want the company responsible for his death to benefit in any way by promoting him and putting him into the Hall of Fame? I mean, that seems like a door that's closed. I mean, she's gone and worked with AEW. No problem. But they're obviously honouring Owen with that tournament they do. They've released some figures. I don't feel like she feels a need to go to WWE and get him in the Hall of Fame. So, I don't know. Once she has passed away, I don't know what happens then. I don't legally, I don't know who's responsible for his estate. I mean, I believe she's the one that has the say right now. She's like, the guardian, if you will. So if he was around, I mean, I'm sure well, I can't speak for him, can I? I mean, I would think he would want to go in. Brett says he should go in and that he would want to go in. But equally, that is the company responsible for his death. So we don't know how he would feel about them and being recognized by them. It's a very, very difficult subject. One that I don't think is going to get resolved anytime soon. But once she passes, I don't know who's in charge then. I mean, I don't know if there's kids. Would it move to the kids? I mean, I think while she's got the decision, it's hard to see it happening. While she's got the say, Is Paige finally returning tonight? That is the word on the streets. Harmon said, I've sent another super chat. Thank you, Harmon. Let me jump over to them. I got a couple, actually. Scout Chris said, how would we book the Wyatts? We actually covered that earlier. I'll try and give you the quick version. I personally would take them off TV for a while. I would then do another Nightbird type campaign, but only this time I would have it so that there are a few stories intertwined. So some of it might not make sense, but actually what you would be getting shown are 4 separate stories. So you might be like, I don't understand. How does this connect to this? But actually what you're seeing are 4 separate stories kind of interwoven. And the reason for that is because I'd want to debut them or bring them in kind of separately rather than a group. So I would want to get going with Nikki in the women's division, Gacy and Loomis in the men's division, Rowan and Howdy kind of supporting each other. I don't know if we get behind Rowan and Rowan tries to go after a mid-card belt, or we get behind Howdy and he tries for some. I think it'd be a mid-card first. Whether we could build him to a world title, I don't know. But I would try and break it down into those smaller groups and then tell a backstory for each one, set a target for each one, and build like a story. I wouldn't make it as long as Nightbird was. Nightbird was quite long. I would just do like a 4-week campaign or something, 5 weeks, and get going, I think actually Nightbird was great, but it was also, it didn't need to be that long. The most important thing is when the group get going, actually supporting them with QR codes and with character development. I feel like what we did is we put everything into Nightbird, we debuted them, and then we went, good luck, It was like, hope this goes well for you. We kind of washed our hands of them then. I sort of feel it would be better if you do a shorter Nightbirds, and then when you debut them, keep supporting them, keep those QR codes going, keep the vignettes going, So I would try and do that. And then, of course, further down the road, once they've kind of done those first feuds, you can get to a point where someone picks a fight with Nikki Cross. She's outnumbered. Lights go out. You bring the other members together. You've got like an Avengers moment where Wyatt 6 are reunited. I think rather than just bringing them in all together at the start, have it so they're kind of a bit more individual and then bring them together further down the road. That would make a feud with them all together a lot more satisfying. And you'd know more about them. And then we could dig into how they interact with each other and then start exploring that. I honestly feel right now with the Wyatt 6, the whole thing is just overwhelming. Where do you even start? Where do you even start with all of this? I mean, it is so overwhelming. I don't know. I really don't know where you start. So it's like everyone needs character development. Everyone needs a backstory. Everyone needs vignettes and journal entry. And it's very overwhelming. I think just break it down, make it simpler. So that would be my starting point. But I thought what they did with Nightbird was they just smashed it out of the park. I thought they did a fantastic job. Joy Marie said, good day, Days. Good day. I've got a 6-piece pizza. I got some ham pancake sandwich. That's my snacks all for the live stream. Hoping that Punk is going to win on night 2. I only see Roman as a part-timer. Yeah, you're not alone, buds. You're not alone. I think that Roman is a part-timer. He's a top star, though. And if they're going to, like, reform Bloodline, it could be that they want to kind of invest in him and that group and get back to the good times where WWE was so financially successul and ticket sales were flying. And so they might want to go back to that and go with Roman, but... yeah, I must admit, I think if there was a gun to my head and I had to choose, I would go CM Punk. I think it's going to mean more to him. He's not been in the Night 2 main event before. He may never get back there again. I think it'd be good to him to have this win, you know. So, but I don't mind. I mean, if Roman wins, fine. I'm not bothered. I'm not like going to be upset about either way it goes. So, I mean, honestly, once all is said and done and we're here on Saturday night and we can just sort of sit back and watch whatever they've got planned unfold, I just hope that it's interesting. Don't forget, part of the build is CM Punk saying you can't do stuff on your own. So is there going to come a moment where the Usos try to help Roman, and is he going to accept that help? Or is he going? Or would he just fall into Punk's words? Punk said you can't do anything on your own, and so you know that could be a very interesting wrinkle, actually. So yeah, when we get to that Night 2 main event, I will be very excited to see what they've got planned. But I can't really lose either which way. I'll be happy whatever they've got sorted. Harmon said, "What's your opinion on JD from New York and the IWC?" I don't really have an opinion on JD, to be honest, because I don't watch JD. I don't have anything to say against him, anything to say for him. I just don't really watch. I'm aware of him, and I've seen some of the clips of, you know, him going off and ranting and whatever. He reminds me a lot of how wrestling used to be. So there was someone I used to watch called Bruce Blitz. And whenever a show would end, he would rant and rave and lose his mind over things that had happened, right? And I feel like if you look at a lot of, I suppose even my reviews, I think a lot of reviews these days, and I'm going to use the word guilty of this, are quite analytical. And they're like, this happened, I wasn't keen on this, I'm not sure where this is going. It's more sort of like, this is what's happened, this is where we could be going. I'm not sure what they're trying to do with here. It didn't work on this occasion, but they might be able to get it working in the future. There's a lot of reviews like that. Back in the day, there was a lot more shouting. I feel like certainly Bruce Blitz used to do that. If John Cena was on the show and was being Super Cena, he would just be losing his mind. Just ranting and raving and just, you know, getting all worked up and all upset and whatever. And that seems to be JD's, you know, reaction to things as well. Again, just judging off some clips. So I suppose in a way it's just a different style of presenting your opinions. You can be analytical and thoughtful, or you can just be very passionate and reactionary in the moment or whatever. There's a place for that. And so he's got a audience, community and whatever that supports him, and fair play. Wish him all the best. In regards to the IWC, well, I suppose in a way we're all part of the IWC. It is the minority. It's an important minority. It's a vocal minority. It's a passionate minority. It's an opinionated minority. And I think it's very easy to think that what you see online is what everyone is thinking. But the truth is that you've got a lot of casuals and a lot of kids that don't interact on X. You know, they're not sharing their thoughts on social media. You know, there's people that don't use X. They might be on Facebook. You might not see what they're saying. There might be kids that just use TikTok. I have no idea what people are saying on TikTok or Instagram because I don't go on those platforms. I don't know what people are saying on Reddit. I don't know what people are saying on, you know, Friends Reunited. I got no idea. So to me, like, you know, I look at a few accounts on X, and it's very easy to fall into like an echo chamber. I think it's very easy to just mute accounts that you think are spouting nonsense and only listen to the accounts that you think are speaking truth, right? Or shares an opinion close to yours. And I think it's dangerous that you can really fall, and, it's something that I try to not do, is to fall into an echo chamber where you feel so validated with what you're saying, because when you look online, people are saying the same things. But we live in a world where algorithms will show you content that you will engage with, and chances are you will engage with content that you agree with. So you're constantly being served things that reinforce your opinion. And so, yeah, it's hard. Social media is hard. It's difficult. They are echo chambers. I do think, like, if you're Triple H or you're Nick Khan, you can't just focus on what the IWC are saying. I do agree with Nick Khan when he says it's a vocal minority. But as I said the other day, he does have to, in the same breath, say it's an important vocal minority. This is your core fan base. These are the most passionate fans that are not only watching your products, but in their spare time talking about it. These are they're not people that just watch the occasional show. They watch week in, week out. They've got opinions on it. They talk about it. They're the most engaged part of your fan base. And you just cannot be as dismissive as he was this week with the comments that he made. So I think the IWC is a very complex place, because I think that can be a very negative place. I think it's an important place, but I do think in the grand scheme it is also true that it is the minority as well. So there's a lot to unpack there, to be honest. An awful lot to unpack there. I thought that Nick Khan's comments were very disappointing. I think that he could have worded his statement a little bit better, rather than just saying it's a vocal minority and sort of making out we're not interested in what they're saying. And so, yeah, those are my thoughts. In regards to Eddie, said, I would love to see the European title come back. That would be good. That'd be a good belt to bring back. Travis, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Appreciate the support. LS Dub, hello, says the overlap between casuals and IWC hardcores is blurrier than people think. It's a spectrum. It's not a binary split. I think it's complicated. It's ever evolving as well. As you say, it's blurry because I was not part of the IWC. I watched wrestling since the early 90s. I didn't have a computer until, I don't know, 2010, something like that. I could have got one, but I didn't need one, right? I didn't need one. I was quite happy going to work. Then I'd go to the pub after. Then I'd go home, watch TV. I never had a need for a laptop or anything along those lines, right? So for me, I was not in forums and chat rooms, and I was not, I was not worrying about a social media and all this kind of stuff. I just didn't need any of that. And as phones advanced and you got more functions on your phone, you could do bits on your phones, of course. I had a phone. But I mean, I wasn't using that to go and talk about wrestling. And I wasn't using that to, really search wrestling out on YouTube. It hadn't really crossed my mind to necessarily do that, right? So, I'm someone that was a real wrestling fan that did not interact. It was only when I was living in Ipswich, which I want to say was like 2013. I lived in Ipswich, and I was living there on my own. I was working at the store in Ipswich, and I would live in a flat. And I'd go back, and I was on my own, and I didn't really know what to do on a night, really. And that's when I found Bruce Blitz, and that's when I found a few other like wrestling, channels on YouTube. So, like Grimm, he came along. I don't know what year he came along, but I discovered Grimm. I saw Tommy Toy Travels as well around kind of 2014-ish. These were the people that I saw in the early stages of wrestling YouTube. These are the names I would class as the OGs, And for me, like, that was kind of my introduction to the IWC. So I kind of had time before it, and then I've had time sort of in it. And, you know, I think a lot of people kind of have that as well. There'll be a lot of kids that don't interact online about wrestling, but eventually they'll probably find it and end up kind of sharing their thoughts about it. So at the end of the day, you know, the IWC is people. It's us. I mean, it's us. So, I mean, we can't make out that the IWC is awful and toxic. I mean, it's us. But there are elements of it that are awful and toxic, of course. So, yeah, it's a very interesting landscape. Ever-changing, I agree. AEW Live said, I think the Viper is just playing Pat. He just doesn't know it yet. I think because Randy even turned on Edge, says AEW Live. Janine says it's a vocal minority, but the WWE stars are all over Twitter, and TKO don't mind using it. However, there are a lot of fans on there that could benefit from some anger management. Yeah. LS Dub said the one positive about the IWC is that they think one way or another, they have opinions and they wish for the best of the product. This is more than many fans who just turn the brain off and just eat anything up, says LS Dub. WWE Times said, Days, I'm happy to be here with the watch long. Keep up the great work. Shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. James said, hi Days, love that you're still not noticing me. Hello, James. I got to you. Yeah, there you are. There you are. I noticed you. I can try and ignore you for as long as possible, but you'll still find a way through. So, James, hope you well. Happy WrestleMania. We are less than 40 minutes away. Less than 40 minutes away. Okay, Alan said, do we think Paige returns? I think so. If she is replacing Nikki, will she get involved in the AJ match? I don't expect her in the AJ match, but I do think she gets involved in the women's tag match, yes. Reese said, I loved hearing Days' backstory. Birmingham, Southampton, Ipswich. Why did you decide to get started with the channel? Love the content. I told that story just the other day, actually. So, again, so many people have heard it, but I didn't have anyone to talk to. That's the simple answer. And so I started the channel so I could talk about wrestling. Because there was not... The girl that I was seeing was not really interested. And so she didn't want to hear about it. And there was no one really at work that was interested. So I was just in a situation where I was the only one really that was into it. And so if I had any thoughts about it, there was nowhere to turn really. I maybe could have found a group chat or something and, you know, gone exploring. But even in 2016, I didn't have a laptop. I had an Apple laptop in about 2010, which I think I had for about 3 years. And I didn't have a laptop when I started the channel in 2016. I got to 40,000 subscribers on this channel with just a Pixel phone. That was it. The videos were recorded on this, edited on this using KineMaster, and the thumbnails were made using... God, what's it called? PixArt, is it? PixArt. So I made thumbnails on PixArt, edited on KineMaster, recorded on the phone, and just did daily uploads. Toy hunts were done with a phone as well. All the toy hunts, I think every toy hunt's been done with the phone. I've never used any kind of nice camera or anything. It's always been a phone. So yeah, the channel got to 40,000 and that was all I had. That's all you need. And they're even better now. So you shouldn't like put things off thinking I need a PC, I need a microphone, I need a camera. I mean, those things are things you can always level up, but you can always get started with a mobile phone. That's what I did. So yeah, just about talking wrestling, that's all. Darwin Appreciate it, buds. Shout out to you, my friends. Darwin said, happy WrestleMania night 1, everyone. WrestleMania is the Super Bowl of wrestling. It doesn't get any bigger than this. It's one of these days that I'm going to go to WWE Worlds. Stuff looks cool AF. I agree. I think WrestleMania World is the one thing I am desperate to go to as well. So, hello. Blimphausen! It's Blimphausen. Very nice. Very evil. I saw it. Is it got Snickers on the other sides? Because I've seen that flying around with Snickers. But I didn't see the Blimphausen side. There we go. Blimphausen is flying around in the crowds. It's pretty fun having a little blimp in there, isn't it? We used to do that back in the day, actually. Having blimps inside arenas, whatever. There we go. I wonder if they'll sell those. Imagine that on WWE Shop where you could buy a Blimphausen. Oh, my God. Need. I mean, it doesn't need to be that size. It can be a scaled down version, but need. That is going to be my first entry into the WrestleMania folder. Obviously, we'll be looking to do a breakdown. This will be one of the most anticipated breakdowns. A WrestleMania breakdown. Let's move. I was going to do a SmackDown breakdown, but I was like, I don't know, man. My voice might not hold. Nice. Let's move that. Get rid of that. Lovely. Yes, I agree, Darwin. I agree. I would love to go to WWE World. I think it looks really, really good fun. Meet CFC said, I'm awake from my nap. Let's go. Yes. PJ said, thanks for doing what you do. Whether it's the unseen videos or the streams, you always make me laugh when I'm recovering from a stroke. Oh, PJ, shout out to you, buds. Wherever you go in the world, just know you have had a positive impact on my life. Thank you, my friend. That stuff's always really weird to me because, you lot obviously helped me because, I started this because I wanted to talk about wrestling. And so it's just cool that there's people that want to hang out and talk about wrestling, share their thoughts about where things are going and who they want to see win and why. And I love all of that. Like, keep it coming. It's always interesting to hear those different perspectives. And I really mean it as well, because as I said, I started this not having anyone to talk to. So it's always lovely when I kind of start these streams and there's people there that are just ready to talk wrestling, that's what this is about. So I know that there's been a lot of negativity because the show has been a struggle throughout 2025 and 2026. And unfortunately, we have to sort of reflect that. If things aren't right, people want to talk about why. But I think that's okay because we know that we can't always just be having fun and banter and just everything's amazing. Like, life doesn't work that way. You're going to have the rough with the smooth. And so we've just had a bit of rough recently. WWE has been going through a bit of a tough period. But, one day, hopefully soon, hopefully tonight, we will come out of it. That is what WrestleMania offers you, is the grand stage to really get some goodwill back into the fan base, to really get people excited about where we're heading and what comes next. And this is just that big, end of the road, really. I always see WrestleMania as the end of a season. I don't know if other people feel this way, but to me, WrestleMania is the big, the finale. That's the end of the 2025-2026 finale, yeah? Next, we move on to 2026-2027 that will end at next year's WrestleMania. Technically, it doesn't quite work that way because WWE always like to do their season premiere episode in September when a lot of the new shows start. But for me, it's always felt that way, that we kind of start stories and they finish up at WrestleMania. So this is an opportunity to just go, the future looks bright. That's the end of 25-26. The new season starts on Monday. This is where we're going. These are going to be the champions. And, it gives us that opportunity. So, yeah, hopefully this is going to be exactly what people are hoping for. Just a fun couple of days. Really exciting. A few swerves, a few surprises, and a WrestleMania that we'll look back on with a lot of fondness. We're just following Pete Rosenberg as he is walking out onto the stage. There is a trapdoor there, so I don't know if that's Cody that's going to be lifted up, but there is a little bit of a stage there, isn't there, behind these seats. So there is a bit of a stage. These are the people sat on stage. I don't know how you get those seats. I don't. I'm guessing you pay money, do you? Like serious money. I think they were just available to purchase. They are sunk in a little bit, aren't they? Those kind of seats on the stage. So they're not as kind of raised as I first thought. But yeah, that was interesting seeing Pete Rosenberg going through Gorilla, just making his way out to that stage. So there we go. We've got Kathy Kelly. We're just having a drone shot, having a little look around. Byron Saxton is in the crowd, and these people have spent serious money. All of these people have spent serious money to get into these floor seats. Homes have been remortgaged. Savings have been raided. And there we go. There's Byron in the front row. Serious money. So, PJ, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. And, I hope you're making a really positive recovery. Joe said, we've spoke about this before. Days getting together in New York. It's my home. William Hensey will give out free lap dances. Yeti will be tossing out memberships. Well, I mean, honestly, if we could find a place, I'd be interested because, it's clearly not going to be a chore to meet up with you people in person, is it? I've done it, as I said, in London a few times. And if we could find a way or something, I'd be interested. Maybe a WrestleMania would make sense, rather than us going to should we go to New York? Should we go here? If we just say we'll go to WrestleMania, I probably wouldn't go to the show because I'd want to stream it. But we could always meet up at WWE World, or something like that. I mean, that might be a solution. Don't know. So. It'll happen. It'll happen one day, definitely. Will, shout out to you. Said, this is the first time in my life that I am watching Mania just to see how bad it's going to end up. Well, we're hoping it won't be. I mean, I think people are hoping it won't be. I'm hoping it won't be. I want to be coming out of this yeah, man, they killed it. That was such a good show. Of course, it's hard to see that with the main event. I know. Trust me, I know. But, I really hope this thing is going to satisfy and deliver. I really hope this thing is going to be what we're hoping. I mean, I think there's some good matches. I don't think the card is bad. I really don't. I think there's some good matches there. So, the card could have been better. But I think what they've ended up with is okay. I do think this is better than last year's cards. Kevin said, my surgery is on Wednesday. Wish me good luck. Kev Miller, good luck, my friends. Definitely send in positive energy out to you and anyone that requires it. If anyone needs a bit of goodwill, I am sending it your way. Positive energy, good vibes. It's being sent out as I hope everyone good health. We do hear, unfortunately, quite a bit of people having their health issues and, struggling with certain things. So, I hope everyone's, doing well, in a good place. I hope that WrestleMania can provide a good distraction for many of you. Loving the watch long days, said Ross. Buzzing for Mania now. Who's going to be the MVP tonight? That's a good question. MVP. Let's have a look at the cards. MVP. Okay, Cody, Randy. I think Cody's going to have to do a lot of work because I think Randy is hurting. I don't know. Randy's going to give everything he's got. I don't know what he's got. I think there's enough there for a decent match, but I think Cody's going to have to do a bit of the heavy lifting in it. If they can get a decent match out of it, if that can be a main event that you go, yeah, I enjoyed that, Cody might need some flowers. I mean, obviously, it depends how the match goes, but I'm looking at Cody there as being the ring general. I'm looking at Cody there as... Randy will play his part. No problem. Randy will play his part. I'm not worried about that. But I don't know that Randy is bringing anything, next level at this stage in his career. Plus, also, we don't know how much is hurting. So, Cody is going to have to put in a performance. Let's put it that way. Seth Gunther, we know what Gunther can do. Gunther might be in the same situation as Cody. Seth is 80-90% with his shoulder, so he's not 100%. So Seth Rollins is going to be able to carry his end of the bargain, just like Randy is. But what is Seth going to be able to do? Is he going to be able to just carry his end of the bargain, or can he really perform? How much work is Gunther going to have to do? I think Cody's going to have to be the ring general in the main event. I think Gunther is going to have to be the ring general in the co-main event. So I think Cody and Gunther are two that I'm looking at. In regards to the women, I think it's just going to be a big mess of a match. I'm not sure particularly anyone's going to stand out other than Paige. If she is going to be coming in, which is the rumor, then, she could likely stand out there. I don't think she'd be an MVP. I just think it'll be a moment. AJ Lee, Becky. I think Becky's going to have to do some carrying in that because AJ's only had one singles match and it was with Becky and it was okay. I think this will be better. But again, I think Cody might have to do some lifting in the main. Gunther might have to do some lifting in the co-main. Becky will probably have to do some lifting in the match with AJ. Stephanie and Liv feels like two, not equals, but I don't know that either are that injured. I mean, obviously Liv's face is a bit banged up, but I think that'll be okay. I don't think that's going to be a problem. So Stephanie, I would say, is the better in-ring worker, but I think Liv is very good at that WWE style of, doing a spot, milking it, working the crowds, selling. I think she's grown into a good in-ring performer. She's gained a lot of experience and she's still young. So Stephanie Liv, I think that could be a little sleeper on this show. I think a lot of people are looking at Seth Gunther as two great workers that's going to bang, right? But I think Stephanie Liv is one where both can really provide something, and I think that could be fun. Jacob, Drew, I think it's just going to be a big brawl. Unless they've got some big spots planned. I'm just expecting that to be a big brawl, big mess. That I think people will be like, yeah, that was fun. I think it'll deliver. I don't think it's not going to deliver. I don't know if it's going to stand out. I think in my mind, I'm just seeing them brawling in the crowds and using trash cans and just it being fun, but being the kind of thing we've seen quite often. I feel like there needs to be a bit of a spot in there and there needs to be some moment or something. I don't know what that would look like, but yeah, well, we'll see. And then I don't see anyone breaking out from that first match. I think Speed will have a moment. They'll want something to go viral. So, I mean, Logan and Speed will probably have a viral moment. But I don't think that's going to make them the MVPs. So, honestly, in regards to their performance and their contribution, Cody, Gunther, Becky. I think those three are going to have to not carry their matches, but just put in a performance. If their matches are going to deliver, those three are going to have to put in a performance tonight. if Becky has an off night, AJ's got a bit of ring rust, a bit of not, she's had one singles match in 11 years. So, I mean, what is she going to be able to do? I don't think she's going to take the lead. So if Becky has an off night, I think that match underwhelms. If Gunther has an off night, if Seth's only 80, 90% and he's got his shoulder still not fully recovered, that match won't get to the heights people are hoping for. And if Cody has an off night and Randy's hurting and we got to deal with the Pat issue, I mean, that could struggle as well. So, yeah, they've got to perform, haven't they? Those three, for me, have really got to perform. So those are three performances I think that'll be worth keeping an eye out for. It's going to just depend on which of those matches really delivers. And then that might tell you who the MVP is. So, Days, hello Hannah. It's finally here. Where heroes are made, legends are born. I'm thinking it will be similar to 41, where there's no surprises. I think Speed has got a bright future. Shout out to you, Hannah. Shout out to you. Adam said, Days, would we host an in-person watch-along? Maybe a big 4 PLE, like rent a place out, community and a few drinks. I heard that's hard to do because I heard that you can't get a license to show things on Netflix. I don't know about ESPN in America. I'm not sure how it works in America, but what I know is that, was it Cultaholic or What Culture, were doing watch-alongs in pubs, and they were getting people to come along, and I obviously didn't watch their watch-alongs because I was live, but I was aware that they had started to do that. I remember we had a bit of fun the one year where I put like a pub background behind me, and I was like, yeah, I'm live in a pub as well. And I had like this fake pub background behind me. And spoiler, it was fake. And so, but I heard they had to stop because Netflix won't allow, I don't know what it is, won't allow public showings of their channel, their content or whatever. And so that meant that they couldn't do the pub watch-alongs anymore. That might be different in America, because in America it's on ESPN Plus, the app and whatever, perhaps, but then you might need a different license. Bottom line is, it's a flipping nightmare. It's a nightmare to actually do these public things, and I don't know what the cost would be in it and all of that stuff. So I wish it was as easy as rent a room and just, play Netflix. But legally, I think there's a lot more that goes into it than just that. So I don't know. I've got to say it'd have to be really looked into. It's not on my radar at the moment, but it's not a bad shout. Honestly, it's not a bad shout. Paranormal Presence said, I'm going to go to Mania next year. I'm going to watch you all the whilst that I'm there. Well, you don't have to do that, but just have a great time. But I appreciate the support. It's just great that people want to join us now. I mean, I'm really appreciative of that. Steve, shout out to you. Steve N said, what do we think match of the night's going to be? And who's going to have the most hilarious botch like Stone Cold last year? Hard to predict botch, isn't it? Because they're not meant to happen. They're not intended. So, I mean, there's no way of knowing who's going to do it. I think that Danhausen should be fun with John Cena. So I think that'll be entertaining. I think the most likely to botch, people would say, would be Jade Cargill. And so, she might have an off moment. Here, you've probably got to look at a Nia Jax. Like a Nia Jax's potential for, botching ability. So, I don't know. LA Knight always seems to flip and slip, doesn't he, on the ropes as well? So, I mean, you can't put it past LA Knight having a little bit of a botchy moment. So, I don't know. I hope there's no botches tonight. To be honest, WWE have got, like, a few issues anyway. So, I sort of feel like they don't need to be having botches in these matches as well. So, I think hopefully no botches. Hopefully just good entertainment, good fun that they have got planned in advance. Hopefully like some fun Danhausen stuff, fun John Cena stuff. Match of the night. I think it's hard to not look at Seth Gunther. I mean, Gunther just always is so consistent. That match with AJ at Royal Rumble was really good. The match with John Cena, other than the finish with the tapping out, I think was really well received. His match with CM Punk at SummerSlam, really well received. I think his match with Jay last year was like 3.5 stars, which for a Jay Uso singles match is not bad. So Gunther is such a great in-ring talent. You put him in there with the Seth Rollins, it should be magic. It should be magic. So I think that I'm really hoping that knocks on the door to 5 stars. It's a big ask, but I feel like AEW, whenever I see Meltzer score in AEW, they're always getting like 4.5 stars, 4.75, 5 stars. I'm just asking, right? I'm just asking if the WWE talent can just pull it out of the bag tonight, right? They don't normally do it on Raws and SmackDowns. Most matches get like a good rating. But tonight at WrestleMania, on the grandest stage of them all, what everything leads towards and builds towards, your whole career is building towards these moments. You know, most of us get into wrestling and start by going back and watching the old WrestleManias. People know WrestleMania. So if you want to learn about wrestling, just go back and start watching the old WrestleManias. Start at 1, work your way from there, and you'll have a decent starting point for the history of wrestling, for the history of WWE. You'll more than be able to hold a conversation with someone if you just go back and watch the old WrestleManias. And that includes what goes down in 15 minutes, right? So this is where you dance. This is the dance. And so Seth and Gunther, whatever you have got, I need you to bring it. This needs to be 4.5 stars, right? Knocking on the door to 5. Stephanie and Liv, whatever you have got, I need you to bring it. Exactly the same. Yeah, Jacob and Drew, whatever this brawl is going to be, it needs to be something special. It needs to be something that we don't normally see. Like, this is WrestleMania. If we normally operate at an 8 or a 9, this needs to be 11, 12. So I think the matches are there. I mean, I think you look at the card, you go, Seth Gunther, I'm here for that. AJ Becky, I'm not down on it. I mean, like, their match was fine before. I hope this is better. Because I thought their first match was fine, but this is WrestleMania. Fine ain't cutting it. Stephanie Liv, you need to deliver. Jacob Drew, you need to deliver. Women's tag, just be a fun mess. Not too worried about that. That'll just be a bit of a breather before we do the final run, you know. So, I mean, that'll be fine. I'll have a Paige moment. That should be good. So, yeah, Seth Gunther, Cody, Randy finishing off. I mean, main event. It's weird because, like, normally I'd sit here and say the main event has got to deliver. I'm just so... I just know it won't. I know it won't because of Pat's involvement. So, for me, anything I can get out of that is going to just be a bonus ball. So, I don't really feel there's much pressure on the main event. I don't feel like there's too much pressure on it. Anything I can get out of that main event will just be a positive. Really, tomorrow is the better day, in my opinion. But there's still plenty to look forward to today. Lexis said, what will Cena be wearing? I think it'll be a suit. He was just on the Undertaker podcast and he was wearing jorts and a t-shirt, but he's made it very clear he's not going to be wearing those on the shows anymore. So I don't know if that was a swerve, but I'm expecting him in a suit. So, yeah, and I'm not expecting him to get physical either. I think those days are done. He might do an AA. I don't expect him to do a match or anything. So Lexis, thank you, my friend. Delwyn, shout out to you, bud. Delwyn said, I'm excited to see Cena, a big kicking off of the show. I think Liv, Stephanie, is going to be the sleeper of the weekend. The build has been great. Well, they can do it. Stephanie is a great wrestler. Liv, we can criticize her promos or in-ring or whatever, but she has definitely clicked since she turned heel and did that whole revenge tour. and we're in a much better place with her than we were 3 years ago, 4 years ago, right? I mean, it just wasn't clicking then, but it has clicked now. And I think this could be a real breakout moment for her. I mean, she's kind of broken out in that feud with Rhea anyway, but for her to now be in a singles match at WrestleMania, having just won the Royal Rumble rather than constantly finishing second, this is her opportunity to go, this division is mine, and really make a statement tonight. And you don't even need to win to make that statement. What you need to do is perform on the grandest stage. If you go out there and put on a banger, even if you fall short, you can still make a statement. A la Ricky Steamboat, Macho Man Randy Savage, WrestleMania 3, one of the greatest matches of all time, still gets spoken about and referenced. I don't even know that people worry about who won that thing. Doesn't even matter who won that thing. We all won that thing. Yeah? That match is so highly regarded that it just doesn't even matter who won. It was Ricky Steamboat, but it doesn't matter who won. And I think that Liv can go out there and put on a hell of a performance, hold her head up high, whether she loses or wins, or it ain't going to matter, right? Can she steal this show? Can she steal the day? If she does exactly that, she wins. So, because, I mean, like, if she loses here and then wins the belt at Backlash, do you know what I mean? Or loses here but gets the belt at SummerSlam, it doesn't really matter. So, like, for me, she can absolutely lose tonight. If the match is a banger and we're all raving about it after, she still walks into Raw an even bigger star. David said that Danhausen blimp is filled with mini flip-flops. Spoiler, it's filled with mini flip-flops. That'd be pretty sick if they started raining down flip-flops on the crowd. So that's something to keep an eye out for. So yeah, Darwin, if that is going to be the sleeper hit, I'm here for it. Joe said, if you remember, I went to SummerSlam at MetLife and I was watching you. Pervy. I couldn't hear shiz, but I could see your handsome face. Even more pervy. Speaking of that, my wife says hello. That's even more pervy. I feel like a third wheel in that relationship. Joe, say hello to your wife from me, and please let her know there is nothing going on between you and I. Yeah? Not yet, anyway. Yeah? Even though I'm sure you are desperately trying to get plans for us to all meet up in New York. This might be your secret plan, actually. Getting us to meet up just so that you can have your dirty way with me. Paranormal Presence said, I'm always going to watch Days. Even at Mania. Paranormal Presence, thank you, my friends. I feel like an old person that everyone's looking after. I feel like an old pet. Everyone's like, don't worry, Days. If I go to Mania, I'll still be watching you. I'm all right on my own, you know. I'm not some old person that needs a button if I've fallen over, right? We're still going to... I might go away, but I'll still be watching. Yeah, you'll be okay, right? Blink twice if you need to go toilet. Guys, you can live your lives. It's fine. I'm going to be here, yeah? You can go and have a lovely time, and, you know, on Raw, I'll still be here, yeah? Thank you, though. I appreciate it, but I'm a big, strong boy. You know what I mean? I can look after myself. Trini said, I think the match that's going to exceed expectations is going to be Rhea versus Jade, because I think we don't think highly of her physically in ring brackets, Jade. So I hope that she and Rhea pull off a shocker. I hope so. There's no reason, is there, for us to want Jade to fail. I certainly don't want Jade to fail. There's no benefit to me or you or anyone for Jade to fail. She's in WWE. She looks amazing. And if she can start really delivering in ring, then, you know, we're going to have a superstar that can then start delivering matches we start looking forward to. I think at the moment, if you know Jade is wrestling, there is a bit of like, not sure how that's going to go, you know, because there is a lack of confidence in her ability. And so that obviously the only way of fixing that is by her showing that she can perform and putting on bangers, right? That's how you fix that. And that could happen tomorrow. You know, tomorrow could be where Jade comes out and is like, I'm ready for this stage. This is the stage I belong. And go out there and put on form. And listen, if anyone's going to get a great showing out of her, it's probably Becky, Io, or Rhea, right? And there's maybe a few other names on that list, but I would have those three amongst the top of getting the best out of Jade's. Maybe a Charlotte as well, actually. But yeah, Rhea is on that list. So Jade has got as good of an opportunity tomorrow to deliver as good a match as possible. And I hope you're right. I hope she kills it. I hope she kills it. Because that would help massively. I think a lot of people are like, oh, God. Whenever people list problems with WWE, Jade's name tends to get mentioned. Like, and you've got Jade as champion, you know? Like, people use that as like a down at the moment. But it's in her hands. She can turn it round. It's up to her to show that actually Jade as champion is not a negative. So it's going to take more than one match, of course, but you got to start somewhere, haven't you? You got to start somewhere. So yeah, I hope she kills it. I hope you're right. Who Review said if Dom turns on Liv with Steph, would Dom be face? Depends how it's done. Depends how it's done. I think that you would have to make it very clear, actually, as to is Liv a heel or what's the situation there? Because if you're just doing the match normal, Dom comes down out of nowhere, slaps Liv, that is going to make Dom look like a heel, isn't it? Because it was unprovoked and there's no reason for him to do it. And so that would make him look like a heel. So actually, I think it depends how you set it up. I think it's one that would need a little bit of thought. But if you had like Liv demanding that Dominic, get a chair and he's not sure what to do, and she jumps out the ring, pushing him around, having a go at him, and then he betrays her, then that's got a different feel to it, hasn't it? So it's all within the context. Paranormal Presence said, we need the triangle. Oh, yeah. Like they have like in disabled toilets and whatever. The triangle pull string. Do you know, there's a brilliant episode of IT Crowd. I don't know if you've ever seen that show. There's a comedy in the UK that's called the IT Crowd. And I think it might be the best episode of a comedy I've ever seen. And they go to the theatre. And the guy uses the disabled toilets. And he goes to flush and he pulls the triangle cords. And when he looks up, it's an emergency. And and they're knocking on the door going, are you okay? Are you okay? And he's like, And he only used that toilet because the other one was busy. So he was like, I'll use the disabled. It'll be fine. And then all of a sudden he's pulled the emergency cord and people have come along and it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. It's so good. So good. I think it's like episode 1 of season 2 of the IT Crowd. It's well worth seeking out. It's very good. Dalwyn said Cody Randy, on the other hand, has not been as good. But regardless of the outcome, I'm hopeful it will still be a blast. Pat comes, then Cody has to find a way to win. To do that, Cody has to be a Randy version of 09 Randy, and he has to go heel, says Dalwyn. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I'm not the best person to speak to with that match, honestly, because for me, I'm struggling to see how they save it. I think you've got to do something really spectacular. I think Stone Cold. I think you got to do something along those lines, honestly. I think you got to do something really spectacular for that, because it's been so badly received. Like, the whole Pat thing has just been a dumpster fire. People have just been so upset, so angry about it. And, you've got people going, I ain't tuning in, I ain't watching WrestleMania, I'm done with this and all of that. And, it's such a shame that it's caused such heartache. And I feel like whatever the comeuppance is tonight, it needs to be big. It needs to satisfy. It's got a real job to do tonight. So, yes, we're going to see what they've got up their sleeve. I'm sure they have something, but the question is it going to be enough? Is it going to be enough? Whatever they've got planned for that main event tonight. Triple H says he thinks both are going to deliver. He's very happy with the plans, and he thinks both nights are going to deliver. Mark Foster, shout out to you, and thank you, my friends, firing in some Wrestling Days memberships. I really appreciate that, buds. So, Mark Foster, shout out to you. Thank you, my friends. I was just momentarily distracted. Wrestlemania said they had that on their Netflix, like an error code. I don't have that. I just have a countdown clock at the moment. I think there are some singers that are singing. We just got a few. Look at that. It's always worth having a look at Bruno Samar, and it's always worth looking at Kendall Gray as well. Lovely. Lovely, lovely. I don't think we need saving. Look at this place. That's what Corey Graves said about Pat. I don't think we need saving. Okay, here we go. We are over then at WrestleMania. Coverage has begun. We're there. We're finally there. Let's go. I can't believe it's here, actually. It was snuck up on me a bit. David said, update. I've only just got on now on Netflix. Paranormal Presence said, I've seen that there's one in my nan's time to pull. Oh, I'll have to go round your nan's. I'll have to pop round your nan's, mate. Tell her to send me an invite, would you? Let me be the first to say, welcome to WrestleMania Saturday. So, there we go. We've had Michael Cole welcoming us to WrestleMania. We've got the open, the cold open that's been shown and seen already. And let's go. Let's go. WWE Creative Humor just said then, now, forever, together, so let's not screw this up. WrestleMania is officially on air. Let's go. So we are underway. We are underway. Please do not screw this up. That's what we're hoping for. Right. The Jimmy J said, hi all, it's WrestleMania LFG. Jimmy J, shout out to you, my friends. Danny D said, let's go, guys. WrestleMania time. Whoop, whoop. Yes, 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 yes. Hoping for a great show, says JB. Let's go. JB, shout out to you, my friends. Okay, we're going to do polls about who do you think's going to win. And we're also obviously going to do polls about what you thought about the matches. I believe the first match tonight is going to be Vision and Speed against Usos and LA Knight. So that's the first match I'm anticipating. Let's go back over here. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, cold open is what we've got right now, so you're not missing anything. I'm wondering if we open with John Cena. Have we had Joe Jonas? I did see some like choir singers for a moment, but I had to click off that so that I went to Netflix. Who Review said a main event is already screwed. Well, we're going to see what they do. We're going to see what they do. I hear you. I understand. But we're going to try and stay positive. We're going to see what they can give us. Jared said, I've sent some predictions on Twitter and a video. I might be able to get to the predictions. Oh, hello, we've got pictures. There's Mayor Pete. Mayor Pete, then Now Forever Boomer. Enjoy the show. Star Spangled Banner. We got community members actually in the crowds. That is cool. That is cool. Mitchell, thank you, my friends. Oh, is that dropped now? I didn't even know that had dropped. I need to... I need to change my pinned tweet, actually, because my pinned tweet is still something to do with Raw. I need... This was a scheduled post that I forgot about, honestly. There we go. Guys, if anyone wants to, like, retweet this, it would be greatly appreciated. Oh, yeah, if you've not left a like on this stream, leave a like. I haven't even asked about that. Oh, my God. Look, we've had all this loving. We're doing good. We're at 841. Guys, come on. We can get to 1,000. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. The cold open is done. And we are getting now. We are getting Cena! John Cena! What is he wearing? What is he wearing? What isn't he wearing? All right, we've got the black and white graphics still. Then it bursts into colour in his inner suit. John Cena in a suit. He said he would be. He said he would be. There we go. John Cena looking dapper. John Cena then making his way down to the ring. John Suter. Bang. There he is. Jackal said, are we expecting a Paige return? Yes. Yes, we are. We are expecting a Paige return. Dun, 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 dun. Cena fan is there as well. Well, Cena fan's having a great time right now as John Cena makes his way down. We got Danhausen blimps. The Danhausen blimp is flying around. Let's go. Cena in the ring. I tell you, he looks good, actually. 50,000. They got other blimps. I just saw 3 other blimps on the ground. So I don't know what's on those. Have they got different ones for different matches, maybe? Guys, breaking news. There's other blimps. There's other blimps. Don't let anyone tell you there are not other blimps. Cena in the ring. We got Cena chants. Cena, 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 Cena. Cena in the ring. I didn't expect that. Well, you should have expected it. People love you. I love you. Long-time fan, long-time performer, but first-time host. Yes. It's been chaos. It's been unpredictable. It's been very vocal. Polarizing. It's been a polarizing build. So the build has been polarizing. Come on, Cena. Help us heal. Help us heal, Cena. We're hurting. I'm an old fragile man that needs a cord. I'm hurting, Cena. Who's going to step up and deliver? Yes. WWE, step up and deliver. Ladies and gentlemen. And everyone. Yes. Welcome. So John welcomes us to WrestleMania. We have Pyro going off. And it's the Usos. There we go. Usos. In your city. All right, it's coming up the sides. Where the hell is he coming through? Oh, they're going through the crowds? Oh, interesting. I really thought he was coming up by the stage. I don't know why, because they always come through the crowds. Perhaps I'm a fake fan. I should have known. I should have known. Okay, Usos making their way down. Get your thoughts in. So John Cena came out and says that the build has been polarizing, but forget it because now is the time to deliver. And I like that. I don't mind that. I don't mind John saying, listen, we know there's been noise. Please join us on this journey. I don't mind that. Okay. Usos dancing away in the crowd. People are yeeting. Listen, don't blame them. They spent a lot of money. If I was there, I'd be yeeting as well. If I'd spent 10 grand to sit on the floor, I'd be yeeting. I'd be forcing the people next to me to yeet as well. I'd be like, come on, come on. I don't want to. Come on, everyone. Come on, we're yeeting. We spent 10 grand for this. Okay, Usos made their way down. We got Michael Cole. We got Wade Barrett. They are the commentary team. We've got, is that George Kittle in the background? They'll do absolutely anything but give them their OG day one theme, said Scott. Jim, hello. I would say this is a 5.5-man match. Yeah, you're right. I need to change this bit here. It is the 6-man. So this, don't forget, and the Cena thing is live on ESPN2. Mika said the stage is different, but from what I've heard, a lot of people aren't big fans of it. No, not big fans. I think the reveal was the wrong thing to do. They revealed it in the daytime, which I don't think made it look very good. They also had a load of content creators reveal it. And the problem with that was that, oh, he's coming up in a Ram truck for LA Knights. The problem with that is that some of the picture quality was just not as sharp. Some people were just using their phones or whatever. So when you blew the images up, it just looked a bit, I don't know. I mean, last year we had like a really nice reveal. All the images that came out were super high definition. And it was at night, and so it kind of popped a bit more. This year, it was in the daytime. Some of the images that came out were not the sharpest of quality. I don't think the images they put on screen made it kind of look the best either. And yeah, there's a few issues that people have got with it. But I mean, look at that. I mean, he's just been able to drive a vehicle up on stage. I didn't even know there was like a bit of a stage behind those seats. We didn't know that when they showed it off. I thought it was just that walkway that went all the way to the top. So yeah, we're finding out little bits about this stage that we didn't know from the reveal. So I don't know how successful that reveal was. First impressions, not great. Big Mig said, Vince must be sick at this stage. Long live WrestleMania 33 stage. There we go. Look, Big Mig's not a fan. Not a fan. Jackal said, yeet. If we need Michael Cole in the Hall of Fame. Yeet, said Jackal. Yeah, he should go in. He should definitely go in. I know that people are not like crazy fans of him, but he should definitely go in. Days, it's such a shame that WWE Wrestlemania isn't in New Orleans. It might have sold way better than Vegas for the second year. Let me guess. Mania 43, if it's cancelled, will be in Vegas. I think it's going to go wherever bids the most for it. Whoever bids the most for it will get it. So, yeah, it could find itself being back in Vegas next year if Vegas, put up the money. They'll want it in Saudi, though, because Saudi, that's a nice banner. I don't hate that. Banner comes down that says The Vision. I don't hate that banner. I mean, there's Speeds. Okay, the banner falls down and standing behind is Speeds, Logan, Theory. Speed's got a cape. Speed's... Why is he wearing a cape? You tend to see Make-A-Wish kids wearing capes when they dress up as wrestlers. I don't mind his ring gear, though. The pants look okay. What's all these camera bangles? What the hell's going on here? I feel like I'm looking at CCTV. What the hell's this about? Are we keeping an eye on them because they've just shoplifted? So, Vision making their way down. Speed certainly not looking concerned. He obviously has been a bit hesitant in the builds. WWE Creative Humor said, why is Speed dressed like Danhausen? Yeah, he's been cursed as well, hasn't he? I don't know if that curse is still relevant. Is Speed dressed as Danhausen, said Feds. He's giving Speedhausen vibes. They're going to lose. They'll be out of breath by the time this match starts, says Denicia. Days, with all the TV angle views, where do I look, said Christopher. You have to look at all of them at the same time. God, thank God the whole of WrestleMania is not being shown that way. That was annoying. What's that? Guy in the crowd's holding up Prime Mania. And then on the other side, it says, let's do something. Look how badly that sign's written. He's gone, let's do some... He's run out of room. The word goes something. And then on the other side, he's got Prime Mania. Sit down, you virgin. Sit down. Prime Mania, I love you, Logan. Prime Mania. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why don't you go touch yourself in a suicide forest? Weirdo. Okay, we're starting off with LA Knight and Speeds. God, they all come out, don't they, for WrestleMania? They all come out from their nooks and crannies. Okay, Speed has got a side headlock there. He's being paraded around the ring by LA Knight. Speed going over in the corner. Moonsault off the top. Bah, big clothesline by LA Knight. Merc Speed. So Speed starting us off. And right now we got Logan on the outsides. LA Knight with a big shot. Down goes Logan. Speed picking up LA Knight. Slams him down. Speeds. I mean, this is just to grab attention, this match, obviously. We just want the kids, don't we? We're like, kids. You know, this guy you like, he's in the ring, look. He's doing something called WrestleMania. You should watch it. Please, please, please. Please, please. Buy a ticket as well. Go to it, please. LA Knight is now working with Logan. Logan in the corner. Kicks coming in there by LA Knight. You'll be pleased to know that we have got Ram sponsoring this match. Thank you, Ram. I'm a big fan of their computer work. Okay, Jey Uso gets in, goes after Logan, and he's throwing in some weak-looking shots. Those shots don't look very good. Okay, Jay is in there. Chev said, why do I feel like Speed's going to hit an RKO since he's been training with Randy on Speed Goes Pro? Oh. Okay, Usos are underway. They're in. Together since the womb. That's how close they are. They've been together since the womb. Big boot coming in there by Logan. Richard said, Days, it's been a long time, but I'm here again. Well, Richard, good to see you, my friends. Hope you are excited and looking forward to the show. Can I just tell you, green shirt guy is in the front row. Of course he is, right? Wouldn't expect anything else. And there is a lady next to him that I have not seen before. I don't think they're together, but in my mind they are together. So in my mind, that is Mrs. Green Shirt Guy. Nice suplex. Richards, appreciate it, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Okay, Speed is on the outside. Ballyho Dome. Mr. Rotella. Shout out to you, my friends. There we go. If you are a fan of what's going on in the political landscape, Mr. Rotella does streams on a regular basis on Rumble. Very good. Very good. Friend of the channel. Long-time friend of the channel, actually. So, Ballyho, Mr. Rotella, hope you're doing well, buddy. Okay, Speed is back in now. We got a suplex. Speed goes down. Okay, we got Logan, Theory. They're reaching out. Speed's going to make the tag. The Beach Kevin said the General is in the middle of the ring. Yes. Liberty, 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 liberty. The General, let's go. Big fan. Big fan. Okay, Logan is in the ring right now. Shot coming in on Jimmy. Look, here we go. Everyone's talking about it. Oh my God, that is the true first couple of wrestling right there. Wrestlemania said, when I win the lottery, I won't tell anybody, but there will be signs. I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? Does Wrestlemania want to be the new partner of Green Shirt Guy? There we go. Oh my God, aren't they a lovely couple? I love these two. This is like this generation's Macho Man and Miss Elizabeth. Love you guys. Love you guys. Okay, right now, Logan trying to get over and make a tag. Jimmy makes the tag. Jay is in. Shot coming in there by Theory, and it's blocked by Jay. And again, another right hands. Logan down on the outsides. We got a little bit of this going on. Oh, I took too long, didn't he? The clown. On his feet, duck underneath against the ropes. Spear by Jay. Theory goes down. 1, 2. Logan makes the save. Logan makes the save. We're carrying on. Oh, down he goes. Slam down there by Logan. Big right hand there by Theory. Stone Cold has been spotted chugging beer in Las Vegas. I mean, amazing. This guy is always in character, isn't he, this guy? Always chugging beer. I'd imagine in real world he's like a vegan that just drinks soy milk. But when he's out in public, give me the beers, yeah! Stone Cold! Stone Cold! Head scissors there by Speeds. Okay, LA Knight comes in, spins Speed around, kick to the midsection. Oh, went for a BFT. He gets knocked into Logan. Chris, hello, my friends. Chris said, Days, here's a tip for your new chair and a special tip, as it is Wrestlemania. Chris, shout out to you, my friends. Hope the day is treating you well. Hit the rope. Hit the rope. He goes against the rope. Oh. Okay, BFT. Okay, 1, 2, 3. That's that. Done. It's a win for the Usos and for LA Knight. So Theory was saying to Speed, hit the rope, come do, and it took a while. He did it. Okay, there we go. It happened. That was a thing that happened, and it's now done. Wade Barrett said, I show Speed did not execute the plan. Logan's livid? Oh, big shot by Logan. Speed goes down. Big right at the crowd are booing. You had one job, says Logan. You ruined it. Is Speed crying? Oh my God, he's getting chucked out the ring. I don't know enough about creators to know who's going to come to Speed's aid, but is someone going to help Speeds? Logan is trashing this place. Is someone going to help Speeds? Right, well, I think he's going to, frog splash him. This is Logan's go-to, isn't it? Speed on that table. Logan is going to come off that ring post. I don't think he hits this, you know. I think Speed moves or someone pulls Speed out the way. I can see Logan crashing through that commentary table. He's climbing up. Oh, Jay to the rescue. We didn't even get that far. Gets the ropes. 1D! Boom! 1D! 1D! There we go. Nice. He gets dumped out the ring. Now they're going over to Speed and they're dragging Speeds. Come on, my man. Come on, my man. Speed doesn't know what's... Is he going to get 1Ds? He doesn't really deserve a 1D, does he? Does he deserve a 1D? Oh, they're saying, go and splash Logan, go and get your revenge. Right, that makes a bit more sense. I was like, he doesn't deserve... You don't 1D him now, he's just lost the match. Shots there by LA. Speed's going to climb up. I show Speed's climbing up. LA Knight is holding Logan down. We got a drone shot. Speeds from the ring posts. Looking out at the crowds. It's a great shot, that, actually. Look at all those people. The drone spinning round. Speed getting ready. Here it is. Boom! I tell you what, that commentary table broke in a very satisfactory manner. LA Knight comes over. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah! There we go. The crowd enjoyed it. Kittle in the background having a go as well. One more time. One more time. One more time. 10 more times. 10 more times. 10 more times. Yeah! Mate, I'll watch 3 hours of Logan being put through tables. I ain't got no issue with that. Logan Paul might have a crushed ribcage, says Wade. Yeah! Crash rib cage, crash rib cage, crash rib cage, crash rib cage. Where's that Prime Mania guy now, you loser? Prime Mania, it's Prime Mania. It's not Prime Mania. Your boy lost, and then he got marked. How'd you feel about that? Speed was yeeting. Blake said it was fun, to be honest. That match was so short, the Usos didn't do anything. Yeah, it was a WrestleMania moment for Speed, wasn't it? That's what that was. We opened the show with it. I think we all knew Speed was going to get a moment. He took the L, though, didn't he? He still took the L. People that'll get views, said Glockness. Oh, yeah, the kids will be into that. It's the only reason they do it. Oh, the kids all love that. Kids, put Bluey down. Stop watching Bluey. It's time to have a look what your queen got up to. Logan got crushed, says Darren Guy. Physically and emotionally, yes. Didn't mind the spot after the match, but the match should have had more to it, says Adam. I agree. Although, to be honest, that is a match that I did not really care about or for. So the fact they kept it mercifully short is very much appreciated. Honestly, that was the match I was least hyped for today. Because I knew it was going to be about Speeds and Logan. You just know what it's going to be about, don't you? So it was fine. I mean, I'm not offended by it. That little thing after, fine. Ticks the box. I get why they did it. It didn't outstay its welcome, and we all move on with our lives. Okay, we're just looking at Hogan Andre. We've got a 3-minute commercial break right now. That's one of our 7 matches done. Yeah, one of our 7 matches done. Nathan said the end of that match was fun. I wish I could afford ESPN. It's hard being elderly. Just left my job and I'm looking for a new one, says Lucky Lady. Yeah. It's on ESPN2 this first hour. So, I mean, I don't know if you can get a VPN and then get like Netflix UK, because then you can just watch it that way. And I think that'll be a little bit cheaper. But the first hour's on ESPN2, but you probably have, I don't really know how it works. You probably got to be subscribed, haven't you, to ESPN to get ESPN and ESPN2 and I don't really get how it all works. All I can tell you is you ain't missed much. How do you feel about Speed? He just delivered a splash to Logan. We had John Cena say a few words at the start, and that's about it, really. So far, half an hour in. That's about it so far. Trini, shout out to you. I hope you're well. Sorry, but a frog splash by Speed was gross, says Mr. Rage Bomb. I understand that. I'm not a huge fan of celebrities and all that kind of stuff, but I think I knew what this was going into it. I knew what this was going to be. We knew that Speed was going to get a moment because it's going to play so well on social media. It's just like when Logan was having all of those moments, you know? And they played so well on social media. So it was what it was. We survived it. And we can now look to some... I think it's going to be Drew Jacob next, isn't it? There we go. Any of you that are struggling, that want to just take that taste out of your mouths, it's going to be Drew Jacob coming up next. Right, Kelt said, Speed Logan at Backlash incoming. Oh, you might be right, you know. You might be right there, but it could be setting up a rematch for Backlash. We got a tweet from Triple H. He said, the ESPN app in the US and Netflix internationally, the first hour is live on ESPN2. There he is, walking down the ramp. That's just from the rehearsal. Oh my God, now we've... Commercial. We ended that video package. We just got a little commercial break at the moment. What was the black button at the top of the ring posts? I didn't see a black button, but I'm thinking it's likely a camera. I have seen a camera that's there, so I don't know if it's a button or a camera. Ryan said, I think Speed did well. Well, get your thoughts in. Look, we've had 685 votes. Keep getting your thoughts in. So, Paranormal Presence said, we didn't get Lana, but we did get Logan getting put through a table. Yes. Do you remember when Lana was being put through tables week after week after week by Nia? There we go. So that was our opening match. We are just at commercial breaks at the moment. There's an image backstage of Bayley trying on... oh, God, you can see a few bruises on Bayley's legs there. There's Bayley trying on Lyra's wings. So I'm guessing we'll be seeing those wings as part of their entrance tonight. Okay. George Kittle is being shown in the crowds. Okay, let's get rid of this poll. We got to get rid of the poll. We got to keep moving forwards. Bang. Usos, LA Knight versus Vision and Speeds. Okay, all time. Great. Goods. Bad. 23, 51. Okay, you lot said that opening was good. 86. There's Stephen A. Smith being shown. Boos for Stephen A. Smith. Boos for Stephen A. Smith, and he loves it. He loves it. Unsanctioned match. Here we go, kids. Unsanctioned match. Drew McIntyre takes on Jacob Fatu. WWE will not be held liable for what goes down in this match. Jacob Fatu versus Drew McIntyre. Here we go. All right, we got people running on with flames. Got a couple of fire breathers. Well, I think they're fire breathers. They're just chucking a fiery stick around. Oh, okay, here we go. Okay, this could go really wrong. There we go. Fire is burning away. There is Jacob. He's got a big SWAT vest on. Jacob, I'll tell you what, Mattel are going to be absolutely wetting themselves at the fact they can make that now as a figure. Jacob making his way down. He's got like a big light thing here as well. Does he need all this stuff for the unsanctioned match? I mean, what's he got in there? Blooming grenades. Dude's ready. I'm surprised he ain't come down in a tank. I'm amazed he hasn't got night vision goggles and a flipping parachute. He's ready for everything here, Jacob. Jacob is he going to wrestle in that? Thing's like bulky, man. Okay. Shades of the Shield, said Steve. Spawny Boy said it's a cool outfit. We need a t-shirt of that vest, said the Beach Kevin. Okay, so we just had people chucking fire around as Jacob makes his way out. Okay, next out is going to be Drew McIntyre. What's he going to do? Everyone's had a little something to their entrance so far. LA Knight with the car, the Vision with that big banner, Jacob coming down with the people chucking fire around. Jacob in the ring. Jolly said this could be the best match of the night. All right, there is a chance. There is an opportunity. Opening match, you lot said good 86. Good 86 for that opening match. Here's Drew McIntyre. Okay, wow. We've got some sort of... I don't even know what that is. Some sort of sealed door that Drew McIntyre is breaking through. Well, that's original, isn't it? Breaking through this door and emerging out onto this stage. I'm so pleased there is some sort of stage. When we first saw this reveal, I didn't even know this part of the stage was there. So Drew is here and ready for this unsanctioned match. Here he comes. Drew making his way down to the ring. Dun, dun, dun. Let's go. Let's go. That looks like the Highlander sword. Oh, it could be. My Highlander knowledge is non-existent. So here he is making his way down to the ring then. Drew McIntyre against Jacob. This is an unsanctioned match, and what that means is flipping anything can go. WWE will not be held accountable. Chaos has entered the ring. Pre-order the iShow Speed pop vinyl from his appearance at WrestleMania 42. There we go. All you Funko fans, you can add Speed to your collection. Okay, we're underway. Bella sounded. We are underway. Jacob chucking Drew around. Okay, Drew being chucked around into the ring posts. Oh, into that timekeeper's area. We haven't even got our entrance gear off at the moment. Okay, right now he's going under there to grab a table, and the fans are very appreciative. Tables are being introduced. So Jacob with the table. We got some chairs being introduced. Peregrine said Drew filming Highlander after this, along with Dave Bautista. Yeah, I think he might have even started doing a little bit of it, actually. They were saying that they'd been working on the schedule so it didn't interrupt the builds. So I don't know if there was things that they've kind of already started doing, but I think you're right. I think the bulk of it is coming after. There's a button under the ring, a green button. I don't know what that is. I don't know. I've never seen that before. I don't know what that would be for. Maybe pyro or something. I don't know. Toolbox being thrown. This is still on ESPN2 as well. These first two matches in the first hour. So this match has got to be done within the next 20 minutes. Jacob going hard into the edge of the ring, you know. That is definitely the McLeod sword. I got my brother the replica for Christmas, says Wanda. I never think that spot looks that good. Slingshotting into the underside of the ring, but there's not much veracity. Drew didn't like that red boxer doom, said Charlie. Days, it is the sword that The Rock gave him, says Metal Mama. Ooh. That's interesting. Could that be a connection? Right now, we've got Jacob driving Drew into the corner. Jacob back on his feet, charging over, clothesline there, big clothesline by Drew. That's Drew's brother. Drew's brother just gave Drew a phone. We know that Drew likes doing this. I think this is a video. So Drew is recording a video. Happy WrestleMania, says Drew. There we go. And he gives it to his brother. His brother now will upload that. So we will keep an eye on Drew McIntyre's account. Everyone's going to go there. We're going to go check that out. Go check that out. Well, where is Drew McIntyre? Drew McIntyre. Oh, I can't find his account. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. We're on it. We're on it. Nothing's come up yet. Nothing's come up yet. We're not watching WrestleMania anymore. We're just keeping an eye out. Just keeping an eye out. Where's the Drew Mac? Why am I not go? Can't see anything. Keeping an eye. We want to be amongst the first. Show more. What else we got? Who to follow? I don't know what that means. Nothing there. Why is there nothing on this homepage? Am I blocked or something? What the hell's this? Posts, replies. Don't know what the hell's going on. What the hell's going on? Jacob collides into Drew. Walks away, is in control. Umaga. Where's flipping Drew McIntyre's account? There it is. Where's all the stuff? Where's the stuff? Why can't I see the stuff? Oh, Oh, I'm not blocked. It doesn't say I'm blocked. Do I have to follow him? I'll follow him. Does that do anything? That hasn't done nothing. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is being daisist. Jacob collides into Drew. They go down. Let's look at media. I don't think anything's been uploaded yet. What's taking so long? What's happening? Have we crashed the site because everyone's trying to get on? Look, I can get on. Look, I can get on. How long's his brother got taken? How long do you need, mate? Jesus. It is a video, though. To be honest, it is a video. It's probably taking longer. I feel like everyone's doing this right now. We all want to be the first. Oh, God. Sometimes it just all goes away, and that makes me sad. Okay, right now, both guys are in each corner. Jacob collides over. Right now, Drew looking for a suplex. Jacob goes over to the outside. Taking too long, mate. We're all getting bored. We might all go back and watch WrestleMania. What is... Has he put it up on Instagram? It's on his brother's account. It's on his brother's account. Why is his brother took it on his account? That doesn't make any sense. Why would he put it on his brother's account? Jacob on the outside. Drew against the ropes. Over the top. Down on Jacob. Right now, Drew. Oh, I'm getting bored. This sucks. I wanted to be the first to like it, and then that would make my life better. Drew in the ring. Drew looking to charge over. We're counting down. Charging in. Claymore misses. Jacob down. Oh, I've given up. I've given up. Sucks. Ah, into a chair that's in the corner. Jacob going up. Jacob looking to moonsault by Jacob. 1, 2. Kick out. Okay, we're doing some lovely stuff here. There's some nice things going on. Guys, it doesn't matter what Drew's brother's doing or not doing. More not doing. That was a lovely moonsault. This is Ace, said Johnny. Calm down, said Flame Fist. Yes, but I wanted to be first. And then that was going to be like me winning WrestleMania. Do you know what I mean? Everyone be like, do you know who actually liked that thing first? It was Days. It was Wrestling Days. He did it on his stream. And then I'd be really popular. Do you know what I mean? And now it's all ruined. Just because Drew's brother doesn't know how to upload videos. Right now we got a wrench. Ah, he's got a wrench. Is he trying to take his eye out? Yeah. Take it out. Take it out. Take it out. Yeah. Get your finger in there. Yeah, this is what needs to be on ESPN2. Get this on TV. He's left the iron. What a coward. Okay, we've got a couple of chairs being set up. Drew going over, grabbing Jacob. Yeah, a couple of... there it is! Oh my God! There it is! There it is! Look, I was the 268th! Does that mean anything? Does that mean anything? I got to it in 6 seconds! That means something, doesn't it? Guys, I was 268. Look at it now. It's at nearly 2,000. I had to work hard for that. Right now, the referee's had his belt removed. That's great. That is...
Happy WrestleMania, I love this game. Happy WrestleMania, I love this game.
There we go. Very good. Kick coming in there by Fatu. Guys, we can now keep our attention totally back to this. Okay, chair. Boom. Jacob with a chair. Another chair. by Jacob. Jacob, and now we got the belt. Now we got the belt. Now we're going to get some payback. Oh, he's did a little. There was a little shimmy there by Jacob. He was so excited. He was so excited to be whipping Drew with this belt. There was a little bit of a. Ah, look at him go, man. Yeah. Keep going. Keep going. Pluck his eye out. Yeah. Yeah, man. They're going for it. Look, Jacob with a smile on his face. Whip it goods. Yes. Crowd are chanting for Fatu. Fatu with that toolbox. He's got it in the corner. Claymore. Big Claymore. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up, baby. Shoulder up, baby cakes. Drew McIntyre. Oh. It's, look at that. Nice. That was his ancestors dancing. Right, a little bit of this. He was so excited. I was excited for him. Shots coming in by both guys. They're down on their knees. Drew getting up. Oh, big shot coming in. Against the ropes. Shot there by Jacob. Chop coming in there by Drew. Oh, my God. I think he just kicked him in the dong. I'm pretty sure he just kicked him in the dong. I think that was a dong attack. These two slapping away at each other. Headbutts coming in there by Jacob. Drew goes down. It's a fun match, this. I mean, it's fun. They're giving everything they can. They've kept it in the ring and around the ringside area. I really thought they would go into the crowd. It didn't need that, though. I can't say it would be any better if they did it. I mean, there's been toolboxes, there's been belts, there's tables, there's chairs. Here we go, getting set up. I am the table, said Glockness. What is the card tonight? Well, we've only got 5 more matches after this. Women's tag match. AJ Becky, Stephanie Liv, Gunther Seth, Cody Rhodes takes on Randy Orton. Okay, chair shot, boom. Deal with it. So, McIntyre is on a table. I think we're going to be moonsault him. I think we're moonsault him. Okay, right now we've got people get into their feet. Drew has moved. Chucks, throws a chair at Jacob. Chair shot, boom, straight to the back. Jacob is over on that top turnbuckle. We got Drew on the outside. Pushes Jacob through a table on the outside. I didn't know that table was there, you know. When he pushed him, I thought he was just going straight to the hard side. But he actually fell and flipped and went onto this table. Yeah, nasty landing, but in a way, he was fortunate that table was there. You can hear fans chanting, "This is awesome." People are enjoying it. We've got to be getting towards the end of it. Super kick there by Jacob. Drew against the ropes. Another kick. Down goes Drew. Jacob grabbing that toolbox. Jacob with that toolbox. Bang. Right into the skull of Drew. Jacob going up. Jacob, big moonsault through the table. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Jacob gets it. Fun match. Really fun match. You can see the crowd enjoyed that. Fun match. The reviews are in. It was a fun match. Jacob moonsault through a table. Yeah, Jacob. It's the right result as well. I know that Drew fans are hurting. He'll come again. Tonight was Jacob's night. Okay. It was good stuff, said Shining Wizards. ESPN Hour. Yeah, the ESPN Hour is over. That's it. You free riders. That's all the WrestleMania goodness you get. So get your scores in for that match. What did you think about that match? I'm interested. I think... yeah, I'm expecting it to get a great rating. Great's in the lead. I don't know what that great rating will be. But I think they just delivered a match there that people will be very pleased with. Okay, Drew is down on the outsides. This closes the book on what has been a long, vicious rivalry. Drew is down. He's trying to slowly get back up to his feet. Jacob walks up that entranceway. A bitter pill to swallow for Drew McIntyre. Great match. Very entertaining, said Chris. David said, I'm guessing Drew will be away maybe until SummerSlam. Fun match, said Dean. Angel Imperius says they really squeezed the 1 hour free on ESPN with quick 2 matches. David said they definitely rushed the ending so that they could go from the free hour to the paid portion. 5 matches. It's weird, isn't it? Here we go. I feel like WrestleMania's really started now in a way. There he is, look, jumping in the crowds. Oh, he goes over to that woman that had a Fatu sign. Oh, he loves a good sign, does Jacob? He loves a good sign. Okay. He needs to take some time off and get his character on track. I like Drew, but he's kind of a bit wish-washed right now, said Tyler. Is Mania on Netflix? It is internationally, yes. Wayne said the amount of time Fatu has been talking about prison. I thought that Jacob was going to throw Drew into a prison wagon and then maybe Drew disappears. Well, I don't know if this feud ends there. I would think that it will, but I don't know. Backlash. You've always got Backlash, which really is not far away. Backlash, I think, is like the first week of May. So we've got less than a month until Backlash. So, you know, you'll probably find quite a few matches that come out of this will set that up. So there's always a chance for a rematch. I don't know if that's what people would want to see, though, to be honest. I feel like people might have had their fill from what they just saw. Grand Prairie Cobra said, greetings from Texas. Oh, shout out to Texas. Never been to Texas, but very, very cool. Nothing but love to Texas. It's a place I'd like to go to, actually. Seems like a very interesting place. So, Grand Prairie Cobra, shout out to you. Greetings from Telford here in the UK. Yeah, very much the UK's Texas. Hannah said, Days, it's here, WrestleMania, where heroes are made and legends are born. Let's go. Ronnie said, WWE wasted 15 minutes with John Cena and his promo. Tyler said it was fun. Reyes said it's been great so far. Yeah, get your thoughts soon. Opening match you lot said was good 86, so it didn't blow anyone's minds. But I do think that that second match was much better received. I was just reading this. What's this? We're watching an overproduced spectacle of muscle monsters with way too many camera cuts and cheesy names that has a tendency to glorifize patriotism on a platform run by problematic billionaire. I turned on the new American Gladiators on Amazon Prime. Is that what he was talking about? I don't really get that tweet. I'm not clever enough to work that out. Indy Hartwell. I hope she's doing well. I like that. That's a rip-off of the Virgil sign, isn't it? The infamous Virgil sign. Wrestlemania have took the Drew one. What's the original Drew video on? Because I was 268, wasn't I? Do we all remember that? Do you all remember when I won WrestleMania by being the 268th like? Let's go down. Keep going. All these reposts. Not interested. Here we go. 10,000! 21,000! Guys, we won WrestleMania. We absolutely won WrestleMania. We were number 268. And to be honest, I could have been even quicker, but I was so excited when I saw it. There was a moment where I went, guys, I found it. If I'd have just pressed like rather than tell you I'd found it first, I could have been even earlier. I might have been top 100. But now it's at 22,000, so amazing. Okay, there's Roxanne Perez. She's her first WrestleMania, baby. There's Jacob with his win. Jacob Fatu gets the win. It's really smartly booked first hour. You had the celebrity involvement for the casuals, checking out ESPN2, followed by a viral moment with Speed's top rope splash. And then you had a physical action match, says Raj Giri. Body Slam said they nailed it, and that's saying something, considering how poor creative has been. So the reviews are coming in. People are saying that first hour, it's a thumbs up. Roman Reigns SCN, that was a lot of fun. So yeah, it seems to have been pretty well received. I am just waiting for Cody Randy at this point. I think they will make up for the trash build with a 5-star match, said New tomorrow. She's having her first WrestleMania baby, said Travis. Yes. It's going to be a big mystery as to who the father is. It's going to be a big story over the summer. Okay, we are back from commercial break, and we are just seeing the Allegiant Stadium. So match number 3. I don't actually know what's next. There's the blimp. On the other side. Oh, it's all Snickers. Oh yeah. People have got their names on the ring canvas. That'd be good, wouldn't it, if you saw your name on there? Certainly if you hadn't asked for it to be there, that'd be amazing. But I feel like I am trying hard to enjoy this Mania, because I don't think next year in Saudi is going to feel right, says Goober. I can understand that. B Skrilla, shout out to you. Says, Days, I love the channel, but I just can't afford ESPN. So I've tuned into the stream. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know if it's any cheaper if people get a VPN and then go to Netflix. I don't know if that helps at all. I mean, you'll need a Netflix subscription and a VPN subscription, so you'll still end up spending a bit, won't you? So, but it's probably cheaper. Okay, Stephanie and Liv. Is that next? Let's get the scores. The Spanish commentary team are back. Love those guys. Okay. Great 67 for that second match. Great 67. I think that's very fair. Okay. AJ, Becky. What's next? Is it the women tag teams? Is it the Paige moment? The mystery person moment? I think it's the mystery person moment. It's got to be in it. Mystery person. There we go. Tyler said, Days, what's your opinion on Jacob, Zilla, Toma together? I don't think they need to be together. He was with them and he broke out, didn't he? Okay, let's go. Here we go, said N. Greep. Okay, let's ask the question. Who is going to win? Who is going to win? Who wins? Is it going to be Charlexa? Is it going to be Bella's? Is it going to be... I don't know how you spell irresistible. I don't know. Irresistible forces. I don't know. You'll work it out. Irresistible forces. Or is it... Oh my God, she got wings! Red Bull! Flipping Red Bull! Alexa Bliss coming down with wings like a butterfly that's been caught in an attic. Like an old butterfly. She looks like an old butterfly. Here's Charlotte. Bow down. She got wings. She has got wings! Oh my God, we've all got wings! She's got wings as well. Wings are bigger. Mine have got to be bigger than yours. Mine have got to be bigger. I've got to have bigger wings than yours. Alexa looks like a moth that's trapped in an attic. Charlotte's, she's got a show off, ain't she? Look at her. Check me out. Peacocking. Peacocking. Okay, Alexa making her way down. There's holes in her wings. Only Alexa and Charlotte can pull off those outfits. Well, I don't know, actually. I mean, Dragon Lee comes down with little wings as well, doesn't he? If you want to know what they look like, then that is what we're dealing with. She looks good, all jokes aside, all bants aside. Lily should have little wings. Why haven't they put any on her? Eh? Huh? Huh? There we go. There's like a Bray Wyatt sort of logo on the screen in the background. Half of it is Alexa, the other half is Charlotte. But it's giving me like Bray Wyatt sort of vibes. Well, there we go. It's all happening. It's all happening. It looks like she's looking at me. There we go. Okay, she's made her way down. They've both made their way down. Very colourful. Okay, I think we might have more wings now. Flipping, everyone's got wings in this day and age. You ain't got wings. Okay, what's this? Oh no, they haven't got wings. She normally has wings. Oh my God. The girl that normally has wings hasn't got wings. Instead, they've just got like white and black jackets. Could she not have wings because they had wings? Is there like a wing limit? Well, you can't have wings because they're having wings. But I always have wings. Speak to the hands. But there we go. WC, I hope the Bella clones don't win. You're awesome, said WC. Well, we might be seeing a very special Bella. Yeah. Bella Italia. Bella Norwich. Okay, here come the irresistible forces. Paranormal Presence, said Alexa, wearing Bray's Death Moth logo. You can see it in the background, can't you? And that's what I was talking about. Yeah. I suppose you're right. She's like, oh my God, it's Demolition! Demolition! Here come the Nia! Here come the Lasher! The Demolition! Oh my God. I flipping love it! Take a bow. Take a bow. What a tribute. What a tribute. That has got to be so touching, hasn't it? If you're Demolition, I bet you were thinking, oh, I hope someone pays tribute to us. And I hope it's Nia Jackson, Lash Legend. Oh my God. Here come the Jacks. Here come the Legend. The Demolition. So good. So good. Oh my God, I need figures now. Now. Why have Mattel not made these figures now? This is a WrestleMania moment for me. This is amazing. Here we are in 2020. Says brilliant. I don't need people looking like old moths. I need people dressed like Demolition. Oh, the Bellas better come out now looking like Legion of Doom. Otherwise, I'm turning this off. The Bellas better come out looking like the Nasty Boys. Oh, so good. So flipping good. Oh, here she is, look. Here she is. On a crutch. Yeah? Oh, dear. What's going on? What's happening? What's happening? She tried to overcome the injury. Oh, yeah. I'm not, yeah. I called an old friend. Here we go. It's happening. The rumours are true. It's one of the worst kept secrets. Oh, big pop, mate. Big pop. Paige is back in WWE. Back home. Where she belongs. Big smile on her face. Michael Cole's excited. Paige has returned. Yeah, there's a lovely reaction, lovely noise, lovely energy. Wade Barrett says, I don't think we ever thought we would see the day. So there we go. Paige is going to be teaming up with Brie. And it's a lovely moment. It's a lovely moment to see Paige back. I like it. I think it's going to be a well-received moment. Not surprised by that. The concern is, can she keep up with this generation? It was always going to be a great moment, a well-received moment, but yeah, Sign in the Crowd says Paige is back. This was all over social media the other day. Okay, guys, I'm done legitimately the Demolition thing. That was so good. I mean, and they showed Demolition in the crowd as well. Right. The entire UK must be jumping. It's pretty normal, actually. It's not going that crazy. We're pleased. You know. First time in a WWE ring for more than 8 years for young Paige. Young Diamond Dallas Paige. Okay, let's dial in, shall we? Fans are chanting, welcome back. Nice. After ADR got in trouble, safe to say we'll not see him again with Paige, said Ampy Ballin. Xavier's partner's back. If anyone needs an explanation on that, you are not getting it from me, yeah? If anyone's like, what does that mean? I don't know. I don't know what that means. I think they just used to be friends, that's all. Crossbody there by Charlotte. To the outside goes Demolition Jax. We got shots coming in. Lyra in the corner. She gets falls a bit short as Brie Bella's in there. This is just going to be a big schmoz. A big mess of a match. Kick coming in there by Lyra. Gets caught by Brie. Down goes Charlotte. Insecurity, that misses. Charlotte's in there. Brie is in there. Lyra is in there. Nikki's on the outside of the ring. We've got what? We're missing a member of Demolition. Where the hell have Demolition gone? Kicks coming in. Paige and Charlotte again. Yeah, do you remember that group PCB? Paige, Charlotte, Becky. They were all in a group together. Step up Inseguri. Roll up there by Charlotte. Going over against the ropes. Big boot coming in. To the outsides. Brie thrown into that barricades. Okay, right now we got Lash Legend coming over, grabbing Brie. Slammed on the edge of the ring. It was just one of the worst kept secrets, man. That would have been lovely, wouldn't it, if that was a proper surprise. Lash Legends. Back in the ring. Okay. I guess that they were just for the show, says Suzanne. This match should have been a 3-way, said 092 Films. Charlotte over against the ropes. I mean, look, Paige ain't going to have had much chance to rehearse for this. She has apparently been involved in some rehearsals. Shot coming in there by Lyra. She's grabbing Alexa. Alexa going over in the corner. It's very elaborate gear that Alexa's wearing, isn't it? Very elaborate. Ratchet said, what next for the Wyatts? Can they be saved? Yeah, you can always save them. I just think that it's, with the Wyatts, a case of they need to show us something before we get excited. Rather than like, oh, what's next? What's going to happen? I really do need something like a QR code, something to really grab the attention. So yeah, they can be saved. You've just got to do the work. You've just got to start digging into the characters. Brie gets driven back into the corner there by Lash. Jackal said, I feel like I'm back in the 2012s Divas era, and I am so happy. Paige on the outside. She looks in good shape, actually. I mean, she looks pretty good there. Fans are chanting, we want Paige. Yeah, they kept the same theme as well for Paige, and that was really well received. Okay, right now, Lyra down, Alexa down, Lash Legends. Brie Bella is climbing up. Brie Bella, missile drop kick, Lash Legend goes down. Bailey on the outside. Big thank you to everyone that has left a like. Really appreciate it. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. We got nearly 2,000 people joining us. We've managed to get just over 1,000 likes, which is so appreciated. We don't always get to that, so to do it already is amazing. So big thank you to everyone that's joining us as Charlotte trips over Bailey, goes back to the corner. Tag being made, Paige is in. Big pop. Big pop for Paige. Forearm shots coming in there by Paige. Kick coming into Nia. Nia goes down. Bailey. Oh, big clothesline to Bailey and to Charlotte. Bailey and Charlotte bumping around for Paige. Duck underneath. Looking for a suplex. Lovely work. Suplex there by Paige. Paige screaming out to the fans. Behind her is Lash Legends. Paige gets caught, thrown to the outside. Cameraman down! Cameraman down! Knees coming in there by Paige. Throwing in some big knees. Lash Legend spills to the outsides. Paige climbing up. Paige is going to the top. Crossbody. Roll through. Lyra is up. On the shoulders. Elbows. Paige goes down. Paige, Turner, 2. Oh, Bailey makes the save. Bailey makes the save. Right now, bang, down goes Bailey. Kick coming in there by Nia. Picking up Bree. Bree is up. Bree is going to be chucked over the top rope. Dumped to the outsides. Down they go. Nice work there by Lash. Oh my God, it's nasty. Driving down Lyra. And Charlotte and Paige make the save. This match carrying on. Some decent action here. I mean, this match is kind of what we were expecting it to be. Some decent action going on. To the outside goes Lyra. Right now it's Paige, it's Charlotte. These two in the ring staring at each other. Paige, Charlotte circling rounds. Yeah, fans are loving it. Shots coming in. Oh, more big shots. Chop there. Down goes Paige. Okay, nice pin there by Paige. Charlotte kicks out. Natural selection. Paige is down. I mean, you can't have Paige get pinned. That would be flipping ridiculous. Have you seen this? Look at this. Look at that. Brie Bella. Pulling Charlotte out the way. There's a... Oh, the crutch. That's Nikki. Nikki is using the crutch. Alexa doesn't quite know what to do. Twisted Bliss. Knees up there by Paige. Paige going for the Rampage. Bang! Connects. Rampage. 1, 2, 3. Paige gets it. Gee, she's come back and won belts. She's come back and won belts. Paige and Brie Bella are the new tag team champs. Wow. Wow. Look at that. Like, Paige can't believe it. This must feel like a flipping dream. Here she is back at WrestleMania winning championships. Yeah. Wow. I really thought that, like, Irresistible Forces were going to retain, or maybe they'd go Bailey Lyra, but I just thought Paige coming back was a great moment. Not that they would have her actually get the win. So Twisted Bliss, knees up there by Paige, bang. And a Rampage to Alexa. Paige is back, and Paige is a champion once again. She did win a championship. She had wings on when I was looking, so I didn't see what it said when she took those wings off. Match score. Honestly, that was a match I wasn't too hyped for, but I think it was fine, and I think it's a lovely moment with Paige winning, and I'd imagine Metal Mama's in bits. Paige holding up that championship. Just look at Nick Khan staring, says it's Kaz. Perhaps he's a Paige heads. Perhaps he's a Paige Turner. Perhaps he's a Pageazoid. Poor Nikki, said JJB Gaming. Yeah, it must sting a little, mustn't it? I mean, the Bellas have never won those belts, and now the Bellas have just won those tag belts, and it ain't both the Bellas in the team. Oh, look at that! Oh, it's Rey and Dominic. Rey Mysterio, Dominic Mysterio. Lovely to see those guys. Big fan. Too soon to put a belt on Paige, said Spawny Boy. They've done it, Spawny Boy. They have flipping gone and done it. Was this a program all about Baby Yoda? The Mandalorian Grogu. I don't even know what that means. Well, I mean, I don't know about you, but I've been wildly entertained. I mean, hour and 20 odd minutes in, this is not a chore. Paranormal Presence said Bailey walking up the ramp fuming. I wonder if she was going to be winning. I wonder if they were going to be, like, you know, getting their hands on that. And then with the injury to Nikki, because I don't know that the Bellas were going to be winning that. But it is a win for the Bellas. What's coming up next? Paige pinning Alexa. There'll be some sad Alexa fans. Right, can't hear you. Can't hear me. Should be able to hear me. Says it's coming through. The sound has gone. Try and refresh. Yeah, try and refresh. Sound refresh. It says that it's coming through. Refresh if it isn't working. Days, what year is CM Punk AJ Lee Paige? What do you mean? As a triple threat. Saudi Arabia next year. I can hear him. I can hear you. It's coming through. Okay, we are at commercial break if you was wondering what's happening. So we've just had the drama of the women's tag match. We've still got Stephanie Liv. We've still got AJ Becky. So we've still got those matches coming up. And then I think we're at our co-main event, which I think is Seth Gunther. And then, of course, our main event is going to be Randy against Cody. There's people that can't hear. There's people that can hear. Seems like it is a bit of a YouTube glitch. Certainly no issues this end. Right. Days, have you brought any bananas? No, I have not. But I have successfully managed to eat a whole packet of Haribo milkshakes. So in many ways, I'm still winning. But no bananas today. Okay, Chev said, forget Pat McAfee saving wrestling. Paige might have done it first, unless there's going to be a second returner. So, yes, that was definitely a nice positive moment. People are saying that because Alexa chose to carry on with the match and not save Charlotte, that actually might result in the beginning of the end for them as a team. I can understand that. I can understand that. Did we just get a little moment there where Alexa should have actually gone after Nikki? She didn't. She instead went for Twisted Bliss. It didn't pay off. And as a result, we could then see we could then see a split between them. Right, let's go down. I had to restart YouTube to get the sound back. Really? YouTube are not helping us out at all here, are they? This isn't even my fault. This isn't even my fault. And I'm just watching an advert all to do with Hulk Hogan, and that's okay, but like, do you know what I mean? Give me more WrestleMania. For those who have lost audio, Days only provides audio for the first 90 minutes of WrestleMania to non-ESPN subscribers. That's right. Guys, you lot are watching the free version of Wrestling Days. You need to go to Wrestling Days Plus if you want audio. That's a good shout, that is. It's a whole new concept that I'm working on at the moment. Paranormal said, I tagged you in a tweet. Look at Bailey. Okie dokie. I'm still trying to find this tweet, though. There it is. I wanted this tweet first. Look at Bailey. Should we all look together? Hello, Miss Clown. Bro, green shirt guy was fed up with him asking questions. Okay. I don't... Oh, is this it? No. You said you tagged me, and then what you've done is lied because there are no tags here to do with Bailey. That's very disappointing. That's disappointing that I am publicly being bullied in front of all of my friends. There is nothing here that's Bailey. Yeah. So paranormal presence. Explain yourself. Yeah. You just made the list. So there we go. I will not trust anything you ever say again. You've lost my trust. There's no getting that back. The annoying SmackDown adverts are on. They are. 12 minutes of ads, and we've only been going for an hour and a half. Well, it was nice getting... and that's nice. Oh, is he crying? Is he crying? There's Jacob embracing Jay. And he seems like he's crying, you know, like babies do. You know, like little tiny babies do. Little tiny scared babies, probably little ducklings, probably little chicks when they're first hatched, they burst into tears. That's what's happening here with Jacob. Look at that. Look at that there. Grow up! Yeah? Blimey now, you been in prison? Shouldn't be backstage crying, hugging men. Wrestling used to be tough. Yeah. Used to be tough. We used to poke eyes out and rip off ears and eat people's noses. Now we're hugging and crying. Drumstick! 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 We're in the cone zone! Come on! Oh, I want to be that. That is my dream. My WrestleMania dream is to be the drumstick. Drumstick! 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 Please welcome the Wonder Years. This is going to be big time, isn't it? It's going to be big time. Unless they're going to do some other songs. Oh, they're doing Becky's music. I hope she's out next. Otherwise, this will be awkward. Here she is. I don't feel like what I'm seeing him do is they miming. Is he miming? Because I don't think he's in time with the song. Is this live? Is this live? Or perhaps there's just maybe a sync issue. Do you think live he sounds awful? He's like... They're like, oh, just mime it. Okay, Bex is making her way down to the ring. Big time. Okay, tag match. So good that Demolition didn't win that women's tag match. Okay, 41. Great. What are we looking at? We are looking at Great 54. Great 54. Great 54 for that last match. So, okay, we've had 2 great matches here. WrestleMania's WrestleManiaing. We did start off with a good 86, but whatever. Joe said he is lip syncing. He is. My God. Well, I tell you, when Liv comes out, she won't be lip syncing. She'll be doing Trouble in all its glory. Live. Not like these fraudsters. Well, this isn't going to help. With all those people that say wrestling is fake, it's not going to help if they tune in and see that even the bands aren't performing live. Even the music's fake. Is anyone doing anything? Is anything real going on at WrestleMania? Okay, here we go. Here's my queen. Oh my God, what's happening? Look at this. Oh, we got little AJs. We got loads of little AJs. Look at them all coming out with these replica belts. They better give them back after. Look at all these little AJ Lees. Oh. And there's she's got more children. Oh my God, kids everywhere. It would be great if it turned out that one of these was actually Becky's daughter, because Becky has been saying that her daughter has been like dancing around like AJ and has been a fan of AJ. If it turns out that one of these is Becky's daughter, that would be awesome. Okay, now they're skipping down behind her as well. Perhaps there was a place for me at WrestleMania. Perhaps I could have found a way in at WrestleMania. I could have been one of these skipping AJ Lee kids. Listen, trust me, I look good in Daisy Dukes. And a pink shirt. So there we go. AJ making her way down to the ring. All these skipping kids following behind just like a Pied Piper. This must be really irritating to Becky. Becky's down here to have like this wrestling match. There's just all these kids skipping around dressed as AJ Lee. It's good. I like the mind games. It's good. But there we go. Time for our next match. AJ Lee versus Becky Lynch. No, 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 no. No, da, da. All right. Yes. We need another poll. Becky. AJ. Who wins? They got paid in belts. No, they got to give them belts back. Come on, this is TKO. We can give him belts out. Blimey now. Okay, Intercontinental Championship on the line. Masterback said, do they get to keep those belts? That is the question everyone's asking, isn't it? Do they keep the belts? Do they keep the belts? I wouldn't let them keep the belts. I'd be like, did you enjoy that, girls? Okay, give me the belts. Give me the belts. You've got the memories. That's all you need. And if you just mind going through that door there, that gets you out the stadium. Thank you for taking part. AJ Lee goes over against the ropes. Days skipping down to AJ in Daisy Dukes. Is that a premium option, said Who Dat Saints J. I think so. I think there is a ticket you can buy That's I'm amazed actually that he didn't have green shirt guy as part of it. You'd imagine the amount of money green shirt guy spends, he would be one of those young ladies. My God, AJ Lee just went hard into that barricades. Yeah, they should have, shouldn't they? Green shirt guy should have been with those kids coming down. The amount of money he spends to get that seat, he should have all the perks, you know. Okay, she went hard into that, into that barricade. Leg drop there by Becky. You're not going to put AJ Lee away that easily. That is true. AJ Lee on her hands and knees trying to get over to the ropes. Okay. This is going to be a 5-star classic. Exploder there by Becky. Ballyhoo Dome said this is a down payment for the Wrestling Days. Ballyhoo Dome, shout out to you. Mr. Roteller, I hope you're enjoying the action. I think it's been all right so far. The streets are saying this has been okay. With Paige coming back right now, Becky undoing it is Jessica Carr, the referee as well here. That's just worth mentioning because Becky and Jessica Carr have had a very turbulent relationship. So Jessica Carr is the referee. You're insane. I just can't with you, said Jessica Carr. So already we've got Jessica Carr, the ref, having a go with Becky. 1, 2, kick out by AJ. Shot coming in there by AJ. Right, we are well underway here. It's kind of fun listening to them to... okay, AJ unloading. AJ unloading. Over in the corner goes AJ. Knee coming up there by AJ. AJ looking for... Oh, no, lands on her feet. Yeah, AJ goes down. Back up, back elbow there by AJ. Becky over by the ropes. AJ charging over, looking for a clothesline. Becky goes after her. Smashes into AJ. AJ against the rope. She charges over. Tries to take the legs out from under Becky, and she does. We're carrying on. So, Ballyhoo Dome, shout out to you. Appreciate it, my friends. Matthew West, shout out to you. And Paranormal Presence said, I thought I tagged you, but I didn't. I have now, though. Well, the trust has gone. I can't know. What can I do? The trust has gone. I don't give out my trust much. And to have it abused in the way that you just abused it was very, very unfortunate. Well, I might start to trust you again in the future, but not right now. Gotta be careful. That Black Widow. If she gets that in, then Becky will be in all kinds of trouble. Okay. Someone in the crowd just went, yeah! Going over, no joy. Powerbomb there by Becky. 1, 2, kick out there by AJ. AJ just getting a shoulder up. You know that CM Punk is going to be absolutely glued to the monitor right now. Over 50,000 here tonight, says Michael. Okay, right now, Becky grabbing AJ, trying to get her back up. Shot coming in there by AJ. Becky coming over, grabbing AJ. AJ takes Becky over. Big kick coming in. Becky goes over into the corner. Oh, I kind of really like that spot. She was almost about to get the Black Widow in, but Becky panicked and just chucked her into the corner. Looked really good, actually. Manhandle slam. 1, 2, AJ. Shoulder up. Shoulder up there by AJ. Manhandle slam. Okay, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. It's Bryn again. Said, which one is AJ? Does Becky have to face all of those? Yes. It's going to be a gauntlet match. So as soon as she beats this one, I don't even think this is the real AJ. She has to beat this one, and then like the next one comes in. If you're carrying an IC belt, then you got to defend it. That's the rule. And I saw all of those kids with belts. Look at that. She's right in the face of Jessica Carr. Look at that, right in her face. Jessica Carr's had to go back. Oh, she pushes her. Oh, she pushes her. What is this? What is this? Let it go. That's not your opponent. No. Oh! 1, 2, da! Kick out by Becky. Whew. Jeez Louise. AJ down. That was quite satisfying, actually. AJ planting Becky. Only getting the 2, though. Actually got people out their seats. Paranormal Presence said, I let you down. I thought I tagged you, but now I have. Well, I might learn to trust again in a moment. I'm not there yet. WC6663 said, someone needs to interview Green Shirt Guy. I would ask him what his favourite colour is. If he goes green, I'd be like, thank you. And if he says a different colour, I think that'd actually be quite surprising. Imagine you ask him and he goes, orange. That would be big news. Black Widow, Black Widow, Black Widow, Black Widow in. It's in. Ah, she's going to get to the ropes though, isn't she? Look at her. Trying to get to the ropes. Crowd are into it though. Black Widow is in. Shot there by Becky. Becky going over to the corner. Top turnbucklers. She's took the top turnbuckle off. She's took the top turnbuckle off. Oh, Becky pulls Jess in the way. Oh, AJ into that turnbuckle. Manhandle. Oh. 1, 2, 3. Becky's won. Becky has won. AJ Lee has just lost this first Mania match in like 11 years. And there was like an exposed turnbuckle and shenanigans. And get another ref down. Get another ref down. We need a ref running down going, no, look, the turnbuckle. Oh my God, all those poor kids that came out with AJ, they'll be crushed. Actually, it's worth it now. That's their fault. Yeah, they should support a winner. Twin Jessica refs cost Becky the match. Well, it's not gone that way, believe it or not. I really thought that Ref Jess might refuse to count. I thought she might refuse to count, saying no, it was exposed. But I don't think she knew it was exposed. Could we reverse the decision tomorrow or something? I mean, I'm not that bothered, but maybe I am bothered. I don't know. Are you bothered? Let's see what you lot think. 55% of you thought that AJ was going to win, so, I mean, you did well with that. Let's go. No, she's got pyro. I thought that match was fine. It was all right. Oh, AJ Lee. Becky beats AJ at WrestleMania. Club WWE Blimp is flying around. Get your thoughts into the poll. What did you think? What were your thoughts? How are you? Emotionally, how are you doing? Marvlin said, I've been a member for 8 months. Rate Theory's performance. Theory? I thought it was tidy. I don't remember seeing any errors in there. It wasn't a match that really was around that long. The Drew Jacob match was longer. Felt like that match was really just for Logan's speed. It was just to kind of get them over. Can't really say there was much about Theory's performance that really stood out, but then I don't think it intended to. So I think he played his part. I didn't see any issue. There was nothing there that I think was that outstanding. So I'd say it was a 6.5, something like that. 6. Fine. Not spectacular. Fine. Did you think it was better than that? Worse than that? How did you feel? Kappa said, Days, you're the best. Thanks for the streaming, Kappa. Thank you, my friends. Thank you for joining us. Brando said, is anyone else excited about night 2 rather than night 1? I think night 2 looks better. Yes. I think night 2 looks better. So I am looking forward to night 2. I think night 1 is fine. I think it's solid. I think it's been a very easy watch so far, actually. I'm not finding myself sitting here hating this or anything along those lines. So, yeah. And I think the rest of what we've got coming up is going to be fine as well. So, yeah, good. Fine. Everything's fine. I'm doing lovely. But tomorrow, I think, listen, Ober, Brock, that's the one everyone's waiting for. And if anyone tells you different, they're a dirty liar. Sean said, first Cena loses with kids. Now AJ loses with kids. They're a curse. I can agree with that. We're better off without them. I agree. They are the worst of us. So, yes. She'll not make that mistake again. Okay, let's trust paranormal presence, shall we, whilst you lot are voting. Let's go over here and see if our faith, our love is about to get rewarded. Miss Clown again, hello. I don't even know what this is, and I don't really want to press it. My bads. Okay, well, I can't play footage on stream, can I? That's the only thing. I thought it was going to be a still image. I can't play 25 seconds of WrestleMania on stream. What's happening there, Paranormal Presence, is you're trying to get this stream shut down. So once again, I've actually given you my attention, and once again, you have succeeded in throwing that back at me. Rather than showing me a still image of Bayley looking sad or glum, you have sent me a 25-second clip that I absolutely cannot play on YouTube. And you know that, because you know how copyright works. So just as I build up my trust again, you shatter it and knock it back down. That's twice within the space of less than an hour. I have never been treated like this before. Someone's got a lot of thinking to do. Let's put it that way. Someone's got a lot of thinking to do. Very disappointed. I'm still going to watch the clip anyway, just to see what the flip you're on about. They're all hugging. Paige is walking up the ramp with Lyra. Are we just looking at the fact that Paige is walking up the ramp slightly ahead of Lyra? I don't know. I think I'll never love again, to be honest. I'll never love again. It's just not worth it. People just let you down. Right. You are cursed! Feels that way. Okay, we're at commercial break. Right now we got Mega Morant and LA Knight. Is this a Slim Jim advert? Is this a Snickers advert? I think it's a Snickers advert. Yeah! Oh, Snickers peanut butter. There we go. That's just the ticket. Snickers satisfies. Okay, legends. There we go. Sylvester Stallone is in the house. There's Heath Slater as well. Sylvester Stallone and Heath Slater. That is awesome. Love it. Kendrick Lamar's in the house. Kendrick Lamar. Yes. I think that's Erykah Badu. Erykah Badu is in the house. Or maybe Lauryn Hill. Oh, let's go. Let's go. That's Wesley Snipes. Wesley Snipes is in the house. Ah, liberty, 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 liberty. Come on. I could wear that next year. Oh, WWE, you absolute cowards. Why won't you let me be in one of your mascot costumes? Don't even need to see my face. Ah, Gunther. Flipping Gunther. Mate, this is going to be the best match of the night. Jesus Christ. I'm not ready. I'm not ready for this. It's Gunther? We're doing this match now? Bum, 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 bum. Career killer Gunther! Ah! I don't like how light it is. It needs to be darker, doesn't it? It's too light. I don't think this thing's going 4.5 hours, you know. We've only got 2 matches left. Got 2 matches left, that's all. Are we really going 4.5 hours? We haven't even gone 2 hours. How long's the main event going to be? An hour. Gunther, the ring general. Not the general that we just saw. That's a fake general. That's a real general. And you know that's true because he's from Austria. Gunther, Seth Rollins' paranormal presence, said she looks mad. That's how I took it. I completely forgot. I completely forgot about copyright. I completely forgot about the fact that if you showed it, this stream and channel would be over. Sorry, that slipped my mind, that did. I completely forgot that it would shut everything down. Well, it's a good job I didn't flip and forget, innit? Imagine if I forgot. She looks mad. That's how I took it. I completely forgot about copyright. I hope that... Actually, yeah, I forgot you are actually donating there, aren't you? I hope this makes up for it. I'll shut up for the rest of the night. A Paranormal Presence, thank you, my friends. I really appreciate the support. Really appreciate your donation. Guys, that was really nice of Paranormal Presence. You're one of the good ones, but... if anyone wondered, I can actually be bought. Yes. Okay, here comes Seth. Has he got a mask on? He's got holes in his entrance gear, I know that much. What's he wearing here? Ooh, it looks like some out of Mortal Kombat. Let's go. Do we know what this is? Oh my God, he's got black eyes! Black eyes! Ah! Oh, I've seen this. Apparently you can put ink into your eye, tattoo your eye, and it sends your eyeball black. Permanently stains it black. I wonder if Seth's done that. Do you think he's done that? Do you think he's going to have black eyes forever? That is sick, isn't it? Look at those black eyes. Seth Rollins making it. Perhaps he took his eyes out and put like black marbles in instead. He had them tattooed. Perhaps he got a Sharpie and coloured them in. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how he's managed to achieve it. He's even got smoke coming out of his jacket. I didn't even realise smoke's coming out of his jacket. Dude's got black eyes and a smoky body. What the hell is this? Dude's on fire? Is he all right? He's having a medical emergency. Dude's having a full-blown medical emergency. What the hell? It's still coming out of him. Where's the fire coming from? Don't know. Perhaps he had an Indian. Right now, we've got Seth in there going face-to-face with the Ring General. Okay, we're underway. Boom! Gunther! Drop kick! Straight into Seth. Picks it. Ah, he's marking him, mate. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, you lot were not blown away by that AJ Becky match. You have said that it was good 89. So we've had a little step down. Okay, to the outside goes Seth. Oh, this is a nightmare as well. He probably didn't see Gunther coming because he's coloured his eyes in with a Sharpie. Okay, right now we got Gunther on the outsides. Going after Seth, grabbing Seth. Thumbs to the eyes. He's trying to take out Gunther's eyes. Oh, my God. Shots coming in there by Seth. It's a fight on the outside. We're underway. This could be the best match of the day. Ah! Into the commentary table goes Gunther. Out of action for 6 months. I can't even speak. That's how excited I am. Gunther. Kicks coming in there by Seth. Are we going to get like a Danhausen moment or a... Not now. I don't need it now. I'm just saying at some point. Right now, over against the... in the corner, Phantom 6715. Thank you, my friends. Ah! Chair gets thrown at Gunther. Phantom said, Days, does Bron Breakker show up during this match? Yeah, I think there's a chance. I think there is a chance, yes, Phantom. I think you might have called it. Bron Breakker has got to stand a chance, hasn't he, of coming down here. But I think they'll give this match some time. I mean, Gunther can deliver bangers. We've had a big brawl to start this thing. They're both going at each other, both getting in. Bella's only now just sounded. Okay, shot coming in there. Gunther against right. Big boot there by Gunther. Step over the other side. He delivers a big boot. Gunther. He delivers a big boot. Back and forth. Another big boot. Big boots everywhere. This is Big Boot Mania. Big Boot Mania. Right now, we've got a sleeper hold applied by the Ring General. Right now, trying to get over to the ropes. He's going for a ride. Oh, lands on his feet. Big boot. Seth in control. Right now, kick coming in there by Seth. Same difference. It is same difference. Yeah, who wore it better? Who wore it better? Love that. Great work there by Crispy Wrestling. Ah, big clothesline. Wrestlemania thinks that this is the return of Jesus. That is not how I think Jesus looks. I might do. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think he'd come back at WrestleMania. And I don't think it'd be in a match against Gunther. But, should we respond? No. I don't think it is. I don't think it is Jesus. I could be wrong. Listen, we all make mistakes, but I don't think it is. Right now, we got Seth down over against the ropes. Kick coming in there by Gunther. Chop there by the Ring General. And again, down goes Seth. Yeah, this is that slow, methodical pace that Gunther loves. Kick coming in there by Gunther. He's going over. He's grabbing Seth. Elbow. Boom. Elbow coming in there by Gunther. So this is what Gunther loves. He loves this slow, methodical pace, dissecting his opponents. And he has taken the lead now. So Phantom 6715, thank you. Paranormal Presence, thank you. Is Seth the new movie Lesset? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? New movie Lesset. I don't know what that means. Guys, please, I only deal with English, and I struggle with that. Gunther standing on the head of Seth. Christopher said, Days, there's a small chance. But if Dean Ambrose returned to interfere to help Seth, I would love it maybe someday. It ain't going to be today because obviously he's under contract with AEW. So, but as you said, one day, that would be great. I think a lot of people's dream matches were Seth, Roman, and Dean Ambrose Shield triple threat. That would be awesome. Chopped there by Gunther. If you was expecting a 5-star match, clearly you haven't been paying attention to the product we've been presented. I don't think Michael Cole did say that. Right now we've got Gunther climbing up. He's in control. Triple H has tweeted out, welcome home in regards to Paige. Welcome home. Okay. Gunther has got Seth looking for a superplex. No. Seth goes there. Got to be so careful of his... Every part of Seth is broken. His shoulder, his knees, his arms, his face, his eyes. Gunther going for a ride, power bomb, buckle bomb. Yeah, gets it, buckle bomb. He buckle bombed him. Curb, no. Went for the curb. Gunther, no, against the ropes. German there by Seth. Gunther back up, big clothesline as Seth goes down. Big Mig said, this has been a better watch than last year. I think we've been pretty solid, yeah. We've had 2 good matches, 2 great matches. So, I think it's been solid. As solid is the word I would use so far. Big clothesline there by Seth. AJ needs to get her belt back, said Zappers. That was a nice sequence, said Weird Flex Wrestling. Fans are singing the Seth song. It's a good shot, actually, of that camera where you can see just how many people 50,000 is. Yeah, Wade Barrett said, I thought that Seth Rollins was going to be toast by now. Seth over against the ropes. Kick coming in there by Gunther. And again, Seth coming back, throwing in a big shot. Jono said, how's this going to go 4.5 hours? I honestly, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure TKO will find a way. Loads of ad breaks and whatever. But honestly, I could see it not. We've only got 2 matches left. I could see this thing, you know, they can always just move that press conference thing earlier. That could just be a placeholder, couldn't it? I think people are basing it on the scheduled start time for the press post-event thing. Chopped there by Gunther, and again, Seth is going back again. Another chop there by Gunther, and again, Seth goes back into the corner. Another chop coming in there by Gunther. Spit coming back there by Seth. He's firing back. Yeah, chopping away, driving Gunther back in the corner. More chops coming in there by Seth. Chop. Chopping away. Oh, Gunther grabbing Seth, picking him up. Powerbomb. 1, 2. Kick out. Probably the crowd attendance. That'll be interesting. Oh yeah, where they read out the attendance. Yeah, good shout, Matthew. That'll be a segment, won't it? Triple H needs to be fired, said Jacob. I want Cody to lose the title, said Zappers. Netforce Technologies said, why didn't Paul Heyman come out with the Vision or Gunther? It's a good question, that, actually. I mean, he hasn't really been with them as they've been doing a few things. He seems to be a bit more focused on Brock Lesnar at the moment. But he probably still should have come out with them. Because, I mean, he has just sort of abandoned them, hasn't he? But I think he has kind of aligned himself back with Brock, and so he's focused on that. But there's no reason why he couldn't have come out with them today. The Brock match is tomorrow. Short arm clothesline. Paranormal Presence said, I've not seen one Prime logo tonight. Well, I did. Right at the start of the flipping show. That guy with his sign, Prime Mania. But official Prime logos, no. And no Prime hydration station either. I don't know when that stopped being a thing, but it stopped being a thing. Seth down. Bron Breakker is going to cost Seth in this match, said Ricky. How are you getting stuff on Instagram so quickly? Where's your team, said Tony James. Oh, over the back. Bang! I don't have a team. I am my team. Big knee there by Seth. Right now, we've got Gunther. Double underhooks. No. Oh! Innovative. 1, 2. Yeah, it was a unique reversal. Right now, double underhooks again. Pedigree. He didn't take that very well. He didn't take that pedigree very well. Going for the curb. Got it. Seth. 1, 2. Gunther kicks out. Gunther kicks out. Gunther kicks out. Sorry you lost your belt, love. Here's some flowers. Do you reckon that's the end of their relationship? It's like if I was with a girl that just lost at WrestleMania and lost her belt at WrestleMania, I would have some thinking to do, to be honest. I only get with winners. You know what I mean? I might have to hit Paige up if I was CM Punk. She just won a belt tonight, you know? I don't know if she's in a relationship. Okay, Seth is climbing up. Someone's screaming. Stop that. Stop that. Someone was like, ah! Roll up there by Seth on Gunther. Middle of the ring to Gunther. Look at it. Middle of the ring. Big trouble. Big trouble for Seth. Big trouble. Tap, tap. Tap, 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 tap. Yeah, I mean, look, he's a bear of a man, isn't he? He's a bear of a man. Seth trying to get out of it. Oof. The crowd are really into this. I mean, there's lots of noise and lots of energy. Seth getting right back up to his feet. Breaks out. Forearm. Forearm there by Seth Rollins. Gunther is exhausted. Seth. Another forearm. Someone's about to drop, says Wade. Oh, and they did. They did. It was Seth. Seth went down. Here we go. The greatest splash in all of professional wrestling. Oh. We got robbed of it. Superplex. 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 Picks him up. Falcon Arrow. 1, 2. And now does it get off the crowd? I don't care. He just grabs Gunther, gets him into a sleeper. Here we go. Here we go. Make him humble. Tap, 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 tap. I don't want him to tap, actually. I really like Gunther. He got screwed over last year. I just hope everyone has fun. Gunther gets to the ropes. Sleeper by Rollins, said Jacob. This is match of the night by far, said Drake. This has definitely been the best match of the weekend, says Adam. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun. Tony said, I'm surprised you said that. Oh, I'm just here to watch the world burn. I hope someone taps. I hope it's Michael Cole. Okay, Seth is back up on his feet. Gunther on the outside.
Seth's like, come on. Come on. Against the ropes. Seth going suicide dive. Gets it. Back in for Seth. Against the ropes. A second suicide dive. Gunther sort of swats him away a little bit. Seth's getting back in the ring. Against the ropes again. Suicide dive. Gets caught. Ah! Edge of the ring powerbomb. Kidney Fat picks him up again. Ah, another powerbomb. Jesus. Becky's going to have to find a new husband. This one's completely broken. Powerbomb on the edge of the ring. Powerbomb onto the commentary table. Here we go. Picking him up. No. Reversed. Pedigree. Pedigree. Oh, why does he take pedigrees so bad? Why does Gunther take pedigrees so bad? When he's going down, he like turns? That would be my first question. Gunther, you are so skilled. You are such an amazing wrestler. Why are you so bad at taking pedigrees? Curb. Ah! Lovely curb. That was nice. That was nice. That was nice. It's going to be divorce mania, said Big Mac. Well, I hope someone gets divorced, to be honest. Oh, here's Braun! Here's Braun! Big spear! Big spear by Braun! Braun Breaker's back! There we go. She just came, honestly, like a locomotive. He's back. Over in the ring. Is he gonna leave him now? I did wonder if he was gonna murk him a bit more. He's very good at hitting the ropes. Or is he just gonna leave him? Leave him to Gunther. There we go. Braun Breaker walks away. He's done enough. He's done enough. Gunther getting in. Beginning of the ends. Sleeper. Oh. Well, I think it was always going to happen. Seth Rollins in big trouble. Tap, 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 tap. He's trying to get out. He's trying to get out. Ah, he's gone. It's gone. It's done. Call it, ref. Call it. It's done. It's done. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. It's done. There we go. Gunther wins. I think he gets Becky now. I'm not sure. Gunther wins. Seth Rollins, you're done, son. That was good. I mean, it was a good match. Obviously, you get shenanigans. That's a little bit of a shame. Joe said that's all time. Even with the shenanigans. Do you think it's all time, even with shenanigans? Okay, we got 2 matches left to go. That was the best match of the night. It was a great match. It was a banger. Okay, the reviews are coming in. People are lactating. Look, why does he do that? Why does he turn on the way down? Guys, I think we're going to have to teach Gunther how to wrestle. Easily, that was match of the night so far. The favoritism towards Gunther is absolutely egregious, says Truth Teller. Oh, that's a lovely word, Truth Teller. Truth Teller, I love that. Please comment more often so we can improve our vocabularies. The wrong person won, said the ribs. Well, it's Braun Breaker's fault, guys. It's Braun Breaker's fault. He is the bad man that got involved. Oh, he's coming again, you know. He's coming again. He's coming. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Running all the way down the WrestleMania ramp. Boom! That was a nice shot, wasn't it? That was a nice shot.
I mean, I tell you, that single run that he just did was more exercise than I've done throughout the whole of 2026. You should have put me down. You should have put me down when you had the chance, says Bron Breakker. Well, there we go. He missed it. Let's have a look. He runs down. Boom. He got enough of it. He got enough. That was the worst spear. Oh, people are hating. People are hating. The reviews are in. It's a big thumbs down. People are saying Bron Botcher. That's what people are saying. They're saying Bron Botcher. Paul Heyman is on the top of the ramp, smiling away. Well, there we go. Heyman and Bron Breakker embrace. I don't like that belt. That belt around Paul Heyman does not look right at all. What's going on there? Things have gone from bad to very worse, says Michael Cole for Seth Rollins. Things have gone from bad to very worse. Is that English? Is that English? Things have gone from bad to very worse. Guys, things were bad, but now they're very worse. Is that right? I don't know if that's right. Things have gone from bad to very worse. Shouldn't it be from bad to worse? Things have gone from bad to worse, not from bad to very worse. Is that right? Is that? I need the. Where's our vocabulary friend? We need our vocabulary friend back. I need to know. Anyone good at grammar? No, that ain't English, said Blake. That ain't English. It's Blake. It's got to be. Michael Cole just said it at WrestleMania, so it's literally got to be. There's a shot of Delhi. There's a shot of Ireland. People are watching. There's Canada. Toronto, Canada. The thing is, they're showing all these people. None of them are watching WrestleMania. They're actually watching The Masked Singer, and they're having a great time. This is people just tuning in to America's Got Talent, having a lovely time. There's the Danhausen blimp. Very worse is more bad than worse, said Corbin. That is true, actually. That is true. Things have gone from bad to very worse. If ever I'm having a bad day, I'll just remember that, and I think it will cheer me up a little bit. Okay, Jacob, Paige, the Bellas, they're all going to be on the post-show. We've got a new Paige shirt. Scream for me. WrestleMania. There we go. Hall of Fame. Guys, we're going to see the fake demolition now. Do you remember the real demolition that we saw earlier? Now we've got the fake demolition. Yeah. That's Andre the Giant's daughter. Mate, if Andre the Giant's daughter decided that she wanted to become a wrestler, that would be very... Look at that! She's got... Oh, that's good. I only just noticed that she was wearing like a top that was like the singlet. Did you see that? That was clever. Her top was like Andre's singlet from WrestleMania 3. Dennis Rodman gets a big cheer. Hit. There we go. This is a poor man's Nia Jackson Lash legend. Psycho Sid's family. That's cool. I love that guy, man. The guy in the cowboy hat. Down on his knees. Really going for it. He's here for a good time. Respect. And here's the phenomenal AJ Styles.
Lovely pop for AJ. Big smile on his face. And here's... Oh, yeah, Stephanie. I forgot about her. Here's Stephanie. There we go. Tell you what, that dress ain't leaving much to the imagination, is it? Jesus Christ. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Stephanie. Yes, we're all winning. We are all winning. I don't even do anything and I got timed out, says Big Tony K. Oh, don't worry, we all get timed out. I've been timed out. Tony said, Gunther has to eventually win a WrestleMania match. He has lost the last two, if I am correct. I'm just saying, says Tony. Well, Tony, the day has come. The day has come. Victory has come Gunther's way on a WrestleMania stage. You are correct. He has lost the last couple. Little bit of a shame that he only got this win as a result of outside interference, but listen, it is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, what's this? Some sort of advert. Chumba Casino. Let's chumba! Let's go. Okay, Days, where do I find WrestleMania on Netflix? Well, if you're in America, it won't work, but it's only on Netflix internationally. And really, you should just search WrestleMania. It'll bring up the thing. You click on it and then choose the year. But you won't find it in America. It's on ESPN Plus in America. Andrew said, I want Stone Cold as long as he doesn't mow anyone down. That's where we differ, Andrew. I only want him if he is going to mow someone down. And actually, this year, I would hope he would go further and actually really do some damage. So, yeah, we're very different people, you and me. Stephanie's sister looked lovely. Oh, I didn't see Stephanie's. Oh, Stephanie's sisters. I saw Stephanie's sisters. I didn't see her sister, but I saw her sisters. Guys, we're talking about breasts. The baby Jim Ross was a kid named Seth, who was Sid's neighbour. He's got Down syndrome, and Sid used to take him to the matches. Ah, he's cool. I saw him last night, man, really, like, having a good time. And then here he was, like, down on one knee, putting his arms out. I was like, yeah, you get it. You get it. There's no point standing on a WrestleMania stage and just being like, do you know what I mean? Might as well go down on one knee, put your arms out and give a bit of this. I'd do that as well. Well, I wouldn't. I'd probably be dressed as one of those AJ Lee kids. Or the General. Or the Drumstick. A man said, let's chumba! I don't even know what you do to chumba, but I'm ready for it. Horror Man said Cena has not hosted much. That's true. We've got to get another segment. Well, they're going to announce the attendance, and I wonder if they'll be honest with the number, or if they'll throw an extra 5,000 on there. Guys, we've got 94,000 in attendance. Yeah! Whoa, whoa. WrestleMania. That'd be good. Time for Liv to debut her new theme. Oh, God, you're right. Guys, if you haven't heard the new Liv theme, then you are living in a world that I wish I was living in. But you won't be living in that world for long. Joe said Stone Cold mowed through the Spanish announce table. Perhaps Stone Cold could mow down Liv during her entrance, so we have to cut the music. He would be a massive babyface if he did that. Yeah, people are like, who's enjoying this Hulk Hogan documentary? I feel like I've seen
all of this Hogan documentary, they are playing massive clips from it, like 3-4 minute clips. It does look good, but I don't need to watch it now. Right, we got to announce the attendance, and we got 2 more matches to go. I can't believe, honestly, how quick this has gone. I feel like WrestleMania hasn't long just started, so I don't really feel like this has been a chore at all. To be honest, we're only 2.5 hours in. 2.5, unless these next 2 matches are going to be an hour long. I don't know how the flip we're filling 4.5 hours. Right, we're back in 10 seconds. WrestleMania is about to continue in about 10 seconds. Let's put this up. Stephanie versus Liv. What's that? Is that Fortnite? What's that? What's this? This looks like Fortnite. I have never played Fortnite in my life. Fortnite Showdown. Stone Cold and Liv Morgan. What? Let's get rid of the poll, shall we? Okay, you lot scored that last match. Great 76. Great 76. I think that's fair. It's the highest rated match of the night. It beats Jacob Drew into second place. Tag matches in third place. Then it's Becky AJ. The worst rated match was the very first one, Usos, LA Knight, Vision and Speed. Okay, 5 matches. 3 of them great. Okay, we're looking at tomorrow. 6 matches. Ober Brock starts the show. Ober Brock starts the show. I am ready for night 2, said Dean. I can't wait, mate. His wrestling debut in 1997. Look at all these pictures of Punk in Ring of Honor, making his WWE debut in 06. First world title in 08. The pipe bomb in 2011. He left in 2014. But he came back in 2023. Sometimes you've just got to look after your mental health, haven't you? Sometimes you've just got to look after yourself and do what's right for you. So, there we go. I mean, we're doing a dance routine on the stage. Love that for her. Yeah. I can enjoy it from a distance. Right? So, you go, girl. You go get it. You go get it. I don't know that she should be using up all this energy before she's about to go and wrestle Stephanie. You don't normally see this sort of thing. She's getting chucked around at the moment by a young man. Okay, I think we're doing the whole video, actually. I think we're going to do the whole shebang. So, this is a PG show, said Robbie. Okay, they're ripping off her clothes. Okay, her clothes are getting ripped off. Actually, this might be my favourite entrance ever. All of a sudden, I've just completely changed my mind. Okay, they just grabbed at her suit and ripped her suit off. This might be my new favourite WrestleMania. This is my new favourite WrestleMania moment. Mate, no one looks thrilled. They just shut to the crowds and everyone's like this. I can't imagine they're keeping those clips either. They're getting deleted as soon as they get out of the flipping stadium. Paranormal Presence said Ted DiBiase Jr. is in the audience. Is he? Well, he's getting quite a show. He's getting quite a show. I can't even trust you anymore, Paranormal Presence. That's probably not even true. It's probably not even true. Jackal said, this makes Jillian even more wanted than this. Oof. Hey, being compared to Jillian, that's no great place to be. Well, I've really enjoyed the visuals of this piece. Well done. Well done. Guys, I hope you enjoyed that. Brilliant. Okay, next up. Here comes Stephanie. Stephanie making her way down. With her god-awful music. Yeah. She got Def Rebelled, baby. I think the annoying thing is it's not horrific music, but it's just a bit generic, and it was better before. She did kind of hint, though, that it had to be changed. She did kind of hint that it needed, I hope you understand. Oh, my God. Things are raining down. What's this? Petals. Oh. Okay, that's pretty sick, isn't it? Look at that. All these petals raining down. That's better. This is classier, isn't it? Classy entrance from Stephanie. Look at the length of that entrance train. Liv is kind of sat against the rope in the ring. Stephanie then making her way down. Ballyhoo Dome said that was better than an Undertaker entrance. Oh. To be honest, I never saw him do a performance like that. So I think it's a bit unfair. If he was to come back, do one more match and maybe do that kind of a dance routine where people pull his clothes off. And if he had a terrible song as well, then maybe I'd feel more confident in judging. But I don't think we ever got anything even remotely close. But Mr. Rotella, I'm just going to say you're correct. That's just my natural instinct. But I mean, she looks half dead, doesn't she? Anyway, Liv. Her face is still really badly banged up. Some people might not know, but Stephanie actually pushed Liv into Roxanne. They smacked heads. She had a massive bump out here. As that's gone down, the bruising has really come out on her face. It was a couple of weeks ago now. But, oh yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. Okay, I hope this match is going to deliver. I really, really do. Match lengths. Usos LA Vision, 7 minutes. Jacob Drew, 14 minutes. Women's Tag, 9 minutes. Becky AJ, 8 minutes. Gunther Seth, 15 minutes. The match timing tonight is mental. That is not long, is it? Not long for the matches. I can see that being a bit of a talking point. Hulk Hogan documentary, 25 minutes. But people have said, you know, great. People, we live in a generation where no one's got any attention spans. Do you know what I mean? This is where we are now. We can't cope with any more than this. We get bored after 2 minutes. And they did well to get that one to 15, to be honest. If the main event goes longer than 5, I'll be devastated. Right, Kyle, shout out to you, bud. Said, Days, happy Mania. Is this the first Mania where it's bright when the main event is on? We've only got one match to go. Continue the good work, bud. Always comes to mind WrestleMania 31 because they absolutely botched Sting. Sting was this dark character, moody, mysterious, someone we'd waited to appear in WWE. And when he came out, it was blazing sunshine, and it sucked. And I think when Undertaker came out, it was bright as well. I can't remember when Seth cashes in. I think it had gone dark by then. But you're right. I mean, it is still bright, and this is our co-main event, so... I mean, we are getting to the point, aren't we, where this... Oh, into the barricade. Oh, look at that. It's a great shot. Slam X doing great things. Do you think Liv's head is here or elsewhere, says Michael. Oh, I tell you what, things are going from bad to very worse here for Liv Morgan. Right now, Liv going down. So, Kyle, shout out to you. 31 would come to mind, but I can't remember if it was light for the main event. Part of me thinks it had gone dark by then. Oh, Liv goes off the ropes. Powerbomb. Nice. That was good. Paranormal Presence said no. I saw it on his Twitter, and I ain't messing this one up. Okay. Well, maybe he will make an appearance. I'm not expecting it. I think what we can say is if Ted DiBiase Jr. does not get involved in the main event tonight, then you have lied once again. That's what I'm saying. You're telling me he is there and you are insinuating he's going to get involved. If he doesn't, you've let me down again. Okay, right now we got the Three Amigos by Liv. Nice. Man United Hodge said, big up Days, great work as always. Man United Hodge, shout out to you. Good result today, buds. Good result. Let's keep eyes on it, don't worry. Let's keep an eyes on it. Liv's going up. She's perched. And that frog splash wasn't great. Legs up there by Stephanie. Stephanie picks up Liv, drives her down. This match should be good. This match should be good. Oh, hello. What's this? The OG Four Horsewomen. Cheeky. That is cheeky. Paige, AJ, the Bellas, Devils. Where's Booker T, man? Where is Booker T? They should have had him out there for that. The whole WrestleMania crowd were doing that. Okay, right now she's got her up. Oh, double knees. Lovely work. That's nice, isn't it? People wanted to see this. That's nice. Okay, Stephanie then very much in control. Let's go, Randy. Yeah. Come on, Randy. You got this, Randy. Oh, backstabber. Lots of Hulkamania merch in the crowd. Love to see it. Hulkamania really will live forever, said Alfie. There is, actually. That's a good shout. There's a lot. I'm seeing a couple there. There's a couple over there. There was a guy that had a sign on the entranceway as well. Oh, is she going to do Devil's Kiss? Liv's going to go for no. Oh, my God. Could you imagine? You get a little bit too cocky. Bang. Liv goes down. Backbreaker. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out there by Liv. Kick out by Liv. Xavier has never been happier that Paige is back, says Jason. That is going to be a little bit awkward. Days, I think Ted DiBiase Jr. will make Randy win as he's at ringside, said Adil. Adil, shout out to you, my friends. It could happen. Stephanie charging over. Double knees there by Liv. Will Pat walk away from Randy after he says he doesn't need him, said Darren. There are rumours we're getting a tag match at Backlash. Okay, she hit Oblivion on Liv. 2. Kick out there by Liv. Stephanie with an Oblivion. Stephanie looking at the referee. Guys, I've got some breaking news. Breaking news just coming through. This is big, actually. Ted DiBiase Jr. is in attendance. That's just... Oh, there's Roxanne. Is she wearing clothes? I feel like I can see everything. Here's Raquel. Is Roxanne wearing clothes? Oblivion. Boom. Is Stephanie going to lose? 1, 2. Kick out. Oh, my God. I don't even know. Are you wearing clothes? I don't even think she's wearing clothes. She might have forgot to wear clothes. Blimey now. I need a figure of Roxanne and what she's wearing at WrestleMania, which is pretty much nothing. Get on it, Mattel. Get on it. Blimey now. Oh, I'm ever so warm. Kick to the midsection there by Steph. That's big news, though, isn't it? Big news. We're bringing you breaking news here. Raquel on the outsides. Liv goes to the outsides. Lands on top of Raquel. Roxanne's down. Raquel is down. Liv's down. Stephanie springboards. Oh, boom. It's all happening. It's all happening. Stephanie goes into the ring steps. She gets thrown into the ring. So even the code breaker from that second rope. Oh, that might be it. That might be it. 1, 2, 3. It is it. Blimey, now these matches. Liv beats Stephanie. There's Dirty Dom. Roxanne and Raquel both helping Liv. And the Stephanie reign is over. Oh, look at this. The greatest wrestling couple we have ever seen. Apart from all the other ones. Celebrating in the ring. And Stephanie has been defeated. And now we've got to listen to this awful song again. Oh my God. Oh my God. That was a flat ending. It was a flat ending. I just remember watching the match. I then remember seeing Roxanne pretty much naked, and I don't even know what happened after that. That match sucked. Sucked. Right. Liv Morgan. Wade's dancing to the theme song. Don't forget. I told you I'm the greatest women's world champion of all time. Well, there we go, Liv. Live, laugh, love. She gets the win. People are saying, why are these matches so short? That was short. Do you know, I've always thought the problem with WrestleMania is the wrestling. Are we going to have like a Danhausen bit now or something? What are we doing? We've only got one match left. WrestleMania might clock in at 2.5 hours. We've had one good match, to be honest, said Drake. It's been dry, says Drake. Triple H just hates everyone, said Robbie. You can't take anything away from Stephanie. All right, they're singing the praises of Stephanie, but okay, they're now guys. We've just got somewhere to be. Perhaps, like, you know, they've got a reservation or something for a lovely meal, and they just need to get out of here. I don't know. I'm back in the shadow again. Okay, John Cena is back in the ring. John Cena's back in the ring. Here we go. This should be good. This should be fun. Night 1, WrestleMania. What an amazing evening it's been so far. Come on, Danhausen. Tonight's attendance. I look around, there are people everywhere. Paranormal Presence said, see, I ain't lying, people are saying it. Well, even a broken watch is right once or twice a day. Okay, I think they've told the truth. 50,816 people. So there we go. Yeah. We had 60-odd thousand last year. Yeah. Bianca Belair! Bianca Belair! Wow! The EST? What's she coming? What's she here for? I mean, it's lovely seeing her, but I thought we were going to see her tomorrow when it was Jade and Rhea. Okay. The EST, Bianca Belair, getting a moment. Looking fabulous. As always. When doesn't she? Okay, I mean, is she gonna have a little moment with John Cena or something? I don't know what we're doing. I wish we were seeing her in action. She always brings it when it's WrestleMania. Yeah, John stayed in the ring. What are they going to do? I was not expecting a Bianca Belair John Cena moment. What are they going to do? You can see a plinth at ringside ready. There we go. John steps aside, shows off Bianca. Is he just going to leave her to it, is he? What if she slaps him and goes, that's from The Rock? EST chants. That is true. That is true. Love you, EST. No. No. Okay, what we doing here? We got to add one more surprise. She's pregnant. Bianca Belair's pregnant. Wow. Bianca Belair came out and just said, we got to have some more surprises. Wow, congratulations. Okay, but who's the dad? That's the next big mystery. And then it turns out to be Pat McAfee. Lovely. No, John. You can't put the attendance up by one more because that baby's not even born. You can't do that. You can't be that desperate for people that we're having to now get unborn babies and shove them in the number. Main event. Wow. At K308 said the matches have been far too short. I hear that. J7204 said there's been no pre-match hype packages either. That's a really good shout, you know. Why do we have to sit through so many packages, video packages on Raw and SmackDown? Then we get to WrestleMania, the one show where people tune in that don't normally tune in, and we go, we won't tell them how we got here. We won't bother telling them how we got here. They'll just have to guess. That's a really good point, that is. Why has there not been any hype packages? All those poor casual fans sitting there going, why are these two fighting? What's the history here? Jesus. Do you know, I mean, obviously, we thought that she was working on, like, getting her finger sorted, which she absolutely was. But now she's going to be out even longer, isn't she? When are we going to get Bianca back? This was pretty selfish of Bianca thinking about it. She chose bringing her life into this world over me. Over entertaining me. Livid. This WrestleMania just goes from bad to worse. More Hogan, yeah. Right. Congratulations to Bianca. WWE said, watch the shows and then you'll know, says Cadet. Yeah, screw the casuals. If you're a casual, that's your fault, innit? It's not my problem. Deal with it. Do you know when she opened up her thing like that and went, I'm going to show you one more surprise? Just briefly, I went, oh, she's fat. She's got fat. Oh. That's not a great surprise, is it? I mean, we've all got fat. And then my brain went, no, she's having a baby. She's having a baby. And I was like, oh, no, that is good, actually. That is well done. That's an achievement. Not so much getting fat. Not as big of an achievement. They wouldn't wheel me out at WrestleMania and start celebrating, would they? So, there we go. That was nice. It was a little moment, definitely. I mean, it's a shame that Montez wasn't around so that, you know, he could have... Because I'm sure he did some work. These babies are just going to bring WWE down. It's true. A lot of people are blaming WWE Creative, but it's actually all these babies. Speak for yourself. I managed to lose weight, said Empower. Well, then you should be out there, Empower. Yeah, we should be celebrating you. If we're going to have a baby, you might as well try whilst you're all injured. But that is true. But isn't she like towards the end of her injury now? She's been away for a year. Like, couldn't she have already had? I know women. I know women. I know how they work. She could have been pregnant, had the baby. She could be coming back now. Do you know what I mean? I think once you've had a baby, you just got to spend a week telling them like how to look after themselves. And then you can come back to work. I think that's how it works. I'm not sure. I don't know the ins and outs. So, but now she hasn't even had it yet. Do you know what I mean? So that means she's going to be gone for another year. Oh. In a way, what we just got was bad news. What we just got was the news that Bianca's going to be away even longer. And yet we're like, yeah! Truth is, this was bad news. Guys, you don't understand. If we don't get Bianca back, right, and we don't get other women on the show, that means more time for Liv, and that means we're going to hear her song more. Yeah? Do you understand? We do not need to hear that entrance on a regular basis. So we need more women to come back. We need Naomi back. We need Bianca back. We need no more pregnancies, right? This is going to be the death of WWE. I agree. Okay, are we 2 hours in? Or 3 hours in? How many hours in are we? Joy Marie said, I could see Liv. I can see that Liv can't really wrestle on her own. She needs help. Someone helping. I call that cowardly wrestling. We got Paige. That's true, actually. I'd like to thank Paige for returning. She's doing God's work. Maybe we could get Ryback returning, said the one. I'm not sure that helps with the issue that we've highlighted, but yeah, maybe we could. Unless he's willing to fight in the women's division, you know. Right, where are we? We are still at commercial break. Simply Simon said, I feel like I've been watching the whole Hogan documentary tonight. We're 3 hours in. Do you know, I gotta say, it might be because there's been large parts where I've just been chatting with you guys. That's random, innit? Carmelo Hayes, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, and Cody Rhodes. What a dream team. What a dream. I didn't expect to see that on a Wheatley American vodka. Cody Rhodes, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, and Carmelo Hayes. All drinking and celebrating Wheatley vodka. Well, there we go. Well done, Bianca. All joking aside, of course, we're very pleased for her. Okay, Carmelo made it to Mania. He did. You're right, Steve. Carmelo made it to, and you lot said he wasn't going to make it. He made it. Mellow. Right. So, main event time. Maybe they are saving all the ring time for the main events. Oh, maybe. Is this an advert for WrestleMania next year? WrestleMania 43. There we go. Wheatley American vodka. Did they get a seat upgrade or something? Thank you. He's got a Roman shirt. She's got a Cody shirt. It'll never work. It'll never work. They're like chalk and cheese. They might as well end that relationship now. Okay. Boom. We need more WWE babies so that we can keep the birthright going. That's a good point. Imagine that, actually. Imagine what a Bianca Montez baby can achieve. That baby has got to become a wrestler. Gen Xer said, I'm sports entertained. Shout out Days. Gen Xer, shout out to you. Do you know one thing I will say? Very, very easy watch. Very easy. Yeah, apparently we've been live, it says, for 8 hours. I don't feel like we've been streaming 8 hours. That's what the streets are saying, though. Days, that live entrance, it felt non-PG. So imagine Days Jr. seeing that. How would you feel? Great, to be honest. I hope he gets his kicks. Do you know what I mean? I'll be like, you watch that. You enjoy that, son. You enjoy that. God knows I am. Niall said, where is the hype package featuring Jelly? Oh, it's coming. There is a bit of a package for this one, actually. We were just saying about how there wasn't many packages, but they've done one for this. You know the one that's upset a load of fans the most. You know this one that has derailed WrestleMania and really caused a lot of heartache and pain and suffering. This is the one WWE have gone. Let's remind everyone. we won't remind everyone of all the others. We'll bring everyone up to speed with this one, yeah. This is the one that we were really excited about. And then we just started chucking celebrities into it. Yeah. Just so that we could dilute it as much as possible. Gen Xer, shout out to you, buds. Rhea Ripley has commented, guys, stop what you're doing. 2 minutes ago, Rhea Ripley, I'm in effing tears. She is in tears. Congratulations to Bianca and Montez. Well, we don't know that it is Montez, do we? She didn't say it was Montez's. So that is a very awkward assumption, actually. Because what if Bianca goes up and goes, it's not Montez. It's Triple H's. Selfishly, I don't want to lose you for another year, but this is also the sweetest, most heartwarming news ever. Do you remember when those miners were saved that were trapped in that cave and we managed to get them all out? And there was 20 of them. I mean, I thought that was amazing news. But apparently this is the most heartwarming news ever. It beats the Chilean miners. Love you guys, says Rhea. So there we go. There's going to be a lot of reaction to, oh man. Sometimes life can be so flipping kind. Here's me just eating Haribo, not having my headphones on. And I have completely missed Pat's entrance. You've got my back, you have. Yeah? Love you, big man. Love you. Let's go. Let's go. Loving the big man upstairs. Okay, EO has posted as well. She is saying, I miss you, Bianca, but I'm so happy. Congratulations. Does that weekly ad count as Carmelo getting his WrestleMania moment, says Creative Humor? Well, if we had had any dreams or hopes or dreams or hopes that we were going to try and keep him to a minimum, those dreams and hopes have just been dashed. The middle finger all the time is annoying, says Billy. Days, how are you? I'm doing good, Liam. I hope you're well. This has been the quickest Mania ever. If all these matches are so quick, the Brock match might be the longest match for the first time ever. Could be. Michael Cole is going to take out Pat. What, to dinner? I mean, look, he's coming out. He's getting heat. He's going to get his comeuppance tonight. Someone's going to do something. God, that's my prediction. Someone is going to do something. This show has been mid, said Bob. Mania doesn't feel grand, said Dom. Conrad said he's flipping everyone off. Hearing the dude that yelled F off when Pat's name came up made me feel seen. Said a twisted Sky. Pat is a donkey. My God, this is my idea of heaven, actually. Sitting eating Haribo, just reading a load of people going off about how much they hate Pat McAfee. I don't know what I did to deserve this. I thought this was going to be a disaster. It's actually turning out to be one of my favourite wrestling moments ever. Okay, here we go. So the clown has made his way down. Now it's time for the adults. That's pretty sick, isn't it? With the snake wrapping around. Here we go. Randy making his way down. Randy making his way down. Okay, so Nikki said, I'll finally fill you all in soon. Fractured, torn, and sprained my ankle. It's been a painful few weeks. There we go, guys. All you feet fans out there. Enjoy it. Enjoy it, boys. Enjoy it. Let's go. Let's go. That is, she should know better than to give that away for free online, to be honest. Oh my God, look at this. Where have these come from? When do you think he found out? Do you think he found out today? Can you imagine if he was backstage and he was having a drink? Psh, what? Like that. He'd have noticed though, surely. Do you know what I mean? But look at this. We got classy pictures that are already coming out here. She did well to sort of hide that bump as well as she came down. You know, because, I mean, there's definitely a baby in there. I'm an expert. There's definitely a baby in there. Okay. Randy Orton is making his way down. Slowly making his way down. That's cool. With the snake behind him, it looks cool. It looks cool. Randy is just walking. WWE did him dirty. Well, no, you say that, but he had Pat, didn't he? That's part of his entrance. So, you know, like how AJ Lee had all those little girls. Randy Orton had a clown. So that kind of connects with his entrance. So he did get something, in all fairness. Okay, Randy making his way down. This Mania has been awful. I don't think Randy's winning this one, said Guru. Can we add up the entrance time against the match time? I don't have that information. Someone will. I promise you someone will. It is a big talking point coming out of this. Randy Orton. I just think there's been too many ads and too much of the Hogan stuff. I actually don't think a show that goes 3 hours 12 and is about to get to the main event is, I don't think timing wise that's a problem. I mean, we knew that we were looking at 4.5 hours. It's not going to go that long, but it's probably still going to clock in at about 3 hours 40, something like that. I don't think that's bad. It's just there's a lot of ads. There's a lot of Hogan commercial stuff. And not much in the way of wrestling. But 3 of the matches you've said were great. And you can't take that back now. You said 3 of the matches we had were great. And I bet you enjoyed the Bianca moment, didn't you? No? Okay. Curtis said, I hate this show. Right. WrestleMania, where we charge you 10 grand a ticket and we give you an hour of wrestling. It just doesn't stop, does it? It just doesn't stop. Randy and Pat are just posing with each other now. Both doing the pose. Michael Cole's like, where does this guy... It's your fault, Michael. You brought him in. This is all your fault. This is on your head. I blame Michael. I blame TKO. I blame Randy. I'm not a fan of Becky winning it back. It's boring, says Arrows. What McAfee has done. Okay. Here's Cody. What's this going to be? I wonder if this will be Street Fighter themed. I could see it being Street Fighter themed. We do have some boxes in the entranceway. Okay. Well, it's kind of cool. It's a big dramatic entrance for Cody Rhodes. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. We're looking at Cody throughout the years. Yeah, that's nice. Oh, and the mask. Dashing. Don't look at me. Stardust. Stardust. It was a long road, man. It was a long road getting to the top. And then this is the version of Cody that got him there. The American Nightmare. Yeah, and Cody's going to come up from the bottom, isn't he? You can see that panel in the floor. I wonder if we see something new. I mean, are we going to get some sort of different look here? He's rising up. The mask looks sick. The mask looks sick. The gear looks sick. It's not really a different look, but it's a sick look. Cody Rhodes has arrived at WrestleMania. And he's looking like a badass, mate. He is looking like a badass. There we go. That was pretty big, wasn't it? That was pretty dramatic. Nice. Yeah, that looks good. All golds. Yeah, this is going to be so emotional with all of that work that he's just put in and makes his way down to the ring and everyone boos him out the building. Is the woe going to be big? Because it wasn't big on SmackDown. Yeah, it's good. It's a good woe, actually. It's a good woe. People are woeing in the crowd. That was a sick entrance. Yeah, it's good. It's a lovely mask. Cody looks out at the crowds. He must have been nervous, man, all day not knowing how this crowd were going to react. And I still don't think they're going to be on his side. This is an away game for Cody Rhodes. The Golden Boy. Yeah, leaned into that, ain't he? All right, Joe? The Golden Boy. He really is the Golden Boy. Cody making his way then down to the ring. He goes over to some kids in the crowds. This is my favourite entrance of the night, said Super Hammer. It was brilliant. Yeah. I think I like the Liv Morgan one. The entrances are longer than the matches, said Empower. That's how it should be. That's what we call real wrestling. Cody goes over. There's Brandy. I forget the kid's name. Liberty. Liberty, 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 liberty. Oh, look, he gets a bit emotional. Oh. Even men like Cody Rhodes, with everything they've been put through, will reach a breaking point. Days, you're a Cody crybaby. Pretty chilled, to be honest. I think Randy gets this tonight. That's his wife and daughter, said Zingbot. I think Cody is winning and will still be champion tonight. At WrestleMania, said Kimberly. Okay. Imagine if it was Jelly Roll under the mat. Well, that would make this better, wouldn't it? Imagine if he took the mask off and it was Pat McAfee again. That'd be even better, wouldn't it? Imagine that. John O said, Pat's doing my head in, copying everything Orton does. Something was signed, wasn't it? And we still don't know what was signed. But something was signed. Alicia Taylor looks lovely, by the way. RKO getting booed, said Mayor Pete. Hello, Mayor Pete. Pat takes them thing. Boos for Pat. Don't even bother booing people. Silence is what he deserves. Silent. Stay silent. We know how this game works. Yeah, listen. Shut up. The crowd has been great tonight, said Eric. Where is Danhauser? Where is Danhauser? I don't know. Randy should definitely get this, said Kader. Sean said, Days, I've got a fun fact. Every time Cody's daughter is there, he loses. Oh my God, kids, they're an absolute nightmare, aren't they? Absolute. One thing we've learnt from this show is that children and babies, they'll be the death of wrestling. I am not going to lie. Cody's entrance was fantastic. I've changed my mind. The show is great, said Curtis. If Randy wanted a match much bigger pop than what he already gets, he should RKO, Pat says Casey. Casey, I hope you're well, my friends. Tony said, don't you mean you as the foot lover? I was only showing off Nikki's foot for any pervs in the community, and I know there are many. I was doing that for you, not for me. Right. Alicia's got the microphone back. All is right with the world. Okay. Cody versus Randy is about to get underway. I mean, Pat's out there. He's just going to be involved, isn't he? Pat just hit Cody with a microphone. Haha. This is awful. This is awful. I just checked how long the matches were 2 years ago, and to be fair, up until Mania last year, it had only 10 minutes more wrestling. Yes. Come on! Jelly roll, jelly roll, jelly roll, jelly roll. Oh, mate, this main event of Mania is sick, boy! We want Bieber. We want Bieber. We want Bieber. Snoop Dogg, Snoop Dogg, Snoop Dogg. Taylor Swift, Taylor Swift, Taylor Swift. Laurel and Hardy. Laurel and Hardy. Yeah, man. Let's go. Jelly Roll saving the day. God, these blooming wrestlers, man, they get in the way. I can't stand Cody and Randy. This should be Pat, Jelly Roll, main eventing right now. Look at that. Elbow. So good. I wasn't going to buy the Jelly Roll figure, but I'm going to buy 20 now. Let's go. Theo Vom. We want ABBA. Waterloo. I was defeated. You won the war. Yes, yes. We want Snooki. We want Snooki. This is a disgrace. If you're going to give me celebrities, then give me celebrities. I'm not interested in thin clown that used to be fat clown dropping an elbow on annoying clown. Ugh. Tom and Jerry. That'd be sick, actually. Oh, I'm so glad that we just spent a good 15 minutes at the main event of WrestleMania showcasing Pat and Jelly Roll. Is this what Triple H's idea of saving WrestleMania is? Doing something awful and then undoing it. How about you just don't do it in the first place? How about them apples? How about them apples? So, score down. You voted bad. 100%. Well done. Well, not long, and then we've got Ober Brock, so, you know. Are you chewing drugs? Oh, well, no, they're Haribo, actually. I think I've ate them all. Oh, no, I've still got 3. Wow, the bell sounded. Randy is holding his shoulder. Randy. Let's go. Okay, we're underway. I'm going to buy Jelly Roll's album, said C. John. I'm so glad that he's been taken out the match. I was begging for it, said Curtis. Yeah, but he didn't even need to be involved in the first place, did he? Uh, 30 minutes later, and the match has started, said Iron Sentinel. They leave a lot of loose ends in this story. Netforce said, I read WrestleMania was only going to be 3.5 to 4 hours long each night. Well, it's on track, isn't it? It's at 3.5 hours right now. So, I mean, it is... This will probably be done in maybe 15 minutes or so. I mean, if Randy is dealing with a bit of an injury, then, yeah, I mean... That is obviously a concern. I don't know what you're going to get out of him, honestly. This is Randy Orton, who looks like he is back to a physical peak. Wade Barrett just said, don't believe what you hear online. And Michael Cole was like, well, it wasn't just online. There was people in the locker room that have been saying this as well about Randy. It does really feel like there is a story here that Randy is not 100%. Cody going between the legs of Randy. Shot coming in there by Cody. Power slam there by Cody. Do we think Randy will punt him? He might go for it, buds. Oh, going for a Cody cutter, but he gets caught. Yeah. I think we're selling a little bit here. Randy is teasing that there's a few problems. He couldn't capitalize there. He's coming over, grabbing Cody. I want Cody to win. I love Randy, but because of all this, I want Cody, said Curtis. Eric said Randy doesn't look healthy here. I agree. He's not looking good here at all. I don't know how much. He's a very good seller, though, so I'm not sure how much he's selling. He's up on his feet here. He's got a headlock in on Cody. Cody slams Randy down. I live for the day that Bluey does a run-in at Mania. Well, I think we're probably only a couple of years away from that, but... Randy on the outside. Orton will not be champion till SummerSlam, said Boomers. Cody is going rounds. Sonny, hello. Hope you're doing well. Cody gets thrown in the ring. Randy jumping up on the edge of the ring, looking to get in. Kick coming in. Right now, Cody is driven back into the corner. Randy goes down. Cody is grabbing the leg. Half crab there by Cody. So, half crab by Cody. He's got Liberty on his one boot and Lillian on the other. His gear does not say Brandy anywhere. Shot to the back there by Cody. Randy is down. It's crazy, isn't it, to think that Randy and Cody are battling away, and in the crowd is Ted DiBiase Jr. That must be weird for Ted DiBiase Jr. Knee coming into the back there. Shot coming in. Randy only needs a short run, then he can drop it and go for 16. Over in the corner goes Randy. Randy goes down. Cody is on his feet. Cody goes to the outsides. Okay, Cody is in control. Match is a bit slow at the moment. Well, no joy. Okay, they're keeping them down. It's a bit reminiscent of last year at the moment. It's a bit reminiscent of last year. Knee coming into the back there by Cody. Chris said, any news on Pat? He's gone to the back and he might have died. I don't know. Randy, reverse Cody going into the corner. Over the top, rolling him up. 1, 2, kick out there by Randy. Slow, said Ray. This is making Cena Cody look fast. Shot to the back there by Cody. Cody's last 2 Mania main events have sucked, said Patrick. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, though, he has had to fight a ring rust John Cena. When he actually fought him later at SummerSlam and John had got some of that ring rust on, they put on a really great match. And now here he is with, you know, there's been big rumors that Randy is not 100%. If this match is going to go long, then it makes sense to go slow, said Jordan. Oh, yeah, Randy's having a word there with the ref. Randy's having a word with the ref. Cody's going up. Randy is on his feet. Cody's took way too long there. Jesus. I mean, it's one thing for this match to be slow, but we don't actually have to do it in slow motion. Is this in slow-mo? Has something happened? Cody is in the corner. We got RKO chance. Randy is up. Randy's back is hurting bad, said Music. Punt will win it, said Jake. I can't wait to see these night 1 scores, says David. Shots coming in there by Randy. Randy is climbing up. Superplex! Oh, that was nice. That was nice. Oh, he felt that. Yeah, he felt that. Superplex there by Randy. Look at that. Oof. There we go. Creative Humor said the way that we intend to get Cody Rhodes over as a hero is to have him do rest holds against an injured opponent. Clotheslines, duck underneath. Cody against the ropes. Power slam there by Randy. Okay. Randy grabbing Cody, throwing him through the ropes. Randy is going for that drape DDT. Gets it. Randy in control. Match is just finding a groove. That superplex might have just turned some around. Oh. He's really selling that back, isn't he? He didn't, like, spin down and go down. He had to, like, lower himself down to go into that position. Randy grabs Cody, no joy. Randy against the ropes. Through the ropes. To the outsides. Cody against the ropes. Suicide gets caught there by Randy. Who Dat Saints J said the crowd is dead. Double turn moment incoming, said a twisted sky. Cody gets planted on that commentary table. Truth Teller said, is this Undertaker Goldberg? This crowd are just not buying it, are they? I mean, I'm sorry, WWE, you were told. As a person who has had multiple disc fusions, that injury hurts and sucks, says Danny. Right now, we've got Randy grabbing Cody. WWE Championship on the line. Randy goes into the ring posts. Sean said, I'm sorry, but Bad Bunny is going to help Randy. I won't be shocked. I'm ready. I am mentally ready. Okay, Cody on the outside looking to get back in the ring. Randy's in there. Bloods. Randy's got bloods. Randy is bleeding. Shot there by Cody. And again, he's busted. He's busted, mate. Another big shot there by Cody. And again, goes Orton down in the corner. The blood was a nice addition, actually. There was a reaction to that when people saw the bloods. Mr. B Light said, I put my speed up to 2x and it's still slow. Cody with a stomp. Randy is down. There we go, look. Boos for Cody. Boos for Cody. Another kick coming in there by Cody. Cody is backing up. Shot coming in there by Cody. Against the ropes. Bang. Big kick there by Cody. Randy goes down. Cody going over for the cover. 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Oh, there's bloods. Bloods. Cody gets the bloods. Wipes it on his chest. Cody backing up a bit. They're booing. They were booing Cody, yes. Cody is getting his vengeance, said Denley. Randy to the outsides. Surely Randy's injury is real. He wouldn't be pulling off those big spots where he lands on his back. It makes me think that it's a work, says Liam. Double turn is looking on, said part-timer. The rumours are, though, at Backlash that we're doing Randy and Pat versus Cody and Jelly Roll. No, I don't want that match, right? But that is the rumour. Here we go. Bang! DDT there by Cody. So that just makes me think that the double turn isn't coming in this, is the rumour of that Backlash match. Days, what's going to happen if if Randy loses? Nothing. He said he would leave if Randy lost, but do you believe him? Do you think he's a man of his words? Because I do not. Okay, look, Cody is looking to deliver an RKO. Cody. Waiting for Randy. Yeah, no joy. Oh, Crossroads! Crossroads! Bang! Crossroads! 1, 2. Kick out by Cody. Orton with a Crossroads. And we got Randy chance. If Cody wins, I hope he does turn heel, said Dana. Something big is going to happen, said Billy. Yes. Night 2. Night 2. Ober, Brock, that's going to happen. Here we go, Randy. No. Going for the RKO. Backslide. 1, 2. No joy. No joy. Ah! RKO. 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Okay, there's been some better moments. Crossroads. Cody with an RKO. Okay, we got a "This is awesome" chant, you know. We got some Randy chants. The slow is fine, but there is a way to do it. And with how tonight has been, this isn't the time, said Drake. Randy on the outsides. Cody grabs Randy. And again. Cody smashes Randy into that commentary table. Cody with Randy, and he chucks Randy in the ring. Sonny said, read my comment, Days. I love you. I love women. I think I'm giving up on men. Sonny, shout out to you. I've also given up on men. Certainly after I've had to watch the build towards this match. Men suck. RKO there by Randy. 1, 2. That was close. Blimey now, that was close. Randy with an RKO. Oof, it was nice as well. It was pretty nice. Daves, would you mind if Ted DiBiase Jr. helped Cody become a heel? I'm just so disconnected from this match because of the awful builds that I don't really mind what you want to do, mate. Randy is back up on his feet, is over in the corner. Danhausen has cursed both of them to move in slow-mo, said Chris. The general consensus, if the match started slow, but now it is picking up a bit of pace, that's the kind of thing I'm seeing online. Kick coming in there by Randy. Forearm shot coming back there by Cody. Yeah, Randy with a big shot. Cody goes down. Shots coming in. I think this is better than last year with Cena. There's been some nice moments with the crossroads, the RKO, the bloods. Poke there by Cody. RKO to the ref. Okay, the ref has been RKO'd. Why did he think he was there? I don't understand. Randy is behind Cody. The referee is down. He goes for a low blow. Cody low blows Randy. Cody low blows Randy. Crowd a bit. Oh, what? So it would have been all right if Randy had done it, but it's not all right if Cody does it. Do it again. Do it again, Cody. Cody going up. Oh, massive RKO! Blumming hell! Cody going for the Cody cutter. Oh, that was flipping huge. That deserves to end this match, you know. That deserves... This does not... This just... What? How do we go from such heights to such low points? This isn't legal. This is just nonsense. Why the flip? Well, how do you go from something so incredible that looks so amazing to just something so mind-numbingly stupid? How are you doing that? How are you even doing that? It's actually impressive. It's actually impressive. In the space of like 40 odd seconds. Jesus Christ. This needs to be studied. Needs to be absolutely studied. I don't know what... I don't... LOL! Well done, everyone. That was absolute perfection, that was. Well done. Well done. You managed to deliver an end to the match that was just as flipping nonsensical as the build. Well done. I was still trying to get over the nonsense I'd seen a few moments before. And then Randy RKO's Pat. And then Cody retains. And everyone's going to be leaving this stadium going... Dub, dub, E. Dub, dub, E. Dub, dub, E. Well done. That was absolute flipping perfection. Can Can I am going to be so much fun tomorrow because now we're past this absolute nonsense. Let's just fire them all. Randy's fired, Cody's fired, Pat's fired, everyone's fired. Let's just fire them all. And then we can all just forget it happened. Jelly Roll's fired. The referee's fired. Everyone's fired. I'm fired. Okay, Randy has hit Cody with the belt. He wants that belt. He's very angry. Cody wins. Just retire, Randy. Just retire. You might as well. Just wrap it all up. It's all done. Shut it down. Randy's going for the punt. Randy with a punt. Oh, he got it as well. Oh, it looked good, you know. It looked good. It looked good. Cody has retained that championship. But a lovely punt by Randy. Fans are chanting one more time. And there we go. Randy in the ring. Standing over Cody. This doesn't feel over. But thankfully, this match is. Oof. Oof. Yeesh. Well, there we go. That's what it led to. All of that stuff. Let it play out. Let it play out. Why don't you just let it play out? Oh, you fans, you suck. You don't let anything play out. Yeah, but where are you now? You flipping let it play out, people. Yeah? Why don't you let it play out, mate? Why don't you just let it play out? Yeah, it's so good. Why don't you let it play out? No, I don't know. Perhaps because I've watched wrestling since the early 90s and I know when summer is shit. Yeah? And that has been absolute nonsense. From the moment that Pat came in to the moment he got RKO'd, it's been an absolute dumpster fire. An absolute dumpster fire. Mate, if we had had a proper build where we dug into their backstories and we really kind of planted some seeds and we went out there and just delivered a match, that's all we were looking for. All this god-awful celebrity nonsense. And Triple H has got the nerve to turn around and go, I think the main event's gonna over deliver. I think it's gonna over deliver. That's my Triple H. That's my when I'm angry. That's my Triple H impression. Yeah. Well, what was that? What was that nonsense? What was that absolute nonsense? Pat running down in his little ref shirt. Michael Cole going, will this count if he counts the three? Well, I don't know, Michael. Is he a referee? Because I don't think he is. Can anyone in a stripy shirt just count now, can they? Down he comes running. Oh, my God. Oh, God, it's so bad. It's just... Oh, and then as you go in, what is this? Then Randy RKO's Pat. Why? What was that about? Where did that come from? What's that about? And then Cody wins, and the crowd are all sad. And you're like, oh, I just cannot. Other than that, though, it was quite good. Other than taking all of that away, it was okay, actually. Oh, God. Pleasure and pain. That RKO was so sick. And then followed by nonsense. I've got a reaction clip for that, and I'm just going to title it, I don't know what I'm watching. I'm just going to call it that. I don't know what I'm watching. I don't know what this is. This is like a new form of entertainment. It's not quite wrestling. I think it's just called awful. It's just awful. Oh, Paige is back. That's true. Paige is back. Well done. And Bianca's having a baby. Okay. Best WrestleMania ever, said Doug Dilly. Do you know, I don't even know how people are reacting to it. I mean, online, they might be going crazy. They might be flipping loving it. WrestleMania said Pat will never return to WWE, right? Right? If night 2 isn't better than night 1, then just wrap it up, said Crispy Wrestling. Body Slam said, my only complaint for night 1 was the length of the matches. The right winners. I enjoyed myself. The fans sounded like they had a blast, and I know most everyone in the Body Slam Discord were having fun as we watched together. Oh, well, didn't you just have a lovely time? Well, I'm glad you had a lovely time. Some of us have just been through hell. Pat has retired from WWE. Cody winning that has put an end to Pat on TV for good. Listen, there's a lot of people that are really flipping wishful thinking here. There's a lot of people in this world that are like, he retired, didn't he? That was him retiring. That's him done. Like that, he won't never come back now. That's it. That is definitely, it's over, yeah? It's definitely over. The feud has been revived. What, with that punt kick, you reckon? No more BS. Randy and Pat is done, and now Randy is crazier. Part of me feels that the punt would have been a cool match finish. I tell you, man, there's a lot of people out there that are like, we're done with Pat, yeah, we're done with Pat. Listen, life's not that good. Life's awful. And the rumours are that it's going to be a tag match at Backlash. Now, maybe those plans have changed. But as per the stipulation, Pat will never... You think that that stipulation is real? You think he's going to stand by that? Thank God. For a second then I was like, do I follow them? And I don't. Whew. Thank God. Are there seriously people out there going, well, Pat said if Randy lost, he'd be done, so he's definitely gone now. Because everyone sticks by their word, don't they? Pat doesn't strike me as the kind of person that just says stuff for the lols. Pat doesn't strike me as the kind of person that just spouts nonsense. People like the punt. The punt has been well received. People like the punt. Despite losing WrestleMania Night 1, it closes with Randy standing tall. That is it. We do have the post-show, actually. Yeah, the punt has been well received. Q Jelly Roll to beat up Randy. Where's Danhausen? That's a good question, actually. That is a good question. I tell you what just happened. Bad ending. Right call. Per Pat McAfee, he must leave the business. I am stunned. The amount of people that are just believing that that's now going to happen. I'm not saying that it won't happen, but in no realm do I think that I am fortunate enough where life is going to be that kind to me. Right? So, I just don't think that's going to be the case, honestly. Right. Let's get your thoughts. We've had over 1,000 votes. So, I mean, that's going to be a really, really good main event score. And honestly, please, vote. Honestly, get your thoughts in. Because I'll end it. And listen, that might be more votes than what Cage match gets. So, what do you think? What do you think? Goods 75. Right. I'd say that the main event was the worst match of the night, says Craig. For me, not because of who won, but I felt like I was just watching a slow motion dance, says Craig. Who cares? Cody won. That's all that matters, says Can't Stop, Won't Stop. Curtis said, I'll be honest, there was highs, there was lows, but the story sucked. Zingbot said it was a D-. D-. That means that Roman is going to win tomorrow, says Paranormal Presence. Roman is going to win tomorrow. Trader Chris said retained without going heel, WTF. King Yeti said that was the greatest match and build ever. Joking. Jokes. Honestly, I did well. I did really well. I did not freak out and lose it and all of that stuff during that match. In fact, you know, they got Pat out the way and they got Jelly Roll out the way. And they just kind of... The problem is that the match then just started slow. I mean, there was problems with the match anyway, which obviously did not help. But, oh my God, I can imagine a lot of people leaving WrestleMania with a real bad taste in the mouth, to be honest. Days, what would we rate the show? Well, do you know what? We've been asking to get in the scores. It's been up for 11 minutes. We're going to end the poll now so that we can get the show score. So you lot said that main event was bad. It officially gets a bad rating. 35% said that it was bad. 32 said it was good. 22 said all time. 11 said all time. 22 said great. The history books will say that was bad. 35. Genuinely, if I was to vote for that, I would probably click on good okay. I would do it with a tear in my eye because of the fact that I just think there was such nonsense in there that really just puts such a bad taste in your mouth. I mean, Pat will forever be remembered to me as the person that ruined the night one main event of WrestleMania 42. And that's it. We can move on. We can talk about tomorrow and we can talk about Ober and Brock. But the build for this was terrible. His involvement in the match was terrible. And that's bad. It's just bad. I'm so pleased it's behind me now. Okay. Get your show scores in. Let's have a look at the... Let me end that, actually. Bang. No. I put match scores. I meant show scores. Let's get show scores. Show scores. All time. Great. Goods. Fans. Okay. Get your thoughts in. I've got the post show up on screen right now, so I'm keeping an eye as what's happening there. I don't know who is going to be appearing. I think they said Jacob, Paige, Bellas. So I'll keep an eye on that. Okay, Just Shank said, I'm guessing WWE has just turned us all grey at 21. That's what it's done to me, my friend. I was so beautiful about a month ago. I had luscious hair, very full. My beard was a lovely black, jet black colour. And it's been this one match and the build to this one match that has done this to me. So we've all been through it, but we've all suffered. But yes, we made it. We got through. Okay, Iron Sentinel said, I'm going to give it a 7.5 out of 10. Hulk Hogan. Yeah, what do you think? What would you score it? What would you score it? Feel free to put your number in the chat. What number you would give it? Out of 10. This whole main event didn't make any sense. Why was Cody wrestling as the heel? Randy RKO Pat for no reason and then doesn't win the title, said Notorious Nightmare. I hate WWF. Matt Pete said, all the people that have been crying and being done with wrestling see you guys in the future streams. Matt Pete, are you there? What is, because you are, aren't you? You sent me a picture earlier. Like, what's the vibe? What are people saying around you? What are the thoughts as people are leaving the building? We're just seeing people outside. It's still light. It's still light. There's Paige. Paige arrives. We're going to actually hear from Paige. See what Paige has got to say. So good to see you. Welcome home. Paige with Big E. There's Nikki. There's Brie. Days, you know, I'm a fair guy who reviews it down the middle. I'm going to give this -2. Where was the aura? Why on earth would Randy turn on Pat before winning the title? Why not win the belt and then turn on Pat? I don't know, Randy. I don't know. I don't know what I watched. I don't know what that was. All I know is that it's over. All I know is that it's over. And the punt was very well received. Paige said it's good to be home. She says she's losing her voice. Metal Mama said, I'm going to go 7. The last match, the momentum, it was weird. They don't know how to tell a story or just let the story run itself. There's no need for Pat or Jelly. Love the women's matches, though, and I was teary-eyed for Paige. Well, your girl is on right now, Metal Mama. Your girl is on right now. Jesse said Jacob Drew was good. Macarai said, Days, do we think this is the end of Pat now? No, mate, no. I really don't think so. Paige said she's a WWE girl forever. Somewhere Tony Khan is in absolute tears. I'm a WWE girl forever. God bless her, actually. I mean, she's just watched that main event, so for her to go out there and say I'm a WWE girl forever, even after that, respects. That's commitment, that is. That is some serious commitment. She's just watched the same show that we've seen, and she's gone out there going, you know what, I'm a WWE girl forever. If Pat is going to stay with Randy, will they reconcile, said Alvin. Oh, probably. Randy will go on Pat's show and they'll make up. Randy Orton, guest on Pat's show. So Nikki said she broke, sprained and tore her ankle. Okay. There's no other superstar that I would want to take my spots. Robbie said, I feel like my soul has been sucked out of my body. The show felt lifeless. None of the matches were given proper time to shine. Do we think they changed it due to Randy being injured, said Zulu? There's maybe a chance of that, but there's maybe a chance of that. I mean, maybe Randy goes away, but that punt after and Randy holding the belt didn't feel like that was it. I don't know that he's going away now. Sign in the crowd, says Kathy Kelly rocks. Too powerful, I think, said this show's a 6. I think the best part was Bianca Belair. Sweet Pie said, since there was no third man with Pat and Randy, I think The Rock will return tomorrow with CM Punk versus Roman Reigns. What do you think? I think there's a chance. I mean, if they're going to do Roman Rock next year, I mean, a great way of ending tomorrow would be to have The Rock come out and do a moment. You know, imagine, like, say Roman wins, standing tall with the belt, and then all of a sudden The Rock's music hits. He comes, like, onto the entranceway, stares at Roman, and we just make it kind of very clear as to where we're going next year. There's a chance for it, yes. But I gotta be honest, man, I really thought they were going to have a big payoff. And this is another reason why I'm so annoyed with tonight, was that I really thought they were going to give you a big payoff with the Pat thing. What you got was Jelly Roll splashing Pat through a commentary. So we had a Jelly Roll moment. And then, of course, just an RKO to Pat from Randy, which didn't even make sense. Came out of nowhere. I've no idea why he did it. And, yeah, I mean, that is your flipping main event of night one. And this is what Triple H said was going to be, you know, yeah, it's going to deliver. I think he said over-deliver, didn't he? It's going to over-deliver. Jeez Louise, mate. I think we're so lost. I don't even think we know what over-delivering looks like. Days, Pat will be around until at least August, because that's when the college football game day starts. Could Pat be working with Dwayne? Could we get The Rock Cody next year? I don't think so, Michael. I think you're trying to find hope in a hopeless place. I think you're trying to find hope in a hopeless place. I fell asleep during the commercials. I missed Seth Gunther. I was rudely awoken by Liv Morgan's intro. I'd imagine that woke quite a few people and stray dogs up, yes. Oh, the main event was awful, said Jojo. It does seem to be getting worse and worse, said J-Dog. Well, I mean, look, all I can say is that tomorrow was the day that we were most excited for. That was the day that we were most excited for. So that's the one that we, you know, kind of have been pinning our hopes on. So today was about having as much fun as possible. I had a good time up until the main event, and I knew it was going to be that way. And so that's done. We're past it. We move on. And, you know, we'll see what tomorrow. Don't forget, the very next match that we're going to watch is going to be Obafemi versus Brock Lesnar. If you need a way of just cheering back up, that's going to be our very next match. So, Obafemi versus Brock Lesnar is... Oh, no. Ted DiBiase Jr. put a video out, but he's not doing anything. There we go. He's just sort of there, really. Is that what you're doing, mate? Or it's a bit creepy, isn't it? Okay, nice. Thank you. Days, we need the Chainsaw Massacre match there, Big Tony K. Maybe. Well, I hope that six-man ladder match is going to be good, said Night. Damien said there's no way Oba can lose. It would just kill the aura. Robbie said, I wish I could still drink because I could use one. Melo Diaz said, not even interested in Oba versus Brock. It's going to be like 5 minutes max. Oh, really? Adam said tomorrow's going to have to genuinely do some wonders. The ladder match needs to be an all-time. Oba needs to beat Brock. Roman Punk needs to be a no-nonsense ending. Obafemi is the best thing since watching Goldberg in WCW, said WHU. Liam said Cody wrestled as a heel and Randy wrestled as a vulnerable face. Randy RKO'd Pat, then after the match hit Cody with a punt. It was totally ridiculous, said Liam, but I still think it's a 7 show. Omni said, I think they're going to struggle to squeeze Oba versus Brock and the ladder match into the first hour. It's a good shout, that is. We do need to get both of those matches into the first hour. That's actually a really good point. Jacob is just chatting away at the moment. I didn't know how anyone was going to react when I was walking out there, and I forgot how big WrestleMania was. It was magical. It was surreal. I forgot how to skip at one point. I was like, what do I do? What does Paige do? Oh, love you, Paige. Fair play. I'm really pleased for her. And do you know what? I've got a lot. I'm really pleased for a lot of the women tonight. I'm really pleased for Bianca. I'm really pleased for Paige. We got the match score links, by the way. So, Usos and LA against Vision Speed, 7 minutes. Jacob Drew, 14. Women's Fatal 4-Way, 9. Becky, AJ, 8. Rollins, Gunther, 15. Liv, Stephanie, 7. Cody, Randy got 22 minutes. For a big time stage, this is totally ridiculous, said Roman Reigns SCN. I don't know. I genuinely don't know how that would compare to last year. It'd be very interesting, totting up that, comparing it to last year, night 1, and the year before, and just having that as a comparison, you know? Delwyn said, I would say that night 1 did deliver solid, good matches. Could have been better for more 5-minute lengths, in my opinion. I thought the Cody Randy match was good, but the RKO to Pats, the ending punt to Cody was fun. Night 2 is my high excitement tomorrow, says Delwyn. Delwyn, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support, my friends. Keep getting your thoughts in. We've had nearly 700 votes. It'd be good to keep getting those in as Paul Heyman has arrived. Paul Heyman has arrived. Paul Heyman has got, I'm sure, plenty to get off his chest. Edward said, Days, that was perfect. Randy losing was the right call. Pat shouldn't have been involved in the first place. Cody won't be able to make backlash via that punt kick. Randy wins the belt at SummerSlam, I predict, says Edwards. New Tomorrow said the story is that Randy realised the error of his ways too late and it cost him. Pat was not the answer. He has to do it alone. Now they do the proper build to SummerSlam where Randy wins, says New Tomorrow. Wu said the whole show was Hulk Hogan. Cheesy Yummy said, I wish the Jacob Drew wasn't in that first hour. It was too short and not violent after the builds. Thank you for sharing those stats. I appreciate that coverage, said Lovecats. Lovecat, shout out to you, my friends. Jeston said, I'm giving it more than a 5 would just insult the old manias. Jojo said it was garbage. Miss Dow Jr. said, days before the main event, I would have said 7, maybe 7.5, but I think it dropped to a 6, maybe a 5.7. Everyone in that stadium needs to get their money back. WWE fumbled to go back to Las Vegas. I can't stand another insufferable title reign. We could have had that fatal 4-way and we got this nonsense, says Robbie. Michael said, Days, I've been working tonight, so I've been struggling to find the stream. It's on Netflix internationally, so I don't know about, it's not in America, so I don't know where you are, but it has been on Netflix internationally. Jesse said, Becky AJ blew Liv Stephanie out the water. Alan said, what was creative? Thinking about with Pat. Still going to watch, though. Yeah. I mean, they used him for promotion, didn't they? And, I mean, most people, I think, kind of went into this worried about that main event, but the thing with WrestleMania is it's so special that there'll be stuff on the show that's going to grab you anyway. I mean, we obviously had that great Bianca moment. There was some fun stuff. I mean, as people said, it was largely solid. I mean, I can tell you that the first match was good 86. Second match was great 67. Then we had great 54. Then we had good 89. Then we had great 76. Then we had good 75. So we had 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So we had 6 matches, 3 good, 3 great. So 3 good, 3 great. I don't know what the fans were chanting, but they were just chanting something, and Heyman just looked a bit frustrated. During AJ Lee's entrance, one of the kids that was dressed like AJ got scared. I gotta watch this. They did. During AJ's entrance, one of the kids got scared and ran to Gorilla. There is a kid here that runs to the back, isn't there? There is a kid in the background that they'll regret that when they're older. They'll regret that. Look, there she is in the background running away. Nah. Okay, we got Ober chants. The fans are in fine voice right now. The fans are in fine voice. We do have some Ober chants. Ober Femi. Heyman just talking about Ober tomorrow. Ober Femi is the most physically impressive competitor to debut since 2002. WWE Creative Humor says, Ober Femi, you are our only hope. I mean, Heyman is such a good talker. Ober had better win, otherwise night 2 will be ruined, said Jojo. Eric said, here's the reason for the RKO on Pat. WWE didn't want to do the match at Backlash because of the Backlash for the tag match. So I get why they had Randy RKO him, and that's why it doesn't bug me. But it came out of nowhere. So they were fine and friends, and everything was fine. The match was fine. Pat didn't seem to do anything wrong. I mean, Pat even ran down to the ring to try and help Randy go for a pin, was counting, and counted 2. Cody got the shoulder up. Randy out of nowhere seemed to get frustrated and maybe just took it out on Pat out of nowhere. I don't know. I mean, we're all having to speculate, aren't we? But I mean, what was this story? I mean, the whole thing was just nonsense. The other part of it that was nonsense as well was the fact that Randy was saying that he thanked Pat for helping him understand that he needed to be himself again, you know? But one of the other things that Randy said in the promo on SmackDown was, who was Cody to tell me who I should be? Who was Cody to tell me that I need to listen to the voices? It just doesn't make sense. Pat's doing that and you're, partnering with him. But when Cody says it, you get all upset. And like, the whole thing's just like, what the flip? I mean, it's bad storytelling, isn't it? If you've got to try and go, no, I think it's this, I think it's that, I'm not sure. It's just bad storytelling. No backstage segments, no pre-match video packages, no elaborate stage setups, sub 10-minute matches, commercial upon commercial, ad ads all over the canvas. This isn't the WrestleMania that I grew up loving. Wow. I don't even know who that is, but it's doing the rounds online at the moment. SAF. Days, I feel that they're for 5 straight hours wanting something to be great, and then it's just the same shiz again and again, says Winford. Do you know what? Until that main event, I was quite happy. I mean, the thing with WWE is it can be good and it can be bad, and I'll take it. You know, I mean, I've seen good and bads. Quite rarely will it do something that annoys me, you know? I mean, we wouldn't want to watch it if it did something that annoyed you. But obviously with the Pat stuff and the main event stuff, I find that just so annoying that it does really get to me, and it shouldn't. I just find that it's really annoying. Okay, let's go. What? WWE are promoting Pat for WrestleMania 43. What do you mean? Okay. It was okay, night one. I gave it a 6.4. I felt that some matches were very short in length, said Scott. Stephanie as champion. I understand Paige and the Bellas winning, but I feel sorry for the other 3 tag teams. Seven Private said, instead of Pat, it should have been The Rock. What do you think? Well, I mean, that would have changed the landscape, wouldn't it? I mean, I just think this should have been left alone. I just think you had Cody, you had Randy. I think there was some very interesting promos that we could have got our teeth into. People will now obviously wonder if we're going to get that now throughout the summer. But let's be honest about what this was. Yeah, let's not mess around and lie and try and come up with reasons. Let's be honest about what this was. This was, let's get Pat involved so we can use his show. And that's it. We want to use his show. We want him to talk about WrestleMania on his show that airs on ESPN. This was not for the benefit of the fans. This was not for the benefit of the match. This was not for the benefit of the builds. This was just, let's use this clown who's got a big platform so that he can talk about WrestleMania. And maybe it'll shift a ticket or two to his fan base. And that was it. If you want to find any other reason, good luck, but that's the truth. And that's the reason why we did it. And there is just something disappointing about that, isn't there? That it's not for our benefit. It's not for your benefit. It's not for my benefit. It's not for the match's benefit. It's not for the build benefit. It's not for the story's benefit. We sacrificed the product so that we could get this celebrity in so he can do some promoting for us. Where does that stop? I mean, okay, maybe it won't be Pat, but it might be someone else next time, you know? Where does that stop? And will that stop? And I think that's a concern. I mean, it's one thing to have Speed out there in the opening match, in a 7-minute match, you know? And he has a little moment that you know he's going to do well online, yeah? But it's a completely another thing to derail a main event just like they did with Pat. That's and here we are sat after the event, having watched it all play out, let's see what we get. And that you've just seen what we've got. I mean, we just had a load of Pat nonsense at the start with some jelly roll nonsense. Thankfully, then they did let the match do, you know, a bit of summer. And then Pat came down as a ref. Counted 1-2, shoulder up, out of nowhere he gets RKO'd, and now people are praying that that's him done, you know? And that's it. I mean, that was the story. Fantastic. Brilliant. Oh, deeply annoying. Right, Steve said, Days, what do we think was in the contract Pat signed? Is it the reason he doesn't have to leave now? I don't think it matters about that, honestly. He's don't forget that Pat's character is a heel. So if he turns around and goes, yeah, no, this place needs me more than ever now. I ain't going anywhere. You know, what will that do? Upset the fans. Good. That's what he wants to do. I don't think you need any reason for him to stay. I don't think you need any reason for him to stay at all. I never thought that when he said, if I lose, or if Randy loses, I'm gone, I never thought to me that meant anything. I still don't. I still don't. I really don't. If he wants to stick around now, he just comes walking out, doesn't he? And everyone's like, I thought he was done. I thought he was gone. What, you thought you could get rid of me that easily? This place needs me more than ever. I told you, we're here to save wrestling. And you just get that. So to me, there was never anything signed that if this match was done, he was out, was it? Ooh, Cody's eye looks bad, mate. Cody's eye looks bad. Blimey now. Didn't realise that he was that banged up. Oh, mate. Look at that eye. That is moody. He just got punt kicked and he is got a bad eye. If I can find that, I will show it to you because I think that is quite a... AJ Lee said, I never got to say goodbye last time and I felt bad about it. This is not goodbye, but see you soon, I hope. So it looks like AJ. Looks like she might be gone for a little bit. What's G-Fed? G-Fed said, I'm banned from WWE events. Tony Khan 22 minutes ago. AEW is where the best wrestle. Guys, AEW is where the best wrestle. The thought of Pat aligning himself with Roman tomorrow just crossed my mind, said Adam. They just can't, surely. What are we doing? What is this version of hell that I find myself in? What the flippity doodah? What's Jacob saying? Anything is possible with Jacob. What can I tell you about the events of tonight is that what happened to Seth was all predetermined. I set his ass up from the very beginning. I'm glad I did it. And if I burn in hell for my actions, there are not enough consequences for what I plan to do to Seth Rollins moving forward into the future. So there we go. I really want to show you this eye, though, because it's bad, mates. It's certainly a talking point. Look at that. Look at that. Whoa. Nasty. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Right, Liv Morgan's here. Liv Morgan is here. Boom. Liv Morgan jumps onto that pundit table, holds up the championship. Ric Flair said one of the greatest matches I've seen in the last few years. Congratulations, Cody. But there is no winner or loser, Randy. You were spectacular. You both represent so well at the highest level. I've got so much respect for you both. He's gone. The old man's gone. The old man has gone. Ric Flair saying that he enjoyed that main event match. I think the numbers coming out of this are going to be very, very interesting. Here's Crispy. What's Crispy saying? This is my friend. Bro, did you end up watching Mania? Yeah. What happened to the Fed? They got matches short. Crazy ads. Pat in the main event. Looked like something on Hallmark. I don't know how you watch this shiz. My favorite part was Bianca and Cena. Oh, some of you said that, actually. Liv and Stephanie were shorter than the CODTDM on shipment. I don't even know what that means. Call of Duty, the Dirty Mothers. I don't know. TDM. Right. Steve said WrestleMania Night 1 had 1 hour 45 minutes. WrestleMania Night 1 for this year, 1 hour 25. Right, Steve, thank you. Steve, I'm going to write that down. Steve, I've written that down. And I'm going to claim that as my own. So when I do the breakdown later, I'm going to be like, guys, I found out this really, really interesting stat. Did you know that Night 1 WrestleMania had 1 hour 45, and tonight we had 1 hour 25. Steve, thank you. You are making me look so good. I'm joking. I'll give you a mention. I might give you a mention. Okay, we got Liv over there. She's on her knees. I don't know what's happening here. Liv's on her knees. Corey's on her knees. Okay, I don't know that Carmella's going to be loving this. Corey Graves is on his knees. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what this is. Okay, he's twerking. I don't know what's happening. Is this good content? I don't... I think... Did we just see Corey Graves twerking? Booty popping. Is that what that is? Is that what that is? I'm doing it now. I'm doing it now. This is me doing it. Nice. Days, Bleacher Report have given Night 1 a D+. Have they? Night 2 expectations. What did you grade it? I think I would go 5.5 out of 10 is kind of where my gut is. I think I was probably doing all right. I was probably in like 6.5, 6.75. And then I think I got... Are we going again? We're doing it again. And then I got hit with that nonsense. And I probably went down to the 5. So, I don't know. Does that shake out as a D+? Okay, I don't know what's... Okay, now she's doing... Now we're both doing it. Okay, now they're joining in. Okay, nice. Right. Days, let me ask you, and everyone in the chat, do we want Vince back? No, thank you. He was the one that sold WWE to TKO, and Triple H might leave soon. Ari might take over and ruin it. I don't want Vince back. This is trash content, said James. Days twerking might have been the best part of Mania. It's honestly the most workout I've done, to be honest. I've got to burn off those 2 packs of Haribo. Chris said, Triple H, I need a job and you need some new writers. Malik said, TKO, I gotta go, man. Blue Will Sonic said, Days, shout out to you. To me, a WrestleMania is an E grade. I saw Cody bleeding head. It looked painful. Did you see his eye? Moody. Who Dat Saint said maybe Rick meant the trailer for Hogan Andre. They showed that 5 times tonight. That's true, actually. Perhaps Rick was like, guys, that main event tonight reminded me so much of a match I saw in 1987. It's moody, that, isn't it? It's moody, that. It is moody. Heyman claims that he set Seth Rollins up after Bron Breakker's return. Nikki Bella said that she underwent surgery 2 weeks ago and ran into Paige at the time of her surgery. That entrance was for all the fans who have been with me since day one. I love you. I think that AJ quote's very interesting. I think that's very interesting. Here's the Liv and Corey. This is the good stuff. This is what you want, isn't it? This is what you want. There we go. 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 That's my WrestleMania main events. Let's go. Corey Graves shaking his ass with Liv Morgan on the post show. He did. Breaking news. Look at this, WWE. Get it, Corey. Get it, Corey. Yeah. You go, girlfriend. The first hour on ESPN was the only good part. It was because it was all I got to see, said John. Well, John, I'm not sure that you missed a great deal, to be honest, buds. I'm just waiting for this post-show to end, and then we'll do our breakdown. We have been live for 9 hours 42. We're just starting. We could do another 10 hours. Easy, mate. Easy. I'm just waking up. I'm ready to go. So, get your scores in. We've had 900 votes. 900 votes. Paranormal Presence said, I found a clip that made me think of you, Days. I'm sorry, but the way that you've treated me tonight. Absolutely unbelievable. Do you remember when you said Ted DiBiase Jr. was going to get involved in that main event? Do you remember that? Do you remember that? Do you remember when you came on? You was like, Days is there. He's there. He's going to get involved. Do you remember that? Disgrace. Flame said yes. 24. Just go straight through. Do you know what I mean? Just go straight through. Because we're here tomorrow all day anyway, so... how long's this stream going to go for, said Master B. Honestly, I don't really have any dreams or plans or a life, so... Now, I'm going to wait for this kickoff show to end because I want to do the breakdown, but I don't want to do the breakdown and then everyone jump in and go, oh, did you hear this news? This was just said on the kick. Did you see Cody's eye? You know? All right. We might be wrapping it up. How about these fans? For months, Stephanie was saying that I couldn't get it done by myself without my friends, and she was absolutely right. That's a good line. Jacob, and what's next? Anything is possible. Let's keep it 100. I was the last cousin to get here, so I'm here right now. That means anything is possible with Jacob Fatu. Moto Sin said, I'll fight anyone over this. Alexa's gear was one of the best wrestling gear sets I have ever seen. I don't think you need to fight anyone over that, to be honest. I thought it looked good. And I think if it was sort of based on Bray's ring gear, I think that's really, really cool. So I don't think there needs to be no fighting. There's plenty of stuff for us to fight over. I don't think that needs to be one. So, Moto Sin, thank you, my friends. James said, Days, I don't know how you do it stream for 9.5 hours. Actually, you honestly, I mean, if I was sat here bored and just a little bit like, oh, I don't know what to do. But I mean, it's just so easy when we're chatting and we're just, do you know what I mean? The conversation just flows like a lovely Chardonnay. Yeah, that Firefly tribute was great, said 57 John King. James said, I agree. Boomers said the stream is ending shortly, so need to keep an eye out for that. Raviadthea, is that how you say it? Raviadthea. Shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate it, buds. Guys, if you haven't left a like, then please leave a like. We're only 45 away, and we'll be at 1,500. Does that mean anything? No. It does not. Goober said, how does anything that happened tonight turn into something on Monday? Well, it doesn't really matter, to be honest, because we could get returns or call-ups. You know, there could be some NXT talent, or we could do a rematch, you know. And plus, you know, this crowd will be hot, and we'll have whatever goes down tomorrow. So, yeah, it doesn't really matter too much. I get your point, though. Like, you know, what's gone, like, what makes you after tonight want to see what's coming next? I get that. Raviated said, let's be real, does Randy deserve that ending? I don't know. It depends how you are feeling. Do you think, does he deserve to lose? I don't know, man. I mean, if Randy's not 100%, then I think there's an excuse that can be made. You know, that was not a 100% Randy Orton. But to be honest, with all the shenanigans and all of that kind of stuff, I mean, I don't know. Maybe just get rid of that nonsense and just let's do a proper build now. We need to have some sleep, says XCOM. That's true. Well, there we go. That has concluded. So the... Oh, blimey now. I just noticed I've got 92 slides for the breakdown video. Ooh. Right, let's get this ending, shall we? Let's look to wrap this baby up. Right, 44... 30... Oh, that is not good. You said this was good 70. Good 70. Paranormal Presence said £45 and counting. Love you, Dave. Oh, is that why you've donated? Paranormal Presence. You're a real one, buds. I appreciate the support, my friends. Feel free to jump in and lie to us all throughout tomorrow's stream as well. It's greatly appreciated. David said, someone figured out the match lengths. The total wrestling tonight was 53 minutes. Oh, hang on. Steve said it was 1 hour 25. That's what Steve says to me. Guys, I hope someone else hasn't lied to me, because this is seriously becoming a problem now. This is actually becoming a bit of a concern that I'm now going to have to do maths to try and figure out what the hell is going on around here. We've got 7, 14, 8, 8, 15, 9, 22. Oh, no. We're over that. David, we're over. That's incorrect. My friend Steve told me that it was 1 hour 25. And I think he's probably correct, because if you go to Wikipedia, you can see the times for each match. So, there we go. Well, it was 1 hour 26 and 1 hour and 12 of ads, said Rare Breeds. You liar, says Metal Mama. Well, Metal Mama, let's not get harsh, shall we? Mistakes can happen. So, David, I appreciate it. David, what time will you be live tomorrow? It says 1 p.m, but are you going to start earlier? And what are you most hyped for? I'm hyped for Ober and Brock. And tomorrow, I'm looking to start around the same time we started today. So, yes, I will be back tomorrow. If I can get started a bit earlier, I will try to do that. Okay. Andrew said, Days, I think you influence your score. If I was to tell everyone this is great, this is great, this is great, you would have great scores, says Andrew. Yeah, but equally, I can see what people are saying at the time as well. So, you know, that came out as good. And plus also, trust me, there's plenty of times there's been matches I haven't enjoyed and you lot have come out and said that it was good. So I don't think my influence is that strong, to be honest. But, yeah, I mean, if you're telling me the Bleacher Report have given it a D+ rating, and someone else told me there was another score that came through that was... I can't remember where that was. I've heard a couple of scores that have come through that are struggling. So actually a good 70 is probably in line with where I think you'll find a lot of others are going to be on this. Paranormal Presence said, I messed up one day. I'm sorry. I apologize. That's fine. That's fine. Right. Okay. I'm going to go and do the breakdown video. I appreciate people joining us. So this was the day I was worried about. Tomorrow, I'm not worried. We've got Ober Brock. We've got a ladder match. We've got Roman, CM Punk in the main event. We have got... Trick against Sammy will be interesting because of the crowd reactions. That'll be interesting. Jade, Rhea. Can they get a performance out of Jade? That'll be interesting. So we got a few bits tomorrow that I think are going to be interesting. But the match people are most hyped for, Ober versus Brock, that goes down tomorrow. It's match number 1. So I will be back tomorrow, ready, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed to do it all over again. And hopefully tomorrow it delivers a better show. Tomorrow was the day that we thought looked the stronger. So let's see what they've got for us. So thanks for joining us. Appreciate it as always. I will see you in a moment for those that are interested for the breakdown. And appreciate it.